American schools are hotbeds of anti-American brainwashing. Teachers and administrators are trained to indoctrinate and enforce ideological conformity. Submission is the norm. Crucible is the true story of one schoolboy's struggle against society's obsession with an anti-American ideology. This young man refused to surrender to the psychological abuse of his superiors and the violence of his peers. In Crucible, Child, Patriot, American Victory, two visions of America collide. One is left standing.
Western civilization is at risk of collapsing under the weight of Antiwhiteism. Antiwhiteism is all concepts, ideologies, actions, and everything deriving therefrom, such as opinions, policies, laws, and rules, that inflict injury on Western kind and Western civilization. There is no Western civilization without Western kind. If you care for the well-being of Westmen and their great civilization, read Go Free by Jason Köhne. Arm yourself with the psychological defense for the psychological warfare being waged against Westmen, and spread this knowledge to others. Become an advocate for white well-being. Support white positive persons and organizations. Let anti-white persons and organizations know that you disapprove of their words and actions. Call out anti-whiteism wherever you see it. Protect children from anti-white indoctrination. Do whatever else you feel is best, within legal means, to help ensure the well-being of Western kind. Thank you in advance.
One final testimony here. This is from Nathaniel. I just found this, and it speaks to me on a lot of levels. Too many forget that the continuance of a people should come from the love of one's own people, and not a hate for the other. I hate the mistakes I made. I wear them every day, and some I even wish I could take back. But time is merciless and flows only forward. I'm trying to rectify them, but some I may just have to live with. It's an uphill battle. Listen to this guy, No White Guilt.
Listen to this guy, No White Guilt. No White Guilt. No White Guilt. Listen to this guy, No White Guilt. No White Guilt. No White Guilt.
Everything from being a man, to encouraging your kin to face tattoos, to how you identify yourself and your beliefs, to discerning your motivations for why you want to see the children of the West survive. Don't make my mistakes. You'll feel like a fool otherwise. Don't make my mistakes. That's from Nathaniel Nelson. A warning to him about the warnings that he wished he had somebody share with him.
Listen to this guy's no white guilt, no white guilt, no white guilt, no white guilt, listen to this guy's no white guilt, no white guilt, no white guilt, listen to this guy's no white guilt, no white guilt.
There's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs. I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
There is just no way that we made this happen. How is everybody doing? A good going free and Sunday evening and Monday morning to all of you. Let's go free, ladies and gentlemen. I am literally right from the airport in record speed. How are you all doing? Can everybody hear me okay? Thank you, Sloths, for the entropy, because I would have forgotten. Who knows how long we would have been into the show. And started this morning down in Dallas, Texas, and now we're back up here at Washington, D.C., Virginia, right outside of Washington, D.C. A quick flight, raced in here, raced from the airport to the house and up to the office, and grabbing food as we went along. And here we are to be with you all, ready to go free, because I'm not going to miss it for anything in the world. The great Brand Danger is here. And great to see you, good brother. We're going to have to, I was just thinking this last week that we're going to have Brant on again to give us an update on School of the West. The great Fornell is here. Promethean hails to you, dear brother. Can everybody hear me okay? Let's make sure the audio is good. Jessie is here. Great to see you, dear lady. She says hello with a little heart. Thank you so very much. The International Puppy is with us, says greetings. Yonash says ahoy. Promethean hails to you, my brother. 41 BMC, the same to you. And hallelujah. Jessica, hello to you, dear sister. Great to see you. Let's see. We are going to have quite a few pieces of information to go over today. I'm not even entirely sure what they are. I know we're going to be going over there's HB says audio is solid. Well, thank you for that, brother. I know we're going to be going over the H.R.1111, which nobody is, as far as I know, as far as I've heard, is talking about. I've been too busy spreading white well-being with some magnificent people. And we're going to be talking about that a little bit. We went to 2 Christmas parties in the white positive sphere, if you will, and made a lot of connections and rubbed elbows and threw my arms around a lot of good people that I know in the white positive sphere. Had built deeper bonds with folks I already knew, met some brand new people, really wonderful first-class people in the white positive sphere, and they'll be going free. I met a lot of people going free. I met a couple going free. Both are going free, and we'll talk about that. And they got together to go free, and it was just an amazing story. Wonderful folks all the way around. Conversations, spoke just very little to the group. But nonetheless, and appeared on James Edwards' show while last night while we were at one of the parties at Johnny Reb's house down there in Dallas, Texas. One of the coolest guys you'll ever meet. And I'll talk about him and his absolutely magnificent wife with a home that has never smelled better. A beautiful, beautiful smelling home, and probably the best smelling home I've ever been in. But it has been a whirlwind since Thursday. And so we made it back here in time. We're going to be talking with all of you, and we're going to be talking about some of the news that we've been able to glean. Let's see, Giuliani with the FBI talking about the FBI is nowhere to be found, despite all of the information that has been revealed. Let me just put a tag on this so I know where to find it. And let's see, we also have here, the Michigan Secretary of State issues order to delete election data amid audit calls. Interesting there. Might be true, might be not. You know how it goes. You'll have to check with CNN. I'll put a tag on that one as well. I'll have to catch my breath. If you see my chest heaving in here, it's just because I've been running. But we had such an amazing past few days, and it was absolutely worth it. Spreading the message of going free and seeing the effects firsthand that it has on people's lives is truly a remarkable thing to behold. The testimonials, it is magnificent to have the testimonials here. We're able to read them. Folks are able to call in, as you know, and they give these heart-buoying, heart-filling testimonials of how going free has changed their life and the lives of those around them, friends and family members that they never thought they would be able to do any help for. Let me get some coffee. Going on very, very little sleep over the past couple of days, but you're not going to hold good old boys down. And it was my first trip to Texas, and I made the best of it. Met the best Texans and the best, some of the best in the white positive sphere, making things happen all over this country. And so, as you all know, you can comment, ask questions, make statements, tell me to go to Hades, whatever you want to do. And you could do that on my YouTube channel, the monitors to my right, your left, as No White Guilt. Tag me as No White Guilt there. It'll turn orange for me, and I'll be able to see it. If you are on Discipline with NWG, you have to tag me as that, and that will appear on the monitors over to my left, your right. You can also get onto Entropy. It's Entropy with No White Guilt down in the description. And you can, over in the question widget, also known as the Tall Kevin widget, you can post your questions or statements or comments there. Links you can also post there in the question widget. You can financially gift, and you can do so on entropy over there at a cost of 15% to you. We deeply appreciate all of your financial gifts to White Wellbeing. And of course, those who financially gift will have priority, but we do our very best to get to everybody's questions and comments. You can also financially gift at Cash App, which you'll see down in the description as well. And again, priority goes to those who are financially gifting. If you would like to financially gift with a cryptocurrency, we have 4 of the top 5, and you can find that at nowhiteguilt.org. There'll be a link at the top that says cryptocurrency, and you'll click on that. You'll find 4 of the top 5, as I said, but you will also find my snail mail address there. Believe it or not, I wed the both under the same heading for some obvious reasons, I think, for some who are thinking about it. But you can reach out to me at my snail mail address by going to that same exact tab. So keep that in mind. Rewind if you have to. But we're going to be talking about quite a few things tonight. Very excited, not the least of which is this. And I was speaking this weekend with wonderful people in the who are either completely in the Republican Party or who interface, if you will, if I could use one of those very ugly terms that they use in business, with about trying to make people sound like there's corporate speak is what it is. Try to make people sound like they're so very important, like they warrant their 6- and 7-figure salaries when they really don't. So those who just sort of interface with the Republican Party, and shocking that throughout, for me personally, and I know for all of you, none of these people knew all the way from white positives, like hardcore serving white well-being and being in other vehicles that some of those vehicles we disapprove of. Some of those vehicles are really just inert. And they have no clue. They have no clue what the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats are bringing to our lives as quickly as they can, and that only the Republican Party is holding these things back. And as I say, many of these Republicans not even having any idea. What is H.R.1111? And what is this Department of Peace? What Peacebuilding? What is that? The head of it is the president of peace. What is that? Are you making that up, Jason? It sounds fake to me. Well, stick around and you're going to find out just how real it is, because we're going to be talking about that. And we have some wonderful notes to go over. Let me take another look over here. Cloudscape is here. Great to see you. Alt Voices Portal. Great to see you, brother. And Jesse Link, great to see you as well. Magnificent Kevin is with us. Tyler is here. EVCG3 is here. Careful about saying you have a monitor on your extreme right when streams start. Don't want to give any fodder to cross eyes on the whites. Yes, exactly. We don't want to give cross eyes any more ammo than he already has. He just imagines these things. He just will bring them out. There's Bobby Fisher. Great to see you. And it says here, EVCG has a clip of No White Guilt on the subject of NJP I just watched today. They're white positive, but may play a bit too much into the villain of the anti-white narrative. Well, thank you so much for doing that, EVGC3. It's the man is so bright that he is likened now to like C3PO and other advanced technological life forms. So we're lucky to have him, EVGC3, with us and making these. Actually, he made some other videos that were magnificent, and I shared those broadly. Please watch, and I share his links along with many others during PWR in the middle of the week on Wednesdays, 2 to 4 Eastern Standard Time for those who are in the States. And he's made some great videos of some of the work that we've done here. And he also makes a bunch of other videos of his own that are just magnificent, hilarious, some of them. So we have Elaine Sabatino is here. Great to see you, dear lady. And in fact, we're going to compliment you here in just a moment, because so much of this lady's work is so beautiful. And just out there, she is constantly at work, putting so many men to and so many women as well, but to shame. I mean, I meet these people who met these people recently. They put up these leaflets, they post them up, these stickers, these banners, and they just are there to essentially play the villain and have no impact whatsoever. Elaine is putting these lovely things where it's legal to do so, finding it where they're not legal to do so. So thank you for not putting them there and just finding them there, getting pictures of them for us. And they're beautiful. They have this very personal message. And of course, yes, the answer is when people come across that, they're going to resonate much more with it. So I'm already talking about you, Elaine. I can't help it. But we'll go back briefly to the great work she's doing. Like Comedies is here. Rob is here. Bartleby is here. Wonderful to see you. Mr. Kanazi and Aaron are both here. Great to see you. Commodore is here. Great to see you. Nitrogen as well. Let's see. I'll just stroll back up through here. I thought I saw, could I have hallucinating, that we have Carlisle with us. Maybe I was hallucinating. Hello, if the sweet lady is here, then hello to you, sweet lady. Annie is also here. Hello to you, Annie. And Misty, welcome to you. Great to see you. Let's see. Wonderful. Evan and so many Lucid, so many sloths. You had barbecue, didn't you? No, actually, I didn't. I didn't have barbecue. I had a lot of bacon and eggs. My absolute favorite, and apparently it's Johnny Rebs as well. So we just resonated. I'm going to tell you what, the two of us getting together, my redneck was coming out of me in a big way. I mean, it was hell of a lot. Mr. Orak is here. Great to see you. It was so much fun. You all are going to love the stories. I mean, this Johnny Reb character, he is a cross between, if you ever saw. Well, I'll just say first, he's a cross between, just to give you sort of a general idea, a cross between Clint Eastwood and then if you ever saw the movie Raising Arizona, the character called High. So if you don't know who that is, you'll have to look up I think it was called Raising Arizona. Look up the character called High. Maybe catch a little, after we're done here today, a little bit of video of it and watch how High behaves. And then you kind of mix that with Clint Eastwood and you have Johnny Reb down in Dallas. And it was magnificent. What a wonderful time. Weird internet guy. I popped in, and that was the most dramatic intro ever. Well, welcome to you. I'm glad that you're here with us and that you enjoy the dramatic intros. Susie Penguin, hello to you. So is YT. Does that mean YouTube? What is YT? Great to see you, though. 15 seconds, 99 is with us as well. Wandering Spurg. Welcome, Wandering Spurg. And Ruth is here as well. C. McG. Also, Euro Yankee is here. Fusmora is here. Wolrad is here. Pants Monster. Great to see you. Another one who does quite a lot for service to White Wellbeing. Very proud of and glad to see you here with us. So many wonderful folks. So why don't we just go ahead and see if there's already any comments or questions, and we'll just keep rolling. I was on the plane and I was like, you guys got to speed this thing up. I know you can fly faster than this. You're just saving petrol. You're going to have to put the coal to it and get me back to Dulles as quickly as you can so we can get on back to the office and put this show on for these good people. This big gathering that we have here. I'm more fired up than ever after the fun that we had and the fellowship, the camaraderie, seeing so many people now going the right way by going free. Rooster is here. The Woodlander, I'm sorry, is here. I'll get it right. Joel, great to see you putting some eggs and bacon and a mouth, a face with the mouth is pleased and the tongue hanging out. That's right. It was that wonderful. I'm on YouTube. Yes, it is. We're on YouTube. But we're on a bunch of platforms. And how are we doing to everybody over there? In fact, let me let's open D Live. Why don't we? So that those who give the points over there, and with questions or comments, I can read those. If you've given them prior to this, my deep apologies, because D Live won't allow me to see it. Blame them. Send them some. Well, actually, I can see a couple. Maybe they fixed it since I went down to Dallas. The White Wellbeing Advocate went down to Dallas. That'll be the new song. It said the devil went down to Georgia. Schumer went down recently. We have Nordic Prince giving diamond points, and it says Nordic is here. Been a while. Hail NWG in the chat. Well, big Promethean hails, and great to see you over there on D Live, and great to see everyone over there on D Live. Yeah. So if you are, I'm told that if you are giving a diamond's worth of points or higher, then otherwise, then I will speak to your question or comment. Otherwise, the others will just take up the entirety of the show, because what is it, a penny for the lowest one? So people could just monopolize the gathering, and then we wouldn't get to anything. So what do we have here that I haven't mentioned already? Normally, since it's the first Sunday, what I'm going to do moving forward is I want to go over all of the names, read all of the names of those we should be celebrating because they gift financially every single month by way of one of the mechanisms that we have here, not just by way of the program itself. And but I, of course, I was not able to put that together in time for this show since I was not here. Much of the time I was around 70 miles an hour, rocketing across rock faces in a UTV. That was some of the most thrilling and scary things that I have ever done. I think Johnny Reb was a bit surprised. Everybody else was, he would tell people, I'm going to take him out on the go-kart. Talk about a euphemism for something that was clearly constructed in hell and meant to scare as much of the life out of you as possible. And the people's eyes, they would get big. They would say, oh, you're going out on the go-kart. And say very often men scream on the go-kart. Well, I wasn't screaming. I was laughing. We were laughing together. We were two like banshees and rocketing along and eating dirt, and our faces covered in dirt and bleeding from scratches. We'll talk about it. Andre's here. Great to see you. This is the kind of stuff we got to be doing. No White Guilt Clips is here. Wonderful to see you. Proud to be Greek is here. Jason is high energy. Always, my friend. When I'm going free, when I'm serving White Wellbeing, nothing gets me more excited than that. And Catherine is here. Hello, dear lady. And Carlisle is here. I was right. So good. It wasn't just my imagination. Great to see you. What is this? Monkeys Pushing Wood is here. Great to see you. Interesting name. Not even going to ask. Not going to ask. Is here with us. So wonderful to see you. And what we want to do is, I think we want to move right on, since I don't have that this week. This Sunday, we'll make it next week that we will get those names together, and we will celebrate those people as we absolutely and rightly should, just as we should celebrate everybody who serves White Wellbeing in any capacity, shape, or form. And over on the Discipline channel, I see, choose your, what is that? I got to get my glasses. Choose is here. And let's see, the Reverend George is here. So great to see you. And Catherine's over there as well. So wonderful to see you over on that channel. I refuse. In fact, I looked at some pictures this weekend and I said, does anybody have any glasses? And nobody did. Apparently I was the only one who needed spectacles. So I instead broke out my cell phone. I did this at a meeting once, and not a work meeting, not a White Wellbeing meeting. And I was standing up at the front and they handed me I was speaking, and I was handed a note. And while I was speaking, and I tell you what, I don't know what size print they put that on, but it must have been for a different race of beings, or different species of beings, because there was no way I was going to see what was written on that. So I just pulled my phone out, and there was another guy that was there, and he had seen the note, and he was like, wait, because he was responsible for her. And and then he was like, oh gosh, what are we going to do? She just handed him a note that no human being is going to be able to read. And I took out the cell phone and I just took a picture of the note and then blew the thing right up. And he was like, wow, I'm going to do that next time. The Orange is here. We got some questions over in the question widget. Great to see you. And we'll get to all of those questions in just a moment. We mentioned really briefly about the news we're going to be covering. We're going to be talking with you all. We'll take your calls toward the end of the gathering here today. But we're going to mention, I said we're going to mention, Elaine, we're also going to mention that we have some wonderful things that we're going to be making available to you all. And I think what we're going to do is once I show them to you, because until I show you, you won't be a legitimate purchaser of these things, or you won't be legitimately acquiring these things. So when I say what they are, those of you out there who might be interested will financially gift $30 or more, and then you will say with your financial gift, I want what these things are. And then we will talk in a private message, and I will ship them out to you. I have, it looks like, I think it is three bundles, and I think each bundle has 4 inside. This is a wonderful thing, and I haven't heard back from the magnificent woman who did these. So she said in a previous text message, she's like, just look at the note. and I'm racing all around. I don't know, maybe the note flew out of the car when I was going at 280 and trying to cool the things off, but it was as cold as it is. I leave here, Virginia, right outside Washington, D.C., and I get to the sweltering Dallas, Texas, which was actually about 20 degrees colder than Virginia. And that was bizarre, traveling that far south to arrive at a place that much colder than here. And then I leave Dallas, Texas to get back up to Virginia, and it is cold here today, folks. It is cold. So I don't know, where do I got to go that I get off the plane and it's actually warmer than where I left? I guess I would have to set up a destination for someplace I would rather not be, because I want to be somewhere where my brothers and sisters are, where we can come together in the spirit of love, hope, and redemption, reclaiming our destiny. Looks like we have a financial gift that just came in, and we're gonna begin in just a moment. If that sweet woman would reach out to me and let me know, what am I to do? What am I to do? Am I to say your name, or am I to tell folks you're gonna have to reach out to me? There is no letter. You told me to look for the letter, and it explains everything, and yet I see no letter. So I'm going to give you a little bit of time. Hopefully you're listening live, and you can text me, and I will then follow your instructions precisely, because I can, if that I can do. CR, Financially Gifts here. Thank you so very much. Starting the party off right. Financially gifting $45 over here on Entropy. Thank you so very much for breaking the ice today in service to White Wellbeing, and writing here, you are a really great guy. Well, thank you for that. That's kind of you, CR. I watch you on PWR. Much love from Wales in the UK. Well, much love back to you in Wales from the once great state of Virginia. And if we have anything to say about it, it'll be a great state again. We're working on it. CR writes, I'm a girl. Did I call you did I say brother? I apologize if I have called you brother, dear sister. I say that because Mark always says he when I donate. Well, when you're donating, you're gonna have to tell Mark, because when you're donating or super chatting to Mark, I don't see that. I don't have anything to do with that. When you financially gift here, thank you for mentioning that you are a woman, and I will do my best. See, I can't tell the avatar. I'm not really sure. Maybe I do need those spectacles, but I can't really tell what the avatar is. But I'll do my best to remember, CR, that you are a woman, and of course you are a lovely one at that. And thank you so much for those $45. Breaking the ice here today, ladies and gentlemen. CR up, at least on Entropy, first to bat. Let me jump over here to Cash App, and we'll see what's happening. We have over here. Let's see. 41 BMC is in right at the beginning. Great to see you, brother. And he writes here, the great champion, here for a long time, very active, and love this guy. $20 financial gift. Writes, dedicated to Cross Eyes on the right. Well, thank you so much. He's going to love that. I know he's got to be listening. He just wrote another article on us that we discovered last week. Didn't know about that. And so very happy he still has us in mind. I hope I get a Christmas card from that guy. Every time he quotes me, he just looks bad. Don't you love that? Donning Armor is here. Wow, who made this coffee? This is good coffee. Great to see you, dear brother. Monty is here. Wonderful to see you as well. What is this? Mass retaliation. Hello to you. Says, just bought Crucible, and we'll get into it soon. You're going to love it. So many people have been reaching out to me saying, that's my life. That's my life. I had a guy hitting the book with his fingers. This was my life. This is what I lived through. You'll be able to see for the first time, as we say, turn around for the first time and see all those eidolon, the demons that are holding you back in your life. You'll remember where they came from. So great to see you. Silver is here. Wonderful to see you as well. And we have some losers have, or at least one loser has shown up, and it looks like his comments are being deleted. So well done, whoever's deleting the losers' comments. So many losers, I'm afraid. So many losers in the white positive sphere. We're cleaning them out, though. We got a very fine mesh here. Works perfect for all losers. Had a guy show up at the door, and he's like, want to get rid of losers in your life? I got the perfect filter. They just wash right out. Every single one is caught by the mesh, and then you just put them in the toilet with the other turds, and you flush it all away. So well done to the moderating crew for getting rid of the losers who show up. Who's this? Not a loser. Cloudscape says, I was thinking of trying to read the Bible again. What version would you recommend? Well, I don't know that I would be the best person to ask that. The older the Bible, I would think, the better. That's a rule of thumb. The older, the better. All right, now let me see what I have here. Okay, we have some instructions, and so we're gonna get to that probably when I'll play a song, or actually, well, what I'll do is I'll play the piece that I appeared on with on the political cesspool with James Edwards, marvelous gentleman. You know, we just had him on tap just the other day with Mr. Jared George, and I'll take a look at this and we'll get it exactly as she wants, because that's what we're gonna do. Okay, and let's see. So yeah, when it comes to the Bible, and reading the Bible, I would just go to the oldest version that you can possibly get. And you'll be, the older it gets, then the fewer the meme pathogens, anti-white interpretations that you see on the verbiage coming to us from antiquity. Antediluvian times. Jonas says today is St. Nicholas Day. He was the inspiration for Santa Claus. Santa Claus. I've actually dressed up in the Santa Claus, and I've shared those pictures before. I've been a Santa Claus, if you can believe it, as lean as I am. Anglo-Saxon says, Dawn, I'm late. Hail, Jason. Hail, brothers and sisters. Well, the big Promethean hails to you, my good brother. William Runner. Promethean hails to you. First time listening, says weird internet guy. Over from Mark in the UK. Well, welcome. You're going to love it. Things are fired up and excited here. You won't even believe what you'll be able to achieve. I put that together just for that rapper. Who was that guy that we were talking about a month and a half ago? And he had some very ugly things to say, and we put him down every time. He's got all the money, though, doesn't he? No guilt, only pride is here. Laughing his ass off to something. Let's see. Who else do we have here that we can talk to and talk about? Anybody who's back we can talk about behind their back? We have, let's see. What shall I call you? We'll call you Comics. We'll call you Comics because I'm not exactly sure what to call you. I see your name, and that looks like it's probably your real name, and then that might be your name that you give out for... we'll just leave it at Comics, this other one here. And Comics, financially gifting $4. Thank you so very much, Comics. And $4 says the name of James Edwards, he writes here. For the James, yes, indeed, the James Edwards Show. Thank you so much for that. He's a wonderful human being. His family is wonderful. And so thank you very much for that financial gift, dear brother. All right. We're going to jump right into, it was P. Diddy. No, that's right. Did he? That's where we were making jokes about that. With his name. No white guilt clips. Thank you so much for reminding me. I would never remember these people's names. Ice trays and all of these sorts of things. All right. Prost to you as well, brother. Silver says, Jason always lifts my spirits. I'm going to tell you what, you've got reasons to have your spirits lifted. I spoke with folks with some means, certainly more means than are at my disposal. And we are bringing so many people around that for such a very long time were recalcitrant when it came to this type of vehicle, because as I was discussing with them, it's difficult to understand exactly what you're looking at here. It's it's hard to wrap your head around something that you've never seen before. It's like when they talk about, you'll hear people who chase UFOs, and they'll say, well, if you look back into history, people try to explain what they are seeing when they don't have the proper words for it. They don't have concepts in their mind for it. And that's kind of, in a very real way here, what you run into with folks when they first see this. They're like, wait, I understand like a club. I understand like a basic like franchise. I understand. Where is your really ugly flag that you're supposed to design a new flag that looks very much like a flag from black and white, this anti-nationalism. You're supposed to design a flag that looks just like that. And where is it? So I don't understand what this is. And you're supposed to advocate for some kind of violence. And if you're not advocating for violence, then you're supposed to advocate for some sort of hiding. And if you're not advocating for hiding, you have to be advocating for voting. And if you're not doing any of that, then the person is just too damn dumb to stick around and understand what's going on. They just want to check out right away. Why aren't you going to give me a vehicle that has already lost? Why aren't you presenting to me a brand new version of what the anti-whites have already defeated? I just want a redo of what already has lost, because these people's IQs are just midget wits toddling along on their two stumpy little legs, the little midget sticks that they are, and just hobbling around, and they want to know, where can we go lose again? Well, not here, you idiots, because we're going to succeed. We are winning where you always lost. So it doesn't look right to you. So let's see. What else do we have here? We have somebody asking about... We have somebody asking about the swastika. What's wrong with the swastika? Well, I don't know. What's wrong with holding a crucifix upside down? And it sends a signal to the population, and they, for whatever it means, objectively, for the population, it has a definitive meaning that absolutely destroys you and anything. And if you actually feel the way that that symbology is taught to everyone by the anti-white regime in the anti-white narrative, if you actually feel that way, that they present, that they say, this is what it is, this is what it means, then get the hell out. We want nothing to do with you. You are a piece of shit. Now, if you have studied the world wars, or you say, I have a different, I don't believe it is what they say, then you put that in a place of reverence where you live, because in the public, it means something very, very different. If there was a flag for pedophilia, and at some point in the past, and that's what everybody recognizes it to mean, but you think it means something else, you think it was misrepresented in the past, are you going to fly it now when the public still believes it to be a flag that advances pedophilia? It just demonstrates how low your IQ is, how much of a midget stick you are. And so, yeah, we're going to have some of these people, going to get upset because they've always done it the loser's way, and their pride is hurt, just like when they have to get naked in front of the doctor. And so they want to name call, and they want to try to pull things down. And that's just typical of losers. Instead, you should choose a path of redemption. If you have done, you're some sort of autodidactic historian, and you know that this means something different than what the society believes it to mean, well, then more power to you. Take those things and put them into a place of reverence, and don't throw your pearls before the swine of the public, if you will. But if you want to come around here and you want to try to name call, and you want to try this, like these little dirt bags, these little dickless wonders, they want to show up while we're having success, and they want to try to throw mud from their mud-strewn hovels. Done nothing whatsoever good for our people. In fact, they do everything to undermine the work that we're doing by playing the villain. Those individuals who are here and listening to this, or participating in the live chat, and you believe that's the way to go. You think you have and this is the last thing I'll say about it, because I mentioned it last week. You think you have a certain group of non-white people figured out, and that you've got your eye on them. They're not going to trick you while they are chumping you, dumbasses. While they are chumping you, you are doing exactly what they want you to do. You are acting exactly the way they want you to act. You're so goddamn dumb, you can't get it. While you have your eye on them, they are laughing their asses off at you. Well, we're going to go ahead and reclaim the destiny of our people, and you can go ahead and play a villain in their story. How's that sound? Let's see. Greetings, Jason from New York City. I met some good people actually from New York, down in Dallas, believe it or not, over the weekend. Alt-right rock lover. That's who said that. Great to see you, and wonderful to have you here with us. Alex is here and writes, listening to the TPC segment last night you were in really lifted me up and put a smile on my face. Would have given anything to be at that white positive gathering. Were there a lot of families there? There were a lot of families. And the night before, there were a lot of families and little babies, little children running around. And it was magnificent. And I turned the corner and I could not believe it. And I was just, heart was overjoyed. Because, of course, a lot of these people, they recognize me. They know what we're doing here. And honorable people, clean-cut people, healthy people, productive people, normal people, your ordinary white America was there, productive, paying their taxes, obeying the law, functional members of society, and they running up and saying hello, thanking me for what I'm doing. And of course, that's a thank you to all of you and as well. And I thank them for all that they're doing, thanking them for going free. And just a marvelous personal testimonial I'll share with you all as we get into that right in the midst of this gathering, just truly remarkable, and could not be more happy about the success. And success is what we're going to continue having. Looks like I might be receiving some more messages. All right. Well, thank you, dear lady, sending the messages, and we will take a look at that soon. Ciara is saying her avatar is Alice going down the rabbit hole. Well, maybe if I can magnify it, I will see that, and hopefully I'll remember. Thank you so much. Alice going down the rabbit hole. So Roy Danton is here. Great to see you, dear brother. HB 2014 is giving a vocabulary alert, Eidolon. And so if you don't know, you've got to turn to the great word sleuth HB 2014, and he will check you in on a word you may not know. And just sliding back through, Landon is here. Great to see you. And phone's still going off. Ghazi. Oh, people asking about Ghazi. What was that about? No, he's not a rapper. It was P. Diddy. Or does he rap? Does Ghazi rap? If he does, I wouldn't be surprised. You rap a car with those new raps that look badass. Those people who own those businesses are making a lot of money. They were, whoever, the folks that got into that, they knew what they were doing. Proud to be Greek says, is it okay to use the Mex taxes regime? I don't know how to pronounce that. Of the Greece flag, or should I use the current Greek flag? I would use the current flag. And the reason why is I don't know what sort of associations are attached to this old banner. So if the current anti-white regime has attached a whole slew of negative connotations and associations with the flag, then you're going to be representing all of that. You never want to hamstring yourself. So you never want to make the process of helping people go free harder than it already is. And if you start in a hole by using symbology or attire or whatever it might be that people already have a host of associations with, and understanding of whatever that might be, then you've got to try to dig your way out of that hole to say, oh, it doesn't mean all of this. And you as an individual are just simply not going to be able to do it. Even if you could do it, they're not going to go then share what you have taught them, because you're one person. They know that the rest of society feels differently. This is very straightforward and easy for me, I realize, and for most of you. And I realize that for some, though, it's an advanced placement issue. And so you need to be shown your way back to the regular class, or maybe the one below that. Proud to be Greek. So some people like it, but a lot prefer the national flag instead. Well, don't let your aesthetics get in the way. You want to use what the anti-whites will be condemning themselves to demonize. So if you use the national flag of the country and your general run-of-the-mill patriots, they're going to associate with that flag. To demonize that flag then is going to broaden the base of the victims that the anti-whites are, people that the anti-whites are going to be victimizing. And that is something you want. It's one of the reasons why we want Republicans to be in place, because we want more people victimized, so there's more of a resistance, even though those people aren't white positive. And that's going to make sense to everybody with enough IQ power to rub those cells together. So proud to be Greek. That is my advice to you, is whatever you do, don't let aesthetics get in your way. I mean, you might find another, if you find another flag, you think it's a beautiful, whatever it might be, go ahead and, put it in your house or whatever. It's for your enjoyment. But as far as you're forward facing, you're public facing, and listen, what we are is we are Westmen, men and women. And then we are whatever countries that we create. So if you are a citizen of Greece, then you are a Westman, a member of Western kind. And then you are, as you say with your name there, you're proud Greek. And if you've got a trade, you're that as well. You don't adopt things. And this is part of the old vehicles that have so undermined everything, that have been so easily undermined by the anti-whites, and what we're steering folks away from. And amazing. And by the way, it's become super evident. If it was ever not evident before, there's no doubt yet. The anti-whites at YouTube, they have stuck the sub count, and the graph does this the entire time. My software that watches, and I shared the picture of that. It's ridiculous. And every time there is a 30 to 40 point leap in sub count, which usually takes about a day and a half to 2 days on average, they then will take the next day's continuation of that plus about 40, 45 more and delete those subs from the channel. So you're losing like maybe around 70 are lost each time they do that. So it's clear. I don't know how many subs we actually have. I don't know how many people are actually watching on YouTube, because they are doing everything they can to deceive us, for the obvious reason that if the sub count said 220,000 people going free and watching this stream right now, so many more people would say, I'm going to hit subscribe too, because they're just looking for, what is the herd? The herd is safe, so I'm going to click on that. They're not the people who are going to do the yeoman's work. They're not the people who are going to be brave and on the front lines. And so that this is a way that they are endeavoring to undermine all the great work that all of you all are doing. Hyperborean Dream is here. Great to see you. Your RG says, have you spoken to Woes since his return? I have not, but I did send him an email, and I haven't had a chance to see if he emailed me back. And in the email, I asked him to email me to let me know that he received that email. Perhaps he hasn't seen it yet. I imagine he's getting a slew of information requests since he has returned. Let's see, Althea's with us. Hello to you, dear lady. Wonderful to have you. And I think what I'm going to do, since even though it's hot outside or cold outside, it's getting hot in here. So what we'll do is we're going to hit one of these. I'll just do this. We'll have a laugh and I'll be right back.
Learn from history, and we must go our own way before it is too late.
Thank you, Mark. Right at the 5-minute mark. Kazi. So what do you and your organizations believe in addressing the solution of racial inequity?
I want to be very first clear of who was driving the Lamborghini in the first place. Because who's spins in movies on your rotten ass, hoe, old ass, white, honky ass, old crooked hope the bitch dies tomorrow with her pedophile ass son. You know what they said, dummy? They said they Lamborghini. They said they found it in the gold that we had. Clean
All right. That's is the audio still good? Let me just take a quick look here. I was trying to look at something while we were doing that. Okay, it still looks fine. Yeah, it should be fine. We have over here another financial gift from this sweet lady joining us. I think, are you here for the first time? Coming over from PWR, and you should know, everybody should know that the only show where the financial gifts are shared with the co-hosts or co-host and guests is the after party. And that was because, so it doesn't happen on PWR. That's Mark deserves the support that he gets. He deserves a lot more than the support that he receives. But he doesn't, that's not being shared. So if anybody was under that, delusion, it's simply incorrect. He is, that's all financial gifts from Mark, and more power to him. He's got a lovely lady and lovely baby, and he needs to be able to keep chugging along. So I made the decision when it came to the after party, when Mr. George and I got together, that I was going to share everything with Mr. George, and then we together made the decision that we would do what really wasn't being done anywhere else, or at least anywhere else that we know of, that we would share the financial gifts with our guests on the after party. So if you're here for the first time, then I really welcome you, CR, and Alice going down the rabbit hole, and with $3 more. Thank you so very much for those $3. She writes, me again. My avatar is Alice. Oh, so you wrote it over here and you wrote it over there. Well, thank you. You really wanted to make sure that I saw. It is Alice going down the rabbit hole. I love it when you say anti-white and then a little heart and your energy. Loves it when I say anti-white. If I could just, so many jokes, you know, like whispering sweet nothings to your lover, you know. I won't go any further, but could you imagine the hottest thing to really get a woman going? If you want her horizontal, just whisper anti-whites into her ear. Irish Ice is here, and let me tell you what, we're going to be talking about Irish Ice in some of the news that we're going to cover tonight, and we're going to get rolling right on this H.R.1111 in just a moment. But this individual had quite an altercation, and I want to be able to share what he did, and he made a video, and perhaps we'll share some of the video. We're going to be careful about it, though, because I think I want to blur out this guy's, even the back of his head. I don't want there to be any issues. But Irish Ice, financially gifting $5. Thank you, dear brother, and a great advocate in service to White Wellbeing. Really love this guy. I've been telling a lot of people lately that it's a crime against humanity to racially replace or white erase any country. And it doesn't matter if the government renames it multiracialism. Watching the shame on their face is quite rewarding. And then he says, keep it Promethean. And kip to you as well, my brother. And you're doing it. You're kipping every single day, no doubt. And we love you for that. That's magnificent. It's true. And see what Irish Ice has done here is he's going free. He is using the lexicon and the dialectics, and he said, hey, I'm gonna tell folks that it is a crime against humanity to do this, because white erasing, especially biologically white erasing, Western kind from civilization, is a crime that is absolutely beyond comprehension, as it would erasing any group of people would be a crime beyond comprehension. And indeed, he has perfectly set himself up as what he actually is. The moral party, the good guy, the white hat in our story, rather than the black hat or bad guy in the anti-white narrative. Like a couple of the idiots that have been in the live chat like to set themselves up as the bad guy in their narrative. What a joke. Who wants to have strings tied to their wrists and ankles and the back of their head and a hand up their ass to operate their mouth? Not me. But apparently some of these guys do, who like antique nationalism. They want to show up here. How far does that hand get up there? I mean, really, to be able to operate your mouth, that must hurt like hell. You know, I won't say that. I won't go any further. Trying to keep it a family show. At first, he got on me last time, and he's like, Jason, it's a family show. Stop saying asshole. And I was like, okay, I'm going to stop saying asshole on the show. So that it's no, actually, I I just said it there for obviously comical reasons. But when I get angry, sometimes it just comes out. I don't even have an opportunity to hold it back. But I apologize for that. So why don't we just go ahead and we'll talk about, we'll get right into this bill. Oh, is that all you wrote there, Irish Ice? Let me see. Yes, that's all you wrote. Okay, thank you so very much for that, brother. I'm going to get into, for those who I don't know, they're in the UK, I don't know, maybe CR's got to go to bed soon. 6 o'clock here, they're 5 hours ahead of us. So I'm going to jump into this really quickly, this bill, so they can see all of our brothers and sisters across the sea. Yeah, I did it again, P. Diddy. Where are my thick gold chains for my neck? I can do it on the fly without even getting, I won't do it. H.R. 1111. Department of Peacebuilding Act of 2019. Now, 32 Democrats, for those out there who have been saying, perhaps some of these midget sticks that were in the audience for a while, I hope they stick around. I hope they do. I hope they stick around and they keep having their comments deleted. In fact, do that, mods. If you feel like playing with them a little bit, kind of like a panther with a, I don't know, a chinchilla. Maybe just, bat them around a little bit. Don't go straight to the deleting from the channel. Maybe just let them, talk a little bit, and then just wherever they get ugly, just delete everything, all the effort you put into it. And then they're just going to like smash their Diet Coke against the wall and then yell at their mother to get them another one. So maybe do that a little bit. And then, but don't leave them. Don't leave them. If you're going and there's no other mods, just take them out. But otherwise, yeah, these kinds of folks, the midget sticks out there, they'll say, "Oh, screw the Republican Party," and you don't want them. You want to put an end to them. And then there was and by that they mean or actually those people probably mean to harm human beings. But generally speaking, it's about just putting an end to the Republican Party itself and not the human beings. And please, if you come across one of these people, in all seriousness, and somebody is talking about committing crime in the past, we used to, you all have heard from me many times about this, long before the internet was very useful for anything. We had all IRL meetings, and people would show up who were narcs, who were undercover cops from various law agencies. They could be working for some of these big anti-white organizations. They show up, and it was all about entrapment. It was all about getting you to say things so that they could record it, so that they could arrest you, so that, and sometimes they would couch it as a joke, and whatever it was, we wouldn't allow it. So they would show up and they would say, what we all need to do, and then fill in the blank with something heinous, some kind of crime. And we would tell them there was a policy that we followed here. It wasn't followed everywhere, and where it wasn't followed, people went to jail for their lives, some of them, or for the equivalent of their lives. And so we would say, that's it. That was your only opportunity to screw up. You can't say anything like that again, or you're not welcome back. Most people were legitimate, and they said, well, geez, I'm sorry. The very strict policy here, I see. And they would obey. Some of them we had to make leave. I think the ones that we had to make leave were probably not actual police officers. The police officers probably, the undercover cops probably, at least in the scenarios where we encountered them, they probably stuck around, some of them. And just stayed quiet just for information gathering purposes. And then maybe elsewhere they ended up leaving. But we had to make a few leave. And those were usually cranks, but maybe some of them were actually hired by some of these anti-white organizations. Who the hell knows? And so they just wanted to stay and keep goading, pushing the fire with like the billows. They wanted to flame up. Instead of it being this beautiful flame that lights your darkness, they want to use the billows on it so that it burns your house down. And that is how the anti-whites operate. Now, we don't have that anymore. We don't have this ability to meet these people right there on the moment, face to face, and say, you can't talk like that. You're done if you talk like that in our midst. So you don't have that online. You can be in a forum where somebody just keeps on and keeps on. And because you have that distance, you can say, shut up, don't talk like that anymore. And they'll just keep. And if you can't stop them, and you want to be in this forum or whatever it might be, and these people are talking about doing something really illegal, and in a way that could very, very well get your ass arrested. Don't allow these people to run you off from our efforts to build a true white positive movement out of the white positive sphere that's using the lexicon and dialectics. You just pick up the phone and you call the cops on those SOBs. You just say, hey, there's somebody online called this, You call, I don't know if you want to call the FBI. They seem to be the most corrupt department in the federal government. Just unbelievable, the corruption there. I think you probably have to get rid of everybody, every FBI agent, fire them all the way down to, I don't know, maybe like the lowest rung of FBI agents, and then work up and start over with that, or just get rid of that whole department and start a new one. It's clear that it is as corrupt as is humanly possible at this point. I guess it has been that way for a long time. But if you have somebody who's talking about violence and there's nothing you can do, don't let them run you off, because then that'll be the way the mathematical formula plays out every time. You'll start another group somewhere. You guys will start talking about, guys and girls will start talking about white positivity. These anti-whites, undercover, whatever they might be, subversives, show up the next day, and then they're like, hey, you know what we ought to do? We ought to fill in the blank, something criminal, something heinous. And then you're going to bleed folks. They're all just going to run away. Well, don't just run away. Call the cops on them and let them know. I'm going to call the cops on you. You talk like that, I'm going to call the police, whatever department it might be, and I'm going to let them know. I'm going to maybe even anonymously let them know that you are a dirtbag, and I've taken screenshots, and I'm going to show them, because you know what, folks, when these dirtbags, they could be anti-white subversives in our midst. They say things like this, and then what is going to end up cited in these bills when they come for our freedom of speech, when they come for our right defense? It's going to be the speech of dirtbags like this, whether they are anti-white subversives or whether they're not intentionally subversive, but they're subversive nonetheless. It's going to be those sorts of things that are cited. They're going to say, this is the kind of talk they have. Well, it's not the kind of talk we have. Not only do we reject violence, but we reject that anything good would come out of any violence, ostensibly for our good. It will always accrue to our detriment in every case. And by the way, it's immoral for these people who go out, and they commit some sort of atrocity somewhere. They never go after people who are actually responsible. They go find a bunch of innocent people in some poor neighborhood somewhere, and those are the people they go and harm. So losers one and all, cowards one and all. It doesn't take any bit of bravery to walk into someplace, do something heinous where people are not prepared, where people are worship or whatever it might be. These are disgusting human beings that deserve to be in jail. Every one of them. So that's how we're going to handle them. Now, we have things like the Department of Peacebuilding Act of 2019 because of individuals like that, because the anti-whites have the evidence to prove that the anti-white narrative is real from individuals like that. And we don't have this as law today because we have Republicans, because the anti-whites, in this case anti-whites who call themselves Democrats, have made their victim base so large that it encompasses Republicans who the vast majority of, or all, however you want to look at it, we'll just go ahead and say all, are not white positive. They're not going to be passing any white positive legislation, no matter what they have in their heart, any individual, because they know the consequences of that for their profession. I mean, let's just be realistic. You get an opportunity at the public trough, and you're not going to leave that. You're not going to turn your back on it. You're not going to say, forget all of the prestige, forget the best health insurance in the world, forget the great pay that goes on for life, forget all of that. I'm just going to walk away from this because by advancing some sort of white positive piece of legislation, that would be the end of them. The anti-whites would finish them in the very next election, even if it would even go that long nowadays. But nonetheless, these people are going to be victimized, and since they're going to be victimized, they're going to resist. And therefore, we want them to be there to resist. And that's the Republicans that we're talking about. The Republicans, for example, down in Georgia, I know we had a little issue with Vincent of Red Elephants and whether or not he was or still is, or I think he rescinded what he was saying and tried to give a little bit of a nuanced view of it. But you're not going to be able to have nuance when you're talking to the general masses. You're going to have to be very clear. It's going to have to be black and white every single time. Because they're not going to get this, well, a little bit of tiny this direction, and I see what he's saying. That's not how the world works. So you got to read Le Bon and a bunch of others to truly understand. But I've done all that a long time ago, so I figured we'll go ahead and we'll work toward white well-being, and we'll stop this endless studying, which is what the rest of the white positive sphere does. Why don't we? Okay. It says here, and these are notes from the bill, and I don't know if the individual who made these notes would like for me to mention that person's name. That in thanks, I would like to thank them. But let's just go ahead and we'll move through this, and we'll find out what that person wants. So the bill seems to indicate the desire to override U.S. laws and constitutional amendments by establishing a complete system of, quote, peace building worldwide that the U.S. would adopt and enforce on the, quote, individual, community, state, and federal level, close quote. That's a direct quote from the bill, too. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, the act that would that would become law. If, for example, we have a President Biden and we have these senators, one of these senators becomes a Democrat, that have both done go to Republicans in Georgia, and then what's going to end up happening is the Democrats are going to push things like this through very easily. There'll be very little resistance to something like this. And essentially, now you'll have to, of course, you can go to congress.gov to see this for yourself. I can upload it, and I probably will, maybe during the course of the show or afterward, upload it to my, what is it called again? The P Cloud or whatever it is, and then make that link available so you can download it from there. But you can also download it from congress.gov. You just have to look for the number. It's H.R.1111. And then it's called the Department of Peacebuilding Act. And you have to look at the right Congress. Remember that the year is important. So that's 2019. And then you'll see that I think they have 32 Democrats that have already signed on to that. And if they have Biden as president and these senators down in Georgia, this is the kind of thing that's going to be moving quickly through the federal government, and your jaws will drop to the floor. You will be so furious. You will be so frightened. You will be in such disbelief by what the anti-whites are willing to do to you and your loved ones, your family, that your friends, even strangers, that you will be motivated as though the devil himself were at your back to put an end to anti-whiteism, to recapture our destiny. And it won't matter what race you are. And that's why everyone is welcome here to serve White Wellbeing, because we need everybody who wants to take down anti-whiteism to serve White Wellbeing. We need everybody to participate, as many people as we can get, because of the power that the anti-whites wield. And we need to do this quickly, because this sort of thing is going to put an end to the status quo, the societal context in which we currently operate. Everything would have to change to continue to serve White Wellbeing. Doesn't mean we won't be able to do it, but I'm going to tell you what, this essentially, now some could interpret it, certainly not me, not the owner of the YouTube channel. Some could interpret this to be a parallel government to the United States, what this bill establishes, a parallel government to the United States. It gives it a mirror of the different departments, and gives this new department the ability to override the laws, to declare that the laws and everything from all of American history are not conducive to peace. So in other words, not conducive to anti-whiteism. And if it's not conducive to anti-whiteism, then they can override it, and it is dismissed. It is fed to the garbage disposal. This is not some weird Orwellian 20 years from now. I was actually talking to somebody about this, and the guy said, yeah, maybe that'll be like 10 years from now. No, it could, depending on how the election falls out, this could be very soon. This sort of thing. It's already written. It already has 32 Democrats on board, and we're going to go through some of these notes right now. Let me take a quick look, because I saw some comments go by that had tagged me. I'll just run through, and if for everyone else, those of you like our new lovely CR that's with us, those of you who are in the UK, those of you who are in Italy, wherever you might be in the Western world, whatever ends up happening in the superpower of the world, the United States of America, is going to, especially since it's Western and they're after us. The anti-whites are after Western kind. That's what it's all about, inflicting harm on Western kind and Western civilization. So stop asking, well, don't they know? This is what, and I understand everybody comes from a place, and when you first walk in to your first astrophysics class, there's a lot you don't know. And it would be really infantile for the people in that class who've been taking it for a couple of years to say, what are you, some kind of dummy? What do you mean you don't know the temperature of the thus and such causes the collapse and the folding? You know, that would be very infantile. So we're not going to do that here. But if you're saying to yourself, don't the anti-whites realize they just can't do this? Because don't they realize that if they do this, then that, and everything falls apart? That's not what's motivating them. They don't have a grand plan. You have bought into the anti-white narrative that they actually believe that they could achieve some sort of teleos in the future that's utopian. They don't actually believe that. That's just part of their pretexts that they use to inflict harm on Western kind and Western civilization. Do you understand? Does that make sense? They don't actually believe there's going to be. Now, they might fervently tell you that in your face because they know you need to believe it to lower your guard so that they can inflict injury on you. And ultimately, you have to ask yourself, if you're sane, you have to ask yourself, does it really matter if that individual anti-white that's in front of you right now, if that individual actually does he really? I have women say this more often than guys. Well, I'm not sure. I think that this person might actually believe it. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? If a crazy person from St. Elizabeth's in here, DC, it used to be a award for the insane. They shut it down because they wanted the insane on the streets so that they could put balaclavas on their heads and call themselves Antifa. But if somebody from St. Elizabeth's came up to you and they actually believed that they were the spirit of death, they were the Grim Reaper, and they were there to kill you and your family, would you be recalcitrant about putting them out of their misery when they came to kill you? Because, they really believe they're the spirit of death. No, you would just put them down. You would just protect yourself and your loved ones. That is how you deal with an anti-white. That is the exact way you deal with an anti-white. Who gives a Sierra whether or not they believe there could be some sort of utopian outcome? They are either outright lying to you and themselves, lying to themselves, or it might be somebody that you have some sort of a familial relationship with, and they just want you to not oppose anti-whiteism because it makes them uncomfortable. It makes them afraid that society is going to come get them. So they'll then try to placate you with the excuses. Look, they just want to have this better. And then the folks that come to me and they use that language. I was talking to a good person the other day, and I had it up to here with the inside the anti-white narrative. I can't even tell you how bad it was. Been watching Going Free for a long time, and it was like every perspective was from inside of the anti-white narrative. Every single one. I don't want to embarrass the person, so I'm not. I mean, maybe I'll end up saying I don't want to embarrass the person. It was just so unreal. Anyhow, so let's take a quick look at this. Jonas saying, "Get some glasses." And maybe I will. Maybe I will. We'll see. Jonas says, I also came here from PWR back when it was still this week on the alt-right. Wow, that was a while back. Thanks for being with us that long. Fix-It Fox says, Celtic people have been linguistically linked to the term milk or white as milk. So to anyone saying we've never been a collective harmed, reference history of Rome and the Galatians. Well, anybody saying that we're not collectively harmed is anti-white. I mean, that's impossible. That's impossible for anybody to think. Tall Kevin is here. Great to see you, brother. And be honest. Nobody who says that we are not, nobody who says that we have not been harmed collectively and are not harmed collectively as Western kind is being honest. I rarely encounter that. It's very easy to turn back too. All right, let's see. Maybe I thought. Weird internet guy says, well said. Well, thank you so very much. Simon is here. Great to see you. Champion of Ithaca and Sebastian have both shown. So has the dear Nancy Drew. Hello. And Chrissy, both together there. Wonderful to see you both. Peter is here as well. And the whole crowd has run in here. Jesse Link says the runoff vote in Georgia is January 5th. All these videos going around and of what actually happened. And of course, I'm not going to attest to any of that. Maybe true, maybe not. But you see these surveillance photos that are proven to be ostensibly the actual surveillance photos. And they're like, let's just get out these suitcases. Everybody get the hell out. Where are those suitcases at? Where do we keep the suitcases full of votes? Southern Bloom is here. Great to see you, dear lady. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with the little suitcases of votes coming in? Little ballot harvesting going on here. John D is here. Bear Mite. Great to see you. Oh, okay. So Pride of Greek says, now he's got the new Greek flags. After hearing what you said, I removed the old symbols. Well done. People will be much more willing to listen to you, and you just let the anti-whites demonize you and that national flag, my friend. You just let them. You hope that they do. Get down and pray to whatever you pray to that they do. That would be fantastic. Jerome is here, ladies and gentlemen. If you didn't see this guy's video, I'm going to have to play it today. A big Promethean hails to you and Promethean greetings to you, my brother. Did a testimonial video. We'll definitely play that today. Magnificent. I retweeted it. Thank you so much. Anglo America is here. Great to see you as well. Well, let's keep rolling. Let's keep the party going then now that Jerome has shown up and Monty is here as well. We're going to talk about this. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Direct quote from the bill indicating it is the, quote, obligation of each country to preserve the right of peace of each citizen. That is some scary stuff right there. We could use different verbiage, but I know the little ones are around and they can only hear Sierra so many times before they begin repeating it at the dinner table. United Nations recognizes. Now, this is something that's really peculiar at the beginning of this bill. Normally, at the beginning of bills in the United States, it says Congress recognizes. But at the beginning of this bill, it says the United Nations recognizes. So this is the anti-whites at work. United Nations recognizes that promotion of peace is vital for the full enjoyment of all human rights, and the United Nations Declaration on the Right of Peoples to Peace mandates that preservation of the right to peace is a fundamental obligation of each country. So guess what they're going to find to not be promoting peace, to not be promoting anti-whiteism. That's right. It's going to be anything that isn't anti-white enough. So not just us here, but it's going to also be the people who call themselves Republicans, or wherever you are, you have those same sort of parties that are resistant to the most radical elements of anti-whiteism in other parties. They will also find a grim conclusion to their existence, at bare minimum, to begin with, their professions. In 1999, the United Nations adopted a program of action on a culture of peace, stating that a culture of peace is an integral approach to preventing violence and violent conflicts, an alternative to the culture of war and violence, and is based on education for peace. Doesn't that sound a bit worse than something even that the devil himself could write? You're going to be educated on how to be peaceful. And if there is conflict, in other words, if you have anti-whites who go out into the streets to destroy Western civilization under whatever names and banners that they fly, if you have that violence, then the reason for the violence is because there are people out there who aren't anti-white enough. If they were just more anti-white, then we would all agree and they wouldn't have to destroy your civilization. Okay, so on education for peace, the promotion of sustainable economic and social development, respect for human rights, equality between women and men, democratic participation, tolerance, and the free flow of information and disarmament. Disarmament. And that, of course, could very easily, ask CNN, of course, but could very easily be interpreted to mean you don't get the right to self-defense in a culture of peace, because why would you need that in a culture of peace? And as I said earlier, the head of this department is titled the President of Peace. So we have the question that's asked, what does education for peace entail? Sustainable economic and social development indicates the adoption of equity, and we know what equity means in the anti-white lexicon. Disarmament indicates removal of the right to self-defense. Segment below, direct quotes calling for a, quote, global society coming together with the foundation of, quote, economic justice, close quote, economic justice. So in other words, equity. It's not going to just be, it's been in fact the case. It's been de jure de jure the case where you have to, or de rigueur the case, rather. You have to enrich, empower, and advance non-white people. And the only way you can do that is at the expense of detriment to and ruination of Western kind, which means each one of you who is a member of that entire race of people. You have to do that as a moral presupposition to being a good person. You have to move forward that way in life, even though it wasn't actually written. And we've talked about this before, that those who want to just cite data all the time as the way to try to change people's minds. And I see the great Promethean Promulgation is here. Wonderful to see you, dear brother. And I think you may have financially gifted, and so we'll get over to that soon. But we've talked about this before. When you are trying to persuade people with just data, and you want to say, well, look at the laws, look at the codes. Well, there are laws and are codes that call for the discrimination against white people, the only group you can discriminate against, and specifically really only white males. So you can do these other things. You can give special treatment and preferential privilege treatment to non-white groups, and occasionally and increasingly less so to women in general, including white women. But as I say, when it comes to white women, increasingly less so. But even though you didn't have it written everywhere, you saw it everywhere, in fact, because the anti-white morality informed all of the decisions relative to all of these codes and laws and the like. Well, the anti-whites are so hubristically drunk at this point that they are actually writing it down now. They are actually writing it down that we are going to give preferential treatment specifically because the premise, that the unspoken premise here, but the only premise there could be, is that the white race has lorded it over, has thieved from the other races. And so now we're going to have equity. We're going to have an equality of outcome economically. So it's not just going to be a discrimination against white guys like me who sent out easily well over 100, I don't know, maybe well over 200 resumes and be turned down, irrespective of being a high performer, high achiever, talented, and everything else. I mean, as you can imagine, the resume is pretty good. And in favor of people on the basis of their race rather than on the basis of their dues paid, their accomplishments, their talents, etc. They're actually going to say, well, no, not only are we going to ignore you at the beginning and through to the end of the day by enforcing an anti-white morality that influences people to behave this way with the threat of punishment, losing their job if they don't do the anti-white thing, which is not the right thing. If you're in the anti-white narrative, you got to stop saying that. It's the anti-white thing, not the right thing. It doesn't matter how you twist your mouth when you say it, or how long you say the word, or how snarky you make your face. In your brain, it still means that it is the appropriate, the moral, the ethical thing to do, is the right thing to do. Because everywhere else in your life, it means that. So you're not going to be able to separate it in your subconscious mind. It's why you continue to walk around being inept. So now they're going to say, oh, no. You see, Jason, and all of you white people out there, no, we want to achieve equity, which means to benefit somebody who wasn't disadvantaged in any way, in fact, has been advantaged all of their lives. to benefit them, to advantage them even further. For you who never had an advantage, for you who have been discriminated against, we're pretending that you weren't discriminated against. We're pretending that you have everything, an easy life. Everything just comes to you easily on the basis of your white race. We are going to inflict further injury on you to ensure that we have this equitable outcome. And you know damn well and good that it's not going to be, at the end of the day, that everybody has a $30,000 salary. No, they're setting up a ruling class and that are not white, that are anti-white, and increasingly it will be just anti-white, non-white, because if you're white, you can't be anti-white enough, and we can't say that enough, and we see it happen all the time. Like to that mother who was a white woman who was married to a non-white male, had a non-white child, and anti-whites who were part of a group, the Major League Baseball group, the MLB. Just look at what I said in the mirror and you'll understand it. Still shot her dead. She wasn't anti-white enough. So that's the way it is for white people. It'll be setting up a new ruling class that is anti-white and is increasingly non-white. So to your detriment, at your expense, to be able to do that. And we were reading in this Justice for African Farmers Act. We went over all of the notes for that last week. You'll be able to go back and see exactly how radical these ideas are to empower people well beyond what you might even imagine today. It's so insane. So that's what we're seeing with this here as well. So, and of course here it says a foundation of a culture of peace. So let's see, in 2000, this is from number 12 in the bill. In 2000, the Earth Charter Commission released the Earth Charter and International Declaration of Fundamental Values and Principles created to build a just, sustainable, and peaceful global society. So it goes on to quote, the preamble of the Earth Charter provides, quote, to move forward, we must recognize that in the midst of a magnificent diversity of cultures and life forms, we are one human family. You got that? So we're down to, if you didn't know, we are a species. So when they say human race, that's a meme pathogen. You got to look that up. You got to start going free and understand, never use that again. One human family. And so, of course, what that means is that even that group over there that has those recessive genes, the special genes, where both parents have to have the genes in order for them to be expressed in the offspring, you just get to disappear because you're not really different than anybody else anyhow. We're just one big human family with a common destiny. We must join together to bring forth a sustainable global society founded on respect for nature. Universal. We have respect for nature, the actual respect for nature. And then they say here, universal human rights, economic. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, things like healthcare, anything that requires the service of another human being cannot be a human right because it enslaves the labor of another human being. So there cannot be a such thing as healthcare as a human right, because that means then that doctors or nurses or whatever have to be forced, if necessary, to provide you your right. The anti-whites just come up with these sorts of things because they know what sells. They sell things to stupid people, and they get stupid people really violent, and they get their way, and then they implement the things that they actually want. We must join together to bring forth a sustainable global society founded on respect for nature, universal human rights, economic justice, and a culture of peace. Peacebuilding is working together with all countries to protect both life and land and hold the earth in balance. So you see a lot of this talk in this bill about this international cooperation. So more of a breaking down of borders so that the anti-whites who dominate the regime's media, they dominate the governments of the West, they dominate the universities of the West, who dominate the churches of the West, who dominate the banking of the West. They dominate. Anti-whites dominate so much, and they have these problems, these things like borders, these things, and ultimately you have these lessons that are taught to people generation after generation in these countries to convince them that the country that they're in is a legitimate continuation of the country that came before, that the anti-white domination and the anti-white rule is a legitimate inheritor and is legitimately at the helm for the country. So they have to teach this old patriotism, and then that is in the body and the minds of the population, and the population becomes intractable when it comes to some of the other anti-white objectives. And so they have to push against this. They have to fight against these things that ultimately for the anti-white don't exist in it. The law doesn't exist. Look at how the Supreme Court in Pennsylvania, they had the Supreme Court of the United States order them to do something, and they just said, piss off. We'll just do whatever we want. That is perfectly illegal. And if you had an anti-white Supreme Court order, let's just say Virginia was the good old state that it used to be, and the Supreme Court of the United States, and let's say it was anti-white as all hell, and ordered Virginia to do something, and the courts in Virginia just said, piss off. The anti-whites would not tolerate that. They would send federal agents to arrest the judges. They would shut everything down in a heartbeat. That is who you are up against. So we need to be willing to be on the exact same field as the anti-whites when it comes to the means by which we recapture our destiny. Whatever they're willing to do, we have to be able to do to hold on, to recapture that destiny and to hold on to it. Because if you're not, they'll just take it right from you, as they did. And it doesn't matter. There's no such thing as an honorable loser. We got to get rid of this idea. Title I, Establishment of Department of Peacebuilding. And this is a note here. It says, the bill calls for the establishment of a federal Department of Peacebuilding. The establishment, there is hereby established a Department of Peacebuilding, which shall, this is the verbiage directly from the bill, ladies and gentlemen, be within the executive branch of the federal government and be dedicated to peacebuilding, peacemaking, and the study and promotion of conditions conducive to both domestic and international peace and a culture of peace. So every time they say peace, what they're talking about is anti-whiteism. This is the word that they put this, they wrap it, it's meretricious. And it just means that they make it look pretty and underneath it's really hideous. Secretary of Peacebuilding. There shall be at the head of the department the Secretary of Peacebuilding, who shall be appointed by the President by and with the advice and consent of the Senate. The mission of the department shall cultivate peace and peacebuilding as a strategic national policy objective to reduce and prevent violence in the United States and internationally through peacebuilding and effective non-violent conflict resolution. So, well, let me continue. Take a proactive strategic approach in the development of field-tested best practices and policies that promote national and international conflict prevention, nonviolent intervention, mediation, peaceful resolution of conflict, and structured mediation of conflict. So in other words, you're getting robbed, you're getting raped, there's a lack of peace there. Some therapists are going to have to come out, and we've already heard anti-whites talk about this. Of course, I'm not saying that is exactly what this bill is calling for, but you'll have to get the other side of the story as well. But we've heard anti-whites talk about this before, and we just had one of these therapists, what was it, last week, who went to a property somewhere. Some guy was, as we say down home, looning out, and killed this person. Just killed, it might have been a woman, just killed her. What a surprise. And our condolences to her family. By declaring violence a, quote, pandemic in this bill, it indicates that drastic measures must be taken to reduce it, including reducing the First and Second Amendment rights potentially. And it also calls to provide an institutional platform for the growing of wealth of expertise in peacebuilding to dramatically reduce the national and global epidemic of violence. The bill indicates, the call to redesign all segments of the federal government with the policies of the Peace Department. So to redesign, don't miss this, ladies and gentlemen. This is why is this important? Why are we going over this? Because this is the kind of information that when you're helping somebody go free, you can say, this is what the anti-whites are going to do. This is what their objective is. When there's too little resistance against this, you will see this come to fruition. This is what the anti-whites, and it makes very clear that these individuals, anti-whites who call themselves Democrats, are anti-white. Some of the people who will best be ready to hear this information, or really should be hearing this information, or most in need of it, are anti-whites who call themselves Democrats. White, anti-white, or regular folks who call themselves Democrats, whether they be vagues or a little bit anti-white or wherever they are on that spectrum, they need to hear this. Because there's many of those white people are still thinking, well, the Democrats, don't they help the working class? Isn't that what it's all about? You have generation of generation who the Democrats, during some election cycles a long time ago, claimed that they were for the working class, and maybe in some cases some of the actual elected individuals were. And then you have this inertia just carrying forward, and they're still voting for these people. And if you show them this sort of thing, you're going to say, no, how is this going to help the working class of the United States? How is this going to help the white guy who welds for a living and his whole life is going to be turned upside down by this? How is that possibly going to be a benefit to him? It gives this department, this parallel government, the power to redesign all segments of the government of the United States of America. Are you really drinking this in and appreciating what the anti-whites are saying here? You do realize that you might think, well, I can go to McDonald's today, I can go to the grocery store today, everything seems normal today. I can still go to whatever store it might be, everything seems normal. Well, like that is how fast everything could change in this country. Every single thing. And you're not going to be able to just gripe about it and just get in your pickup truck or just get in your Honda or whatever it might be and drive back and to and fro work and complain to yourself in the car, and life will still go on. All the kids will still go to school, and then everything will pretty much be the same. It'll just be some way that I really hate. It's going to be nothing like it has ever been. Nothing. They are going to anti-whites want to turn the United States inside out. Your guts are going to be on the outside of your body. That is how sick this society is going to become under their absolutely hegemonic rule. That is approaching. And that is why we have to be helping people go free like the devil is at our back. It is working everywhere it touches people's lives. Every single place it touches lives, it is working. This is all that works. Nothing else works. And I'm glad that so many people are coming to this truth. We're going to get about a little bit more into this bill. And we'll talk about these parties. We'll talk about the great time that I had. We'll look at some more of your questions. But this is reality. This is not a bong dream. I was going to say pipe dream, but for the anti-whites, not necessarily anything against everybody who hits the wacky weed. I mean, I know some folks do. Not this one, not me. But this is the crack pipe dream of the anti-whites. It's not just that. This is real. This has 32 Democrats signed on to it. This is a bill going through Congress. This is a bill that will become law of the land if there aren't Republicans, and no, they're not white positive, if there aren't enough Republicans to stop it from becoming law of the land. And think of the other things that we've read about. Think of these other bills that we've gone over, declaring that anybody who isn't anti-white enough, and of course they labeling it under all of these ugly names, like being pro-white or white supremacist, or all these anti-white slurs, labeling it with all of those sorts of names. They're going to declare all of that terrorism, equivalent to Al-Qaeda. And then the CIA is going to be able to go after people like Mark Collett, is going to be able to go after every one of those organizations. And then the folks who talk to those people, who interact with them, like myself, will be able to be treated as though I were assisting some Middle Eastern group to commit acts of terrorism. So you're not going to be able to just get in your truck or get in your Honda and just drive back and forth from work and just, curse into your windshield, but everything still ends up okay. You'll still be able to have the kids' birthdays. You'll still be able to. No, every aspect of your life will be regimented and changed by the anti-whites. Every aspect of it. You won't be able to think a thought without a proctologist so far up your rear, they're looking into your cranium for any disagreement with anti-whiteism. That is your future. So no more of this sitting on your ass. No more of this sitting on your hands and waiting for other people to do it. Nobody is going to be able to suddenly come into control of the government, or suddenly take over the media, or suddenly take over the military, or suddenly take over law enforcement, or suddenly take over the county government, or suddenly take over the parent-teacher associations. Nobody's going to be able to do that. So stop thinking about those things. We don't need those things to be taken over like this. We need you to be going out every day. And that might mean on the internet. It might mean putting up beautiful things like Elaine Sabatino. It might mean talking about this thing with people out in society, on the bus, like some of our great champions have here. And having these conversations and bringing people over to Going Free, because this is a curative contagion that it spreads from one person to the next very easily. Everything we work here is aimed at achieving that objective. So that is what you need to be doing, because this is not going to be life will continue. You'll still be able to think thoughts at variance with anti-whiteism. Think again. And if a parallel government, a bill for a parallel government, and if you think, well, the Democrats wouldn't pay, even if the whole government were Democrats, they wouldn't pass that. If you think that, you're definitely too dumb to be here. I don't know what channel you should be watching. It's definitely not this one. Maybe you could think maybe Richard Spencer's channel. Maybe you can contort yourself into pretzels and thinking that somehow to be good, if all the Democrats are in charge and they just get whatever they want, would be some kind of a new beginning for us. It'll be a new beginning, all right. Looking up at the blade under the guillotine. Okay, and it says here that it will further consult, this agency will further consult with other federal agencies to apply and practice the science of peace building, so the science of anti-whiteism, in their respective fields. What will happen to law enforcement? You think law enforcement is bad today? I got to cut in at these things because it'd be so easy to read by these sentences in these bills and think, well, that just sounds kind of ugly. No, you have to actually think about, how will that play out? How will it play out in taxation? How will the science of anti-whiteism, the science of peace building, consulting all the other federal agencies, how will that play out in the respective field of the Internal Revenue Service? How will it play out in other fields like the departments that care that interdict in the lives of parents and children when the children are maybe learning not to be anti-white or learning not to be anti-white enough, and then they're going to come and CPA and yank your children away from you because of it? You see, you think your life will continue like normal? You still have those children's parties. They're just not going to be at your house. They're going to be in some government-run orphanage and disappearing only to reappear on islands somewhere for a life that would be worse than hell itself. The duties of the Secretary of Peace Department include to work proactively and interactively with each branch of the federal government on all policy matters relating to conditions of peace and conditions of anti-Whiteism, all on the experience and expertise of individuals, and seek participation in the development of policy from private, public, and non-governmental agencies, private, public, and non-governmental agencies, to monitor and analyze the causative principles of conflict and make policy recommendations for developing and maintaining peaceful conduct. So in other words, anti-white conduct. Research effective violence reduction programs and promote and promulgate such programs within government and society, and consult with private, public, and non-governmental organizations. There it is again, ladies and gentlemen, to develop a metric model that provides the means to measure and report progress toward peace in the United States to the President, Congress, and the public, and issue reports on such progress annually. Another duty is analyzing existing policies, employing successful field-tested programs, and developing new approaches for dealing with the tools of violence, including handguns and assault weapons, especially among youth. So how do you like that? You, all of you out there who like your right to self-defense. Well, the fact that you've never committed a crime, maybe you shoplifted when you were 7, or you never committed a crime, and you have the right to self-defense, and the Secretary of Peace is going to decide that you having firearms makes other people who don't own firearms, especially those who don't like you because you're white, and then here comes the excuses for it, and ergo, you have to lose your right to self-defense. But life will just continue like normal, right? Everything's going to just be the same, because you can still get in your car and you can still gripe about it like Monday of last week. Well, it's Monday of this week, and there's something called the Department of Peace, jackass. And it exists because you did nothing. Because you did nothing, it exists, and now you will never be able to do anything. This is the kind of thing that we're up against now. It is only going to get worse if we don't move, as I say, again and again, and I'm just going to continue saying it. If I got to get out a torch to convince you the devil is at your back, he's there. And you better believe it, because it's coming, ladies and gentlemen. This is not opinions. This isn't a white paper written by a bunch of heroin-addled anti-whites who can't figure out what gender or sex they are, or even if they're human beings, or what they would like to make love to, furniture or animal or whatever. This is written and signed for, their names are on it, by elected officials in the federal government of the United States. And it's not some one-off. You can already see you have these Republicans stepping forward, trying to, console themselves, saying, well, President Biden, well, then he had to say some radical, but he's going to come back to something more moderate. Horse shit. You already see this guy. There's nothing left of what they believed the Democratic Party to be before. Are you insane? These people are lying to themselves because they hate Donald Trump. And they're lying to all of their voters. They're lying to all of their donors. Hey, are you the guy who owns that company that makes those yachts? You have like $13 million mansions. You that guy, and you've been given to the Republican Party? Well, you're being duped. You're being duped. You have those unctuous bastards slither their way into your house, into one of your houses, one of your palaces. You give them rides on your yachts, your spectacular yacht, multi-million-dollar yachts, and then you write them great big checks so they can stay in office, so that they can hold back some of this that you object to. Well, buddy, they're not holding it back. When they're making excuses like this, you better start cutting checks other directions if you want change. Because we're going to need a hell of a lot more change than some faux-toothed Republican sitting in your soft, your settee in your house, promising he's going to or she's going to do X, Y, and Z, and then delivering nothing. How are you a business owner and you're used to getting something for what you pay, and you still give money to these assholes? You want a return on your investment? You got to go free. End of story. Developing new and expanding effective programs that address and ameliorate societal challenges such as school violence, gangs, hate crimes, economic injustice, human trafficking, racial or ethnic violence. How many times can they say the same thing? White people bad. White people bad. Violence against LGBTQ plus individuals and policy community relations disputes. And of course, what they mean by violence against, what they mean is, did you not bend over and grab your ankles for them? Because if you didn't, when they tried to force you to do X, Y, or Z, well, then you've committed violence against them. I'm going to tell you what, we're 20. I think we're 25% of the way into this thing. Let me see. Hold on one second. I'm starting to get. I travel. I've been going places. I mean, I showed up at this place, and they're saying, "How do you do this? How do you show up places and you don't know how people are going to treat you? You don't know you're going to go to sleep or something." Look, my ancestors, your ancestors, we went off to the defense of our people time and again, and wrongly in cases where we were fighting each other, at least when it wasn't against white people. But they went out into conditions infinitely worse. I flew over to the UK when everybody believed those videos right at the beginning of the coronavirus. At the very beginning. And China was showing everybody falling over, dying from COVID-19. You remember all those videos coming out? And people came to me and said, "Wow, are you really? Did you see this video right here? There are corpses in the streets. They're driving down the streets with these big machines decontaminating everything in China." So that back then it was like, does it kill like right away, or does it take a little bit longer to kill? And I thought, I've got one life, and I'm going to live it as a hero for my people. My ancestors make me look like a loser. They make all of us look like losers. They went out under conditions of privation that we can't fathom. They went out, and you could just look back very briefly in time. I can look back to my Confederate ancestors who went out for 4 years without shoes, without food, barely clothing on, in Northern Virginia, where the summers get up to 95, 100 degrees Fahrenheit with 100% humidity. And they stayed out in those conditions, where in the winter, it can get to nearly, and can get to 0 degrees Fahrenheit, with wind chills taking it below that. No shoes. Gangrene. Our ancestors summoned up the courage to do what's right. And so many of our heroes summon up the courage to do what's right here in the service to white well-being. People are going out there and they're putting their time, their energy, their finances, their talents on the line for the work that we're doing here, to share their testimonials, to bring people over to Going Free, having those successes like they've never had before. Look, I can have all the respect in the world, and I do have all the respect in the world for people who use tired tools, worn out vehicles that don't work, and they still bang their head against the wall. And we all know this thing about the sign of insanity is doing the same thing over and over when you know it's not working. I don't know whether I wouldn't say that all of these people are insane. I would just say that they're short-sighted. I would just say that they lack vision. And if they've seen all these testimonials and they still object, then I would just say they're really low IQ'd. But I have all the respect in the world for people who get out there and they're going to put up banners, they're going to pass out leaflets, and they're still doing it the wrong way. They're still doing it the ineffective way. Think about the way we used to pick any sort of food source, like the corn. Now you have the corn. Now you have the combine. I mean, if I saw people out and they could afford a combine, they knew combines existed, they could get behind the wheel of one and just drive along in the AC all day long, jamming out to whatever the tunes are that they love, row upon row, rather than out there actually ripping these things off and their hands bleeding. The way people used to farm, folks. Look at the photographs, but then don't fall for the idea of, oh, this is a white person that tore up working on the farm. I'm going to go show that to everybody to prove that there's no white privilege. Don't be such a dumbass. That's inside the anti-white narrative. That's an excuse to victimize you. It wouldn't matter how many goddamn photographs you showed. It wouldn't matter. You could have footage. You could have a time machine, and you could put anti-whites in it and take them back and say, look at this. What are you talking about privilege? You can see their rib cages. They produced 18 children because 15 of them died. There's no white privilege here. And the anti-white would say, you dumbass, that was an excuse we made to just to inflict injury on you. The hell is wrong with you? That Jason guy was right. We need to be using the proper tools. So I have respect when I see somebody out in the field picking corn the old way. But when we show them the combine and they've got the money for the combine and they can pick that sort of thing up and they stick with what they're doing, they're just stupid then. If they don't want to do what works because of ego, because of low IQ, because of whatever it is, then just say, whatever you do, don't play the villain, because if you play the villain, we're going to burn you down. We're not going to let you interfere with us doing a good for our people, our weakest members. But otherwise, have a nice day, dumbass, and then move on to somebody who's good. You know what's going to happen the very next minute? You get out of the conversation with that fool, you can have somebody drive by in a beautiful automobile. I don't know what it's going to be. It's going to be a big, beautiful, jacked up truck, or it's going to be a sleek ass Jaguar that is humming beautifully, or an Enzo Ferrari that has the best sound in the world. Just almost as good as sex, I understand. And you're going to be able to talk to that person, and they're going to come right over to White Wellbeing, and you'll have wasted no more time than you did on that person that wants to pick corn the old way. I have respect for those folks, but now's the time to do what's right, because when they pass this sort of stuff, you're not going to be able to put on a little mask and put up stickers in town. Oh, no. They're going to track you down. They're going to get your fingerprints, and then you're going to go to prison forever. And who knows what can you imagine? Can you imagine what the anti-whites will do with white people that not only are not anti-white enough, but are actively concerned for the welfare of white people? I'm not saying this is the case. I'm not speaking for YouTube. I'm just some guy on the internet. But is it possible that the anti-whites just start executing people? Because as we see in this other stuff, what was it? What was it just the other day? They are writing articles, and I'm going to come back and revisit this, I think, with a roll-in, talking about the anti-whites, talking about a drug for morality. Should we use drugs to be moral? And of course, what do they mean by that, ladies and gentlemen? What they mean is the surrender serum, the compliance capsule. That's what they mean. You're going to be drugged until your brain doesn't work anymore. So no more time for being an idiot. And I'm not going to tolerate fools any longer. Let's see what you all are saying really quickly. If there's any more financial gifts, we'll get to those right now. And we'll see if you have any questions or comments. I will make an adjustment here in the background, and we're going to keep rolling right after this. All right, already rolling for 2 hours, it looks like. And I'm barely getting warmed up. I'm so fired up with little sleep over several days, flights across half the country. I feel like I could do 24 hours. We're not. I've got other things to do for White Wellbeing, quite a few things to do for White Wellbeing. But I feel like I could. If I could just keep talking here, and things would change by me sharing these things with you as I was sharing them with you, I would not stop not till sleep took me, but until death took me. Looks like we have a diamond points from the real Fash Gordon writing, "We will win." And they will, and it looks like a language from another language, a word from another language. So we won't use that. I don't think that's a language of our people, but we will. And by win, we here in service to White Wellbeing mean that we will recapture our destiny. And the avatar looks like it might be, and please forgive me if well, it looks like it's no. Maybe it is a drawing, so I won't give a gender to it. But the real Fash Gordon, thank you so much. Diamond points over there. So I'm watching you all on D-Live. My eyes on you. You're never alone. Share it around. Share it around over there. Let everybody know what's going on here. We're going to be talking about Giuliani going wild today, if you want. We'll talk about the Michigan Secretary of State and the issue to order to delete election data. Interesting. A lot of things going on right now. Whether that's true or not, we'll let CNN tell you. But had great conversation. I'm going to tell you about the conversation on the way out. Talked with some great. I'll tell you a little bit. I can't tell you everything because there's some real things here going on that need to remain unspoken so that they can serve us well. Over here we have Alt Rock Lover, financially gifting $3. Thank you so much. And writes, greetings from New York City and Brooklyn, where I always, all caps, speak out against. Well, we will ask you, Alt Rock Lover, to use anti-whiteism. Please use anti-whiteism. Never say whiteness. He says here, he always speaks out against anti-whiteism wherever I encounter it. Be they white or black or Latino. Keep speaking the truth, Jason. Thank you so much. Alt Rock Lover is one of our great champions, and thank you for being here. And folks, the reason why we never use the hideous word whiteness is not what we do. Western civilization is what we do. Whiteness is a concept created by anti-whites, and it means two things. Well, three things. It means white people, and it means oppression. Those are the two main things that it means. So if you're for whiteness, if you think that's what we do, then you're for oppression. And if you object to those who object to whiteness, then you are objecting to those who object to oppression. So there are other ways in which it harms us, not the least of which is to adopt something as what we do that's called whiteness, that you really sounds like you need very strong antibiotics, probably an IV. You would need with antibiotic or IV delivered antibiotics is what it sounds like you need if you if you have whiteness. Now, instead, anti-whiteism, and what's beautiful about anti-whiteism is that way back in the day, when I thought that I created the concept of anti-whiteism because it was nowhere to be found, I used it over all of these years, and people saying, "Oh no, that's not a real thing. You can't say that." Well, it's, first of all, it's a real thing if we say it so. Who the hell are the anti-whites? Don't allow yourself to be governed by the anti-whites. Don't allow them to determine what you are going to be able to say in your life, what words, what concepts, because you'll never recapture your destiny if you do. If we say something is legitimate, then it is. So if I was saying anti-whiteism is a concept that is legitimate and everybody knew what it was the moment I said it, because for reasons I've broken down elsewhere, a lot of people know the story. That's it. Every goddamn white person in the white positive sphere, instead of me having so much resistance from folks who are just so worried about their egos, or so worried about playing the villain, or so worried, every single one of you bastards out there who none of you have come back, circle back to say, geez, I'm sorry, I was one of those folks who told you anti-whiteism was really stupid, Jason, and you know who you are, unless your memories are really poor. I remember who you are. None of them have circled back to say, well, Jason, that was actually, yeah, that actually works. That's actually legitimate. And I was wrong to have shouted you down. I was wrong to have engendered opposition to what you were doing. And then we have one of our great heroes here, Final Blossom. How many months ago, folks? Finds both anti-white and anti-whiteism in the dictionary, 50-year-old dictionary. How do you like that? I swear to God. These folks over the years, I am so delighted now. You know, it's like Donald, ladies and gentlemen, I can only imagine it's a fraction of what Donald Trump must have felt when he got elected president. But for all of those years, he had all of these radical anti-whites mocking him. Whenever he talked about becoming the president back in like the early 80s. Maybe I'll run for president someday. And since then, they mocked him all the time. Everywhere he went, they were like, Trump, a president? What a joke. Then he ran for president. They all fought against him, both parties, and he beat their asses. That's validation. I feel a fraction of that when it comes to all these people in the white positive sphere who thought they knew so much. What a joke. Anyhow, Alt Rock Lover is one of our great champions. Here all the time, out there up in New York City, kicking ass and taking names. We love what you're doing up there, brother. Thank you so much for the financial gift and your service to White Wellbeing. Amazing work. Amazing work. Find out, look back in your memory, who taught you whiteness? And then make sure you reach out to them and say, hey, dumbass, hey, shake them a little bit. Don't use this. Here's why. Don't teach me anything wrong again. What the hell's wrong with you? All right, we have Promethean Promulgation is here, ladies and gentlemen, and did financial gift, $15 US. Thank you, my brother, a great champion. Big salute. The anti-whites have created a game where players get points for being anti-white. We can't strategize our way to victory. We have to change the game. Precisely. Perfectly stated. Perfectly stated, ladies and gentlemen, by Promethean Promulgation. The anti-whites have created a game, this world that we're in, this anti-white narrative, where you get points for being anti-white. You get like social credit for being an anti-white. This is where like you have the professors, the academic peacocks, they waddle in. They got their feathers all puffed out so you can see, look at all these degrees I have. I'm going to stutter a little bit. I'm going to talk in a really stilted way. And I'm going to look different directions without using my neck. And then you all will say, wow, this guy, this woman, they must have something to say. Why don't you tell us what you have to say so we really can be empowered out of here when we leave this room? And instead of empowering you, they'll just tell you about some element of how you lose. Have you had enough? These folks have. Promethean Promulgation has. Telling it like it is. So we've got to get out of their game. We've got to get out of their story. Thank you so much, my dear brother. We're going to come back around to H.R.1111, the Department of Peace, ladies and gentlemen, the Department of Antiwhiteism, going to bring fire and brimstone down on your heads and on the heads of your loved ones everywhere you are. There'll be no escaping it. You think it's bad right now in Australia? You wait until the United States passes and creates the Department of Peace. Then you're really going to know what hell looks like. You think it's bad in New Zealand? You think it's bad in Germany today? Well, you just wait. You just wait until the superpower of the world creates the Department of Peace. Over here on Cash App, we have a great champion of White Wellbeing, Sloths, financially gifting $4. Thank you, my dear brother. Always there for us, always doing the right thing, always on Twitter, engaging in conversation, bringing White Wellbeing to folks, recruiting people. Beautifully done. So many of you doing a magnificent job. And we have here, let's see, what shall I call you? What shall I call you? Financially gifting $5. I will call you Grand. Grand. You know who you are. Thank you so very much, $5. If you want to say in the live chat, that's me, and get some recognition, then please do. $5, and he writes here, for all you do. Thank you so much, my brother. I deeply appreciate that. And we have Bobby Fisher over here. Great to see you, brother. Financially gifting $20, another great champion. And he writes here, you didn't meet all the best white people in Texas like me. No, that's true. And that would have been wonderful. We had so many great folks out. It would have been great to meet you. And maybe next time we will be able to meet you. We'll be able to cast a wider net and bring the likes of yourself into the meeting and be able to clasp hands. And I can't tell you, folks, I mean, Texas was marvelous. And it wasn't just Texas. I mean, we had people come from, the central south part of the United States, come down to Dallas, Texas, a wonderful place in many ways. A lot of rich history there. I see a lot of good things happening there in the future, and delighted with everyone. Magnificent people. Regrettably, I don't know everybody I can name, but that were there. But I'm going to tell you, we're going to talk about it, and you're going to get excited because there's so many things happening right now. The invites are coming in. I'm going to be, the traveling that we were hoping to be able to do this year for White Wellbeing. Anticipate that it's going to be more likely to happen in 2021, but we're going to be doing a lot more. We're going to be doing audio books. The iteration 2 is going to be coming out of Go Free, better than iteration 1, the second edition, and more MCs organized in a way that is going to make it easier for you, to empower you, more concepts that we couldn't introduce because the introduction of those concepts had to be commensurate with the numerical count of those who were participating. A lot of elements go into this, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to swivel back around. I'm going to take a look at the questions in the question widget. Take a look at what you all are saying in the live chats. See if I'm tagged anywhere. And then we're going to roll. We're going to get right back into this. Maybe we'll talk about the wonderful Elaine Sabatino for a moment and a couple of these other things. And this magnificent weekend that I've just returned from. We got done with TAP, and I just packed up, leapt on a plane at Dulles, crack of dawn, and flew out. Beautiful. Everything was magnificent. Maybe next week I'll share some pictures with you all. You won't believe it, how glorious this was. We'll jump over to question widget and let's see what's happening here. The Orange, great to see you, writes, what chants or slogans could we use for our people? Well, it depends. And that's a great question. It depends on, now there are going to be some universals, right? And I think what we should do, as now our numbers are getting large enough of people going free. I'm going to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I have people writing me from every denomination of Christianity. I have people writing me from the different varieties of Catholicism. I have people writing me from different varieties of European paganism. I got people writing me from Mormonism, going free. All of these people. I have people who are atheists writing me, going free. I have people across the United States. I can't imagine a state is missing from all of the people that have been writing me. Canada, all over Europe. I mean, I can't share it enough that we've had leaflets distributed in Monte Carlo. Never happened before in the white positive sphere. Australia, New Zealand, it is all because all of the great work that we're doing across those who are serving white well-being, across our sphere within the white positive sphere. It is to you champions that the accolades must go for all the great work that you're doing online. And together, we become that tidal wave, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to continue with that momentum. Nothing's going to stop us. Since the orange is bringing up a great point here, and thank you, it's prescient. It is a fundamental point now that we're going to have to, we've gotten to the point, and I've said this before, but I don't engage in clubism because I'm the real deal. I've been the guy who said 1,000 times, 10,000 times, if once, in meeting after meeting, conference after conference, do not do that. That is the worst of clubism. You all look like little boys. No wonder you don't have women in your beds. Or if you find one, it's one for you. It's the only woman that has ever been interested in you. Don't even get to find the one that's right for you because it's just one woman that showed you any attention. Is because you are acting like a little boy. We do things at the right time. So the orange is bringing up a great point. We're reaching that point where we have people everywhere and they could start chants that will serve white well-being. In fact, we just had the great hero that I stayed with down there in Dallas, Texas, Johnny Reb, went to I don't want to say a bunch of, let me see, how can I phrase this? He was somewhere where he took the lexicon and started the chant right out of the lexicon that brought over people from who were present who were just basic Republicans who came over and said, never heard anything like that. Keep going. Let's keep this going. That doesn't, when has that happened elsewhere in the white positive sphere? When have you had a situation? I mean, you really have to ask yourself, because these are fundamental differences. These are fundamental changes. It's like in, they talk about the theory of evolution, and they talk about, something went from this, and then it became this, and then became that, and then you ask that very painful question. Well, where are all the fossils from those in-betweens? Well, don't know. I haven't found them. Well, wouldn't there be more of those than the points that you're, the finished product? Wouldn't there be, or the finished product, the product that's been around for all the time that you can find it? Wouldn't you find the bit that was almost it, and then the one that was almost that? Wouldn't there be much more of those? Because when you add all those together, that's the product for that time plus however many times it was the product for that time, and you would find like infinitely more fossils. So what happened to that? Well, we don't know, but this is like a fundamental change. That's what we're seeing here is a fundamental change. You have a white positive person get out somewhere, start a chant of his own volition, of his own heroism, and have MAGA people, have basic Republican people step up and say, keep going. Let's keep this going. Never heard anything like that. Could you imagine these other vehicles and these other so-called misleaders and the like? Could you imagine them being somewhere leading a chant that normal people who consider themselves Republicans or MAGA or Patriots or national that walk over and say, yeah, we'll participate in that. That's the best thing we ever heard. No, that doesn't happen elsewhere. In fact, you see people saying, shut up. Why are you talking like that? We have nothing to do with those people. This is proof of concept 1,000,000 times over. So I think what I'm going to do, Orange, because of your question, is we have looked at chants before, and rather than just throw a bunch of them out right now, what I think I'm going to do is that's going to be another tab on the website. It really has to be, don't you think? And we could have some, because we don't want, I don't know what it is. I have no idea what it is. Why is it that some white, there are things we do good and there are things that we definitely do not do well. As a group, individuals in our group can do marvelous things in just about every single area. But as a group, there are things that we don't necessarily do fantastically. And we have to be able to look at those warts. We have them. Every group of people has them. You have to be mature enough to look at those. And one of those warts is that not necessarily the best chant makers. I mean, I've seen there are some groups right now who are going around, and it's been like this always. And you see they get out somewhere and they start some kind of a chant. And I think, what in the hell? What in the hell? How could you have such a dearth of rhythm? How could you be so uncognizant of the lack of rhyme, of the lack of reason, of the and then they get the whole group, or they find something that can chant well but has no meaning whatsoever. It doesn't do anything good for us whatsoever. And onlookers think, boy, they sound really stupid. What does that even mean? And it's happening right now across the country. So we've got people, we have some already. We have some people who could put together, and we'll put that up on the site so that people can go right there and you're going to say, hey, I'm going to go out to this Republican event. I'm going to go out to this MAGA event, and I'm going to get a chant going. And you'll grab some of that and you'll go out there and you'll just start saying it over and over. And then what we'll do is we'll do like with everything in Go Free. We'll apply the scientific method to it. You come back and you say, I tried this, didn't work for shit. And we'll say, all right, so many other people have said the same thing. We're getting rid of it. You come back and you say, this one works great. They picked it right up. Everybody started chanting it. The whole group was empowered as a consequence of it. And then we'll say, move that one to the top. That'll be one of the first ones we recommend. That's how we do things here. The Aristotelian style, my friends. I'm going to get whatever in the next car I drive. I'm going to have I'm going to go gaudy for we'll make like a music video or something and go gaudy. And I'm going to get like a Aristotle and I'm going to little figurine and I'm going to glue it like it's the hood ornament. I'll make it like a magnet, make it like a hood ornament on the front of the car. We'll be maybe satirizing another group of people. I don't know. But we're certainly not going to own up to that. Salot says, a song you had requested be done safe for the stream. A song that I requested? Well, okay, I've got the link here. And he says it's safe for the stream. Slot's made a song. Nice. Well, brother, we'll have you say it's safe for the stream. Well, then I can trust you and I can play it. So thank you so much. And could you jump back into the question widget and remind me what specifically so I know what I'm about to be listening to? I thank you. Greek America says, what is your opinion on the term Euro mixing? I think it's disgusting. I think it's repulsive because there are premises there that undermine our white well-being. Western kind has a single biospirit, and that biospirit brings us forth in a great variety. And we celebrate that variety. Wanting to recapture our destiny in service to white well-being presupposes that we want to maintain all of the variety that we see in Western kind. And if we can, and I believe there is out there available for us to sort of tweak out maybe other shades of eye color, maybe different hues even of hair that's out there, just sleeping sort of dormant in our genes. I believe that it's there and that we'll be able to tease it out and bring it to the fore. So service to white well-being presupposes that we want to maintain our variety. The people who talk about Euro mixing have come up with this because they have this fear, this irrational fear that say like all of redheads, if we don't have like nationalism, the antique nationalism that was defeated by the anti-whites, even that regime that these idiots that were here earlier that they worship so that they can be the villain in the anti-white narrative, even that regime was defeated. I mean, they worship losers everywhere they go. I mean, that's just a reality. So they say, well, if we don't have antique nationalism, well, then redheads are going to disappear. Are you kidding? In service to our well-being, we are going to make sure that every variety of red hair is preserved for all time. So it's going to be the opposite. And how is it going to be done? Because people who want to go free, who want to preserve our variety, are of their own volition going to be making choices to initiate and instantiate, manifest these outcomes. That's how it will happen. Unlike what the anti-whites do, which is they compel, they force you. So Euromixing is replete, it is fraught with premises that undermine our well-being. Do not use it. That is what I have to say. And thank you for that question, Greek America, about the term Euromixing. I mean, I can see couples, absolutely. We have wonderful people, in the white race, who they maybe have a child or two or three or whatever, and then they adopt someone else's child. And I'm going to tell you right now, if you are white and you've adopted a white child, that's a member of your family. Stop acting like this is not your child or not a member of your family. Or it's only a member of your family because you provide a roof and food. That's a member of your family because that baby has the same biosphere. That child has the same biosphere you have. That's a member of your family. So stop looking at it as the child as, well, this was somebody else's child, but we're going to step in here and be the parents. We have wonderful people who do that. And so I can very easily see in the future where you might have a couple, maybe you have a Greek couple, and you have a husband and a wife, and maybe they are from a part of Greece and are representing a manifestation of the biospirit that has maybe like these, what's the word for like that light brown color of eye that you see in some white people, and maybe their skin is a little bit more olive, and maybe they have very dark hair. I could see them saying, "My gosh, here is a redheaded white baby who is orphaned, doesn't have a family. We're absolutely going to bring this person and rear this person and be their family, rear them and have them be very proud of that red hair, have them be very proud of whatever the tone of skin that redhead might actually have." I could see that happening all over the place. And it doesn't preclude people from, somebody who has red hair and somebody who doesn't have red hair from. Of course it doesn't. But when you celebrate the variety we have as a presupposition, you don't have to worry about the variety disappearing. Kelt is here with us. Great to see you. Best spelling, anti-white with 2 capitals and a hyphen. Neither anti-white as one word is the best spelling. And the reason for that is you can see right now that there is years after. And you want to know whether or not you've come to the right place. You want to know whether or not that you're doing the right. I mean, so many times with all the testimonials, and we got so many testimonials, but you want to know whether or not you're doing the right thing. It took the ADL and let's face it, when you're buying the best educated from their communities with 6- and 7-figure salaries, you're getting people with very high IQs, people with great education. When you're buying the best, you're getting, when you're paying for the best, you're getting very often the best, right? It only took them 20 years to catch up to me. Now they're spelling anti-Semitism as one word. The reason why is because it is a concept in and of itself. That is how you want to deliver it to people. And as a concept in and of itself, and as the users of that concept, we get to add it the totality of its definition. When you break up anti and white, your average person is seeing really 2 things. They're seeing this concept of white person and then this disassociated anti, opposed, against, tacked on to the front of it. And that's it. That's as deep as it goes. You follow me? It's no deeper than somebody just in this instance having a thought or one single act that in and of itself, in this instance, nowhere else in time, is oppositional to white people. Whereas the concept of anti-white, one word, when they look at it now as one word, it's a single unit, has a single but broad definition, where we get to fill in exactly what an anti-white is, exactly how they live, exactly what they think, exactly. You notice that the anti-whites came up with their anti-white slur, racist, single word, racism, single words, single concepts, for the exact same reason. They did not go the anti all of these different things. Now you had this other that came down that they're finally correcting. But when they had their druthers and they could feed something new to the population, they went the direction of a single concept, and that is the exact same reason why we go the direction of a single concept for how it lands on the laity. And that is how we view all of these things. So that's a fantastic question. Thank you so much for that, Kelt, because I see a lot of different spellings. I see people really kind of confused. And in the dictionary, wasn't it one word in the dictionary as well? But it is one word as we use it. And thank you so very much for that question, Kelt. Kelt also says, big pressure on UK football fans to qualify their statements with, quote, I am not racist, close quote. What should they say instead? Well, they definitely shouldn't. You mean, let me just say this. When I was, and I got to answer these questions a little quicker so we can keep rolling. We've got too much to do. I haven't even eaten. We are heroes on a mission. I had breakfast this morning. There was no time. We'll get to the airport and everything later, but we'll just roll. And this is the case. When somebody qualifies what they're about to say with, I am not a racist, the anti-white slur, when they qualify it, you know you're dealing with somebody who is grievously infected with mean pathogens. They know that what they're about to say is going to, in some way, even some tiny way, contradict the anti-white narrative, Antiwhiteism. The first person that they're saying, I'm not a racist, sorry. The first person they're saying that to is not you, it's themselves. They wouldn't say it to you if they didn't have to say it to themselves. Does that make sense? Because those mean pathogens are in their subconscious mind saying, you're evil for thinking this. You're wrong for what you're about to say. You're immoral on this issue. Don't you know how ugly you look right now? Don't you know how backward and stupid you look? Don't you remember all of those instances from entertainment that you think are the real world? And every case, somebody who shared that view was backward and stupid and ugly. Nobody wanted to sleep with them or hire them or whatever. And so they're trying to placate their own conscience. That's who they're saying it to first. So you know you're dealing with somebody who is deeply infected with anti-whiteism, with these mean pathogens. And so you're asking me here, or let me just pause. When somebody says this, say to them what I just said. This is what's going on in your mind. And they'll say, no, that's not it. But you know that this is what's actually taking place. You just tell them, okay, whatever, buddy or lady. I'm afraid this is the case. I know exactly how this operates. This is the way it works for everybody. You're not alone in this. We were all infected by this anti-whiteism. Now, you're asking me that they qualify their statements with, I am not racist. Now, I don't understand, Kel. Could you provide me with some more input on what's the scenario where they, in this country, of course, we call it soccer. In what scenario are these fans, are they saying these words and then, but why does the team have to be entirely black or non-white or whatever? Is that what it is? Because if that's what they're doing, they're focusing on the wrong thing. They're focusing on the wrong human beings. They need to be focusing on our people, on our welfare, on our well-being. The statement should be made, I don't like that the team has been white erased. I don't like that my city is being white erased. I mean, good on these people for playing soccer or football, and more power to them. But I don't like that my team has been white erased. Why are they discriminating against my people? Make the anti-whites tell you why it's a good thing to discriminate against our people. And when they do, you've just won, because they've just made themselves the bad guy, the ne'er-do-well in our story. So a little bit more input, and I'll maybe address, if that doesn't cover it, I'll address what you were getting at. Mestizo says, hey, Jason, remember these posters that I made? Oh, yeah. Mestizo made some great posters, and I got to share those. Oh, what are they, on a video? Do you have a bunch of different ones? Are they? Oh, I don't understand. Is that somebody's name? Let me look at this before are these? Whoa, I don't know about that one, my friend. Maybe I could show some still shots. Let's see. Yeah, he's got some great ones. Mestizo has made, I got to give him a thumbs up. He's made some great posters, and I've seen him on Instagram. And he puts these images. It's really like this iconic thing. He puts these images. I'll share them of these different people. And then what he does is he writes anti-white, and then underneath nowhiteguilt.org. We're definitely going to show them, but I don't think we can just play, because you have the one here. What's it say there? It's oh, well, yeah. I mean, he's telling the Gad Sad that he's a number one, but with a finger that is not the index finger. So might want to skip that one. But I know for all of the profanity that occasionally comes out of my mouth, that's the one that I try to keep away. There are a couple I try to keep away, and that's one of them. Kelt says, will you create an entropy poll for us today? Maybe during the song. Did you know that UK football fans are booing Take the Knee at the start of the football games now? I did not know that. That's fantastic. Good. And what we should do, maybe we'll get some of the chants up, and maybe we can get some of those people chanting instead of booing. That would be magnificent. I mean, could you imagine the news in the UK, the anti-white news, if the whole stadium started chanting something that was white positive, something that worked for us? That would be really great. We'll see. We'll see about getting those started. And so remember, if you want to recommend a chant, maybe you got maybe you're one of our people who can come up with great chants. And you want to recommend one, remember, it's got to be out of the anti-white narrative. Do not invert what they do. When you invert what they do, you look like a child throwing a tantrum to the general population, like you have no original ideas of your own, and like you're just being snarky. Then that's all you're being. Ultimately, you look foolish. So don't take what they say and then just flip it on its head. If they are out there in the world saying up, 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 and then you go out there and you think, I've got them now, I'm going to say down, down, down. Well, that happens. That's been happening my whole life. That's been happening long before we were all born. And I'm afraid it is not a sign of the highest intelligence. I mean, I'm sure that some of these people are above average, but we've got to be more than that if we're going to compete with people who have the kind of money that the anti-whites have. Thank you, Kelt. Greek America says, I made a video explaining how Greeks in America can advocate for white well-being on YouTube. Unfortunately, it was deleted by the anti-whites. Sorry to hear that. Remember, when you start a video, one thing, or a channel, one thing I will say to you all is it's critical, especially when you're beginning, even using our lexicon and dialectics and going free. First of all, by using these, you are light years ahead of all of the people who are staying within the anti-white narrative and using their verbiage that the anti-whites either created or approve of. But add some other videos that have nothing to do with service to white well-being. Take your video camera out in the backyard and videotape a bush and say, isn't this a lovely bush in the backyard? Or on a path, and isn't this a lovely creek? This is a creek near where I live. Or a statue near where I live. Don't even talk about the statues getting pulled down. Just say, this is a wonderful statue. I walk by this statue from time to time. Or if you don't want to give away where you live, just make it up somewhere out in the woods, or maybe a video of you taking apart the carburetor on your lawnmower, and show people how to do that so that they don't have to take their lawnmower to the repair shop. You can make it productive and post that on your channel. When the anti-whites come upon a channel and all there is white positive stuff, it's a very easy just delete button for them. Sorry to hear about that, Greek America. Proud to be Greek over here says it's okay to fly a foreign flag, Greek flag, in America alongside the American flag in the USA. Is it okay? In service to white well-being. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be, I'm trying to think of a couple scenarios come to mind. Like if your house, you're going to fly the stars and stripes, and then right underneath of it, because by law you have to fly the stars and stripes, and you would want to. If I were living in Greece, I would fly the Greek flag and then the stars and stripes underneath of it. But if it's your house, yeah, do it. If you go out to a rally or something of that nature, just bring the stars and stripes. People are not going to know. Too few people are going to know what that Greek flag means. I mean, we've had people call on, like, what is it, like the Swedish flag? Call the police because they thought it was a Confederate flag, and they thought you could call the police on somebody who had a Confederate flag. First of all, it's just anti-white. I mean, eventually you'll be able to, I guess, but you don't want to be in a country where the population isn't going to know what your flag means. They're going to see all of these odd flags. They're not going to necessarily associate it with the current flag of a nation somewhere, and therefore it's legitimate to be out there. They're going to associate it, or they're going to think, ooh, does that mean something like I've seen in all the movies and TV shows where they have dead babies in the basement? The orange comes back with antique nationalists are responsible for the myth of saying that Greeks, Italians, Irish, Germans are non-white. The antique national idiots. They're idiots. Yeah, anybody dividing us either out of their midget wittery and midget stickery, or intentionally because they are cognizant of what they're doing and they intend to subvert us, are both cases they're subversives, and you want nothing to do with them. Don't speak your piece to them, tell them how stupid it is, and then move on to people who can hear the message of go free, and you can bring them over, because those people, the ones who will be able to go free will heed, and they'll go free with you. They'll leave that nonsense. The others, there's something wrong with them. I mean, maybe they need to be over at St. Elizabeth's as well. It's like the path from St. Elizabeth's kind of leads primarily to the balaclava wearing idiots, and to a lesser degree, because you really got to be a special idiot to say, I'm going to take the side that and be an idiot that doesn't get let out, have all the charges drop, and doesn't get let out of prison, and doesn't get all of these benefits. I'm going to take the side where they dilate the law and they send me to jail for life for putting up a sticker or whatever it might be. You got to be a real special imbecile to stay there once you see the success of what we're doing here. I mean, ultimately, as we recapture our destiny, it'll be as difficult. It'll be easier to find hen's teeth than to find people practicing this antique nationalism, because success breeds success. Nobody's going to want to drink the Kool-Aid of the antique nationalism. Just go collect your antiques and stop getting in the way of people. And then your contemporary, or your counterparts 50 years from now, 100 years from now, they can collect antiques, and but we'll still be in charge of our destiny at that time. There are always going to be antique collectors, I guess. Maybe these people are just very ugly and unintelligent antique collectors. They don't know to go out and get the good stuff that they can then turn around and make a bunch of money on. Yonash says, have you heard of this? And then he's got a piece of news. Today is the St. Nicholas Day. He was an inspiration for Santa Claus. Seriously, Jason, get those glasses. So everything he's writing over there, he's writing over here to make sure I read. Well done. I also came here from PWR. Before the show started, someone asked in the chat, why do we call it Western civilization rather than white civilization? Well, that goes to that speaks to some history that is already embedded in the population. And so where there is useful momentum, quite naturally, intelligent people are going to use the useful momentum. So we are the West, and people know what that is. And that's why I decided to name us Western kind until we find out that it was also ripped out of the dictionary by anti-whites. But until then, that's why I named us Western kind. A people, rather than just this, we use white in an ancillary way. But yeah, we're going to continue using Western civilization. What else do we have here? Fraulein Dresden says 3 sets of 4 cards for donations of $50 or more, and 1 pack free for need. Each pack has 3 Christmas cards and 1 NWG card. Please show samples. I've sent. Thank you. My gift for our folk. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The beautiful Fraulein Dresden. If you would like a packet of, we have only 3 sets. You will have to financially gift $50. And we have 3 packets. You will have to gift $50 or more, she writes. Make sure you write in or with your financial gift that you want one of the packets of Christmas cards. And I will tell you, I will show them now, that they are absolutely beautiful. And they are far nicer than the Hallmark, who I understand has gone crazy with their movies. I learned during the parties this weekend. They've gone absolutely anti-white all the way. I mean, they put the pedal to the metal, as we say. $50 or more. Ask for a packet in or with your financial gift, and then you and I are going to need to talk, whoever we determine those individuals are, and we will get your address so that I can get them out to you right away. And when you get together with your families, you can then present them with these handmade, professionally crafted, beautiful works of art that also go by the name of Christmas card. And so we have the samples here, ladies and gentlemen. So I will show you these lovely samples, handmade. And this, could we please get a huge raucous round of emoji applause for Fraulein Dresden, a wonderful woman in service to white well-being. And her mother survived the firebombing of Dresden. She's a beautiful, wonderful person, a beautiful soul. And doing this for white well-being is so meaningful to me, especially at this time of year for Christmas. And let's take a look at a couple of these. And let me pull up the screen so that I can see what I'm holding up. So here's the first one. Just take a look. Take a look at this. How would you like to give that? Handcrafted by a white positive woman with love and care. And it says on the back, 2020, handmade by me. And of course, that is Fraulein Dresden. Look how pretty that is. And let's see. And then this beautiful interior for you to write to your loved ones. Maybe your lovely wife. Maybe your strong and handsome husband that gets it done in the garage, in the yard, in the bedroom, in the office, the shop. Beautiful card. How about your mother? What would your mother think of this? And this is not printed on, ladies and gentlemen. These are things that are cut out and glued and beautiful. So there you have that one. Now we have, look at this. This is lovely. Look at how cute that is. You got this little, this matches my shirt. Handmade by me, it says on the back. Good tidings. Merry Christmas, lovely. And again, I'm trying to show that it's actually 3-dimensional. It is quite lovely. Again, the interior is the same. So this is like the, this segment is like the Home Shopper Network. I get to show it's the real thing. I saw a Home Shopper video, Home Shopper Network, I think is what it was called, way back in the day, trying to go to sleep at night and turned that on because it was boring and trying to get to sleep. And a guy was climbing up a ladder, and they wanted to show this telescoping ladder, just how easy it was to use. This is the easiest thing to use ever. Just watch Phil. As Phil comes marching out on the stage, and it's made to look like the foyer of like with a 2-story soaring ceiling, vaulted ceiling or whatever it was. Got to clean that big window way up high. And he just extends that ladder. Ladder works fine, apparently. He goes climbing right up that thing, bebopping. He wants to really demonstrate how it's fun to use. It's not just pragmatic. It's not just useful, practical, utilitarian. Just because it wasn't very pretty, it was utilitarian. Gets up there, he pulls the feather duster out of his pocket. He goes up and around the window, beautifully dusting the thing, shoves it back in his pocket. Then he, unfortunately, bebops his way down the ladder and misses a step. And he falls from a great height. And it's only the least bit funny because he was okay. But he fell from a great height down onto his head. And he hit it was wood flooring. And it really sounded like he missed the 2x4s that were underneath, which would have made it, probably cracked his head open. But he bounced off the floor, and bam, he hits his head, and the camera quickly jumps over to the woman and the guy, and the woman says, "Oh," she's like, "Oh, Bob fell. He's gonna be. I mean, Phil's gonna be okay." How the hell does she know he's gonna be okay? He's writhing on the floor in pain, but he ended up being okay. And then they actually so concerned with the product, they're like, but the product is still spectacular. This product is better. Take a look at this. We're talking about St. Nicholas. Here he is. And he's 3-dimensional here. And he's even white. He hasn't been appropriated, which is totally acceptable to the anti-whites when it comes to our stuff. Look at this. Now, I have no way of knowing who has already financially gifted, if anybody has, for these. And if you're the 4th person, then I'm afraid you're not going to be getting any cards because we have 3 packets. And I will tell you all in a moment who is getting the packets. I'll try to stay abreast of it. Otherwise, I will find some sort of consolation. Or maybe we'll do I think she wants me to have these that I'm showing now to give away to folks. I'll find some sort of check this out. This is something else. Look at that. How would you like this? And there's I think there's a little variation in all of these. So they're not all perfectly identical, but the little variation. That is beautiful. White roses and NWG. My gosh. How splendid. And look at the interior of this one. I don't know, is it not coming out very well? But you can see these are, if I tilt it a little bit, those are 3-dimensional. Those are stunning. Dear lady, this is beautiful. I mean, how easy would it have been to just have the solid all the way around? And instead, she's got the solid here. These are very artistically done. These have glitter on it. So this is like some sort of rope looking. Beautiful. And you can be the proud owner of one of these packets. As Fraulein Dresden says, for $50 or more, you have to say that you want one of the packets of Christmas cards, and then we will find out how to communicate, and you will give me your address, and we will get them to you ASAP. So let me continue now that we have that. Thank you so much, you sweet woman. Kelt says they feel they have to say they aren't, in quotes, racist, the anti-white slur racist. Discussion forum, fans booing the taking of a knee at football games. So when you see them doing this, then just tackle the problem like I did earlier when I first saw your question, and I was talking about folks who are of the mind that they're so infected with meme pathogens that they have to say this. I would think with football fans, soccer fans, you could say to them, hey, don't be pathetic. Don't be a loser and keep telling us that you're not a You're not this anti-white slur race, and make sure you say it that way. If they're so anti-white that they're going to call you this dreadful name, well, then why would you give a shit what they say? Talk to them that way. I think they'll probably come around. Let us know how it goes. Proud to be Greek. I had them on my car and my dad's truck. Most people, even non-whites, said they love Greece. Oh, I would think anybody that's going to come up and talk to you is going to recognize the flag. Yeah, that's fantastic. I'm glad you had that experience. Somebody with the second name knows sends me a link and said, why does Jason refuse to name the enemy? We're going to tackle this briefly. And then this person says here, fascist, I'm not even going to say those words. He refers to a system of government and economy as a solution, and then says organize and revolt against and then says the name of another group of people. So let me see, adds a link here. I'll take a look to what this is. And okay, it looks like a Gab page, and dedicated to me by this loser, by this little midget stick. And why is this little midget stick so angry at me? Well, the reason why, you'll see, he self-identifies as Goyim, which is a disgusting name for non-Jewish people that have been applied by some of these people, or at least claim to be. You know, we are on YouTube, and so we're not going to say anything for certain. You'll have to check elsewhere. But this is a word and is out of their story. So could you imagine taking the story of another group of people? Imagine how befuddled and drunk on stupidity and probably pornography and psychiatric medication and who knows what else, and probably born a breech birth and had the umbilical cord tied around the neck too long and suffered brain damage from the lack of oxygen, that this person would have to be to say, I know what I'm going to do with my life. I am going to get into another group of people's historical narrative, and I'm going to call myself the ugliest word that they have in their language for other people. I'm going to name myself that from their story. Then I'm going to go out into the world and I'm going to tell people who practice Christianity that they're just worshiping something on a stick. They're just living in somebody else's story. But meanwhile, I'm going to be calling myself the grossest thing in their story. And then I'm going to focus on them as the center of my universe, playing the villain in their story. Ladies and gentlemen, if you call yourself anything from anybody else's story, you are demonstrating how much of a fool you are. And then on top of that, these people who call themselves this sort of thing, and this individual obviously thinks that he has his finger on this other group of human beings. He thinks he has his finger on the pulse. Oh, they're not going to fool me. They're not going to trick me. But I'm just going to be the villain in their story. I'm just going to say everything they want me to say. Could you imagine being so ass backwards, being so incredibly ass backwards that you would think you have a legitimate point? My God. You know the problem, there really is this argument about like the 30 IQ point gap. And if the gap is greater than that, then there can't be any substantive communication. And I think that's what happens here. You have these people roll in, and if this isn't a conscious saboteur, then this is somebody who is broken, is very low IQ'd, and they just simply can't comprehend how being anything other than the villain in another people's story is the way to go when it comes to service to your people. So clearly this person doesn't know how this particular group of people that he's referring to as the enemy is chumping him like a bitch. I mean, this is like worse than the pink Cadillac pulling up. And the guy gets out of the pink Cadillac. He's got fur on the dash. He has pink fur on the dash. And he gets out of the pink Cadillac and he's got a mismatching like red fedora and like a purple peacock feather off the top of that thing. White penny loafers on. Gold tooth up front. Sparkling. Walks right over to this guy and then bitch slaps him to the ground. I mean, that's how bad this is. What a livid punk ass bitch. Get up, bitch. Your pimp wants to know. The pimp that you've got figured out, he's not going to tell you what to do. He's not going to tell you what to do. He wants that skirt to be shorter. You better put on a shorter skirt then, because in his story, you wear a shorter skirt. Now watch this bitch run on down and get himself a shorter skirt, call himself Tina on the street corner, bend over when he says to bend over. Goyim. Idiot. So what he's done is he thinks he's going to bother me by writing posts that, you know, 3 people are going to look at and give it, the 3 other low IQ'd people are going to look at and be like, yeah, you're right about that guy. He won't be the villain in some other group of people's story. What a race traitor. That's what he actually refers to me as. All right. I tell you, when that group of people tells this guy to bend over, he grabs both ankles. That way, he can better see what they're doing to him. You see, he's got his finger on something, finger around his ankles. He gets good eye, very flexible, good eye on what's being done to him. Well done. So we have Heidi who came in and she says, I want one. Heidi, this one's got your name on it. We know that Heidi gets one. I'm going to write the name down right now. $60 financial gift. She writes, those cards are beautiful. Great work, Fraulein. Indeed. All right. To be fair, I'm going to look over at Cash App next and see if anybody has them. We'll just keep track of this. Whoever I see, whoever comes in first. That's just the way it's going to be. The other be consolation prize. I don't know what it's going to be. Maybe we'll do something really fun, like one of my masterpiece drawings. Stick figures at a gallop. And that is that for now. We'll swivel around and we'll see what's going on over here. Race trader. He won't call himself a goyim. What's wrong with him? Oh, and by the way, folks, I want to tell you, we don't have an enemy. An enemy, to have an enemy means you have the power to inflict some commensurate level, somewhere that's close to the damage that can be inflicted on you. Do you call, when a child is being molested by an adult, or a child is beaten by somebody in the household, a parent or something? When the child is beaten, is the adult an enemy or is the adult a victimizer? The child can't do any, child can't fight back in any fundamental way, in any substantive way. So you have a victimizer. We have a victimizer. And it is important. That's just an objective fact, but it is important for other reasons as well. I could talk about them for the next 36 hours, but Goyim over here will never get it. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, get the raucous emojis going. In part, I'm going to go ahead and say that this is for Goyim himself. We're going to celebrate $100 financially gifted by the magnificent hero, one of our very best, Quebec, for the cards. There you have it. $100 financially gifted to White Wellbeing, because one of our very best, who's been getting out there doing magnificent things, a wonderful woman. I've met her face to face, throw my arms around her. She's a splendid woman, beautiful soul. Took time out to make these wonderful cards, handcrafted with love, with attention to detail, with talent, and with an eye clearly to beauty, for the white positive sphere, to further engender community, to engender some financial gifting to the work that we do here. She sent these up to me on her own dollar. Beautiful in every way. The fact that we can come together like this as an international, as a global family, is magnificent. And people are watching. People know what's happening. People with means. We don't have the kind of $1 million investment means type of people yet, but it's going to come in stages, ladies and gentlemen, and we're getting there. $100 from Quebec. Thank you so much, dear brother. Going to have some cards to hand out to the family, and going to have a lot more meaning there. Let's have a look at what you all are. Thank you very much for celebrating Quebec. And Quebec has so many times done magnificent things for the community, as well as Fraulein Dresden, celebrating her. Sebastian giving a thumbs up with a cross. Thank you so much. People saying beautifully crafted, says no white guilt clips. Coconut is here. Hello, dear lady. And by the way, just to mention also, Heidi is here with Raymond. Wonderful folks. Remember, these are great people. Miss Jess Horst is here. Great to see you, dear lady. Will is with us. Amora is with us. Great to see you. Nathan Lentini is with us. Hey, we shared. Let's get a round of applause also for Nathan Lentini. Round of applause for Nathan Lentini, for Irish Ice, and who else just did something big? This round of raucous emojis. If you didn't know, Nathan Lentini went out on the campus of ASU and was just walking up to people. Everybody's got, their own style. And this guy has this disarming style. He just goes up, he's like, what do you think about no white guilt? And the people are like, well, I guess I can talk to you about it because you've got some kind of laid back nature that I didn't anticipate. And they just engage this guy. And then he's got this long unedited clip of him talking with different people, getting some positive feedback about it. And then we had Raymond over in Australia, who made a video of it where he cut it down some and gave some of the better takes. Magnificent cooperation. That's what we're having here. And splendid to see. Big round of applause. These people are making it happen. And we need to celebrate everybody who makes it happen. Dan is here. Great to see you. Art is life. Hello, and Promethean hails to you. Great to see you. Sliding through the gathering of heroes. Naderific is here. How's the new little boy? Writes, met a business man, son of the South. After our deal, we spoke for over an hour. I got to pick up my order at the end. I go to pick up my order at the end of December. Ordered another copy of Crucible to gift him when I go back. That is magnificent. Thank you so much, Naderific. Fantastic. Yeah, folks are reaching out. Who was it? Somebody messaged me. I got to get back to them. Who said they were looking to get some copies of Go Free to send out to wealthier communities. And they're researching. I didn't get to you yet because I was getting to older messages. And your name is slipping me right now. Smithers is here. Great to see you. Green, maybe I shouldn't say the rest of it because I don't know what that is. I'll just call you Green. Says, I plan to conquer K2 on behalf of Western glory. I might fail and die. Wish me luck. What is that? Well, please don't die, but more power to whatever. Let folks know that whatever K2 is, that you are climbing in the name of Western glory. That's magnificent. Climbing, I'm guessing it's a mountain, or skiing, or rappelling, or I have no idea what this is. But let folks know that you're doing it in the name of that, and bring the attention of your circles of influence to that fact. That's splendid. Naderific says, then order a few more copies just to have on hand. God bless you. This guy and his wife. Talk about some champions. Just spit it out, honey. Spit out that new son of the West. I'm trying to go free. And she said, me too. Right in the delivery room. Nobody in any of these other vehicles, nobody calling themselves the ugly names in other people's stories, are in the labor and delivery room, advancing that agenda, practicing that ideology. Only quality folks. Hey, Art Acrobats is here. Great to see you, champion. All right. Jesse Lang says, was Phil okay? As far as I know, man, that guy hit his head hard. I definitely would not say that his pride was hurt more than his head. He hit his head hard. But I think he was. They said he was. I don't even think he went to the hospital. But he probably had at least a minor concussion. I can laugh because I've had 3. That's why I am the way that I am. When you're on the football field and you run into other full-grown men at full speed, it has a way of happening. Nancy Drew says, I heard that San Diego Teachers Union is making their teachers take, I'll put it in quotes, white privilege, so anti-white courses, right? Making the teachers take anti-white courses, anti-white training courses. Let's just make sure we say that from now on, folks. I do this as well. When they want to call it white privilege or whatever it is, let's make sure we say anti-white training courses. If you're at work, you can say, I can't imagine. I mean, if you work someplace where you would be dismissed for saying, oh, we have to go to some more anti-white training. And if you would be dismissed, if you would be fired from that place, you should probably look for other employment anyhow. Get something that's more stable. Because if they're going to say, oh, you're fired for that, you said that to your coworkers, then you're already right on the line. And unless it's the only place that you can find employment, then by all means, just ape whatever they want you to. I'll put it, ape whatever they want you to parrot. I'll mix the metaphors a little bit there for how stupid it actually is. Where they have to admit in these anti-white training courses that they are colonizers and living on stolen land. I would tell them to go straight to hell. Now, again, if you can't get employment someplace else, I mean, because this comes down to like a dignity thing. I mean, you're really going to allow somebody to like stomp your face into Sierra? I mean, that's what that is. That's a dignity thing. And I don't know. It's going to be tough to imagine. But you know what's good is reach out, Nancy. I mean, you can, surely there must be groups on Facebook or elsewhere where there are teachers talking in San Diego talking about this. Jump in and say, this is the most anti-white garbage. How are you all putting up with it? I can't imagine anybody who would have such little dignity that they would just allow their faces to get shoved in feces. Are you going to do that? Help to wake those people up. It's going to be a great opportunity to wake people up. When we see this kind of thing happen, how do we react? What's the fundamental way that we are different from the rest of the white positive sphere and those who are on the periphery? The fundamental way that we are different is that when we hear about the San Diego Teachers Union, who is making teachers take anti-white training courses where they're forced to admit that they are colonizers and living on stolen land, the way we are different is that we say, okay, how do we use that to help people go free? How do we use that to help the teachers in San Diego go free? How do we use that to help the welders in Wisconsin go free? How do we use that to help the teachers somewhere else go free? How do we use that to help others go free in our households? That's what we do. Everywhere else in the white positive sphere, they share that information and they say, geez, it's bad out there, isn't it? Wow, it's really bad. It just gets worse every day. So what are you doing tomorrow? Same thing today. We're going to talk about how bad it is. Okay. See you tomorrow. Evan says, Jason, check out this young kid, Maxim Smith on YT. Quote, I don't want politics in the classroom. I think you would want to send him your books. He is going free all by himself. Well, he definitely needs it. Evan, you already know where he is. And if I get some time, I'll check him out. But you already know where he is. You already know much more about him than I do. Reach out to that guy, that kid, or however old he is. You say you call him a young kid. I don't know how old you are. Maybe 35 is a young kid to you. Reach out to that guy and tell him all about us. Tell him about going free. And if it's within your means, offering your time to tell him what it is and to get him started on the track. I appreciate everything you're doing. Thank you for bringing it, this young man, to my attention. If I get the time, I'll check him out. Elaine Sabatino says, wow, how lovely, Fraulein Dresden. White roses for white well-being. Indeed. Let's see, like James was saying on the radio, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. We'll take a short break, and then we'll talk about that in just a moment. The party and everything, you all are going to be so excited. It's coming together. It's happening. Do you really think that they were going to rob the totality of service to white well-being in person from us with some pandemic? Did you really think that was going to keep us back? Of course not. They kept a bunch home, but we're not going to allow them to control our destiny any longer. We're going to take it all back. So we will, when he said we'll continue getting together, advancing white well-being, fellowshipping, we will survive whatever we have to survive. Our ancestors have struggled through worse, and we will then share all of what we're sharing here in service to white well-being, such that when James on the radio says, we're wishing you a white Christmas, we will all know that it's not just snow, it's white well-being. We can say to each other, I wish you a white well-being Christmas. Let's see. Will Harris says, we have all been there. Wait, we have all been there. No need to demonize them. Don't know. Sorry, brother. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, let's roll along. Or do you mean using the names in someone else's story? Yeah, everybody's welcome to. This is a movement of redemption. Going free is if that's what you mean. If it's not, then you can straighten me out. But going free is and always has been a movement of redemption. We have people who are coming from everything going free. We all have bad decisions in our background. This individual is actually trying to tell the world, going out and trying to tell the world, to turn people off to white well-being. Excuse me, to tell the world that I am what he's calling me, and I'm a traitor to our people or whatever, to trying to turn off as many people to the good work that we're doing here in service of white well-being as he possibly can. So that's going further than just having been in the wrong vehicle in the past. A lot further. Yeah, I don't mind where you were in the past. I mean, we'll redeem you and we'll put you on the right path, because I know it was love, the purest of heroic, noble love, that got every one of us started in service to our people, to defend our vulnerable members of our people. It's just those folks who get off on that, on these bad paths. So I want to restore you to that initial moment of purest love for our people, and then move forward in love, hope, and redemption for white well-being. But if you're going to go to war against me and try to turn everybody off to me, I'm going to take a different stance. I'm a forgiving person. I'm a kind person. But if people punch me, literally or figuratively, I fight back. And that's always just been, that's the way I am. And maybe that's why few people punch me. They know they're gonna have a fight of their life on their hands, And I might lose that fight. That's fine. I'll come back again and again. That's what I've said back all the way back in the day. And physical fights, never lost one. But not saying it can't happen. Certainly not. There are a lot of ass kickers out there, but I'll keep coming back. Evan says, Jason, there's a young kid. Oh, this was from, oh, you were just repeating this. Okay, thank you, brother. And all right. Machiavellia Sucks is here. Great to see you. Let's keep rolling. Oh yeah, let's do the quick break. Then we'll come back and we're going to do the weekend. We're going to do the parties. I'm going to tell you about all the wonderful people coming together, the great things that are happening, magnificent folks who showed up, and even those who didn't show up but knew of what was happening down there in Dallas, Texas. They were so excited. Looks like Muppet Like has tagged me, and I'll take a look at it in just 1 second. Thank you for that. So excited about the things that were happening in Dallas. So excited finally about White Wellbeing. There are a lot of people out there who have, like this Goyim person, this bad guy in another person's story, another people's story, but in other communities, but like his community, that have gone out there and have been trying to turn people off to going free. If you can believe that, it's clearly driven by ego, clearly driven by jealousness, clearly demonstrating that these individuals are in the white positive sphere to serve themselves, to aggrandize themselves. I don't know. Maybe they want to access the children of participants. I don't know what they're up to, but whatever they're doing, it's not good for white well-being. It's not good for our people in general. And so people, though, are beginning to see through their Bravo Sierra. They're saying, well, hold on. I finally took a look at this. I've heard all the things you had to say about this Jason guy. And I've heard all the things you had to say, and they were pretty ugly. And now I come over here, and it's not that at all. It's not what you said at all. And that is a magnificent thing as more individuals see that sort of thing. Because the more of these people who come over, the more of these people who care, the more of these people who get involved in the various ways that they are able to get involved, and there are some powerful folks out there, we will see change, the likes of which we have only been able to produce here and has not been seen anywhere else. You know what? It would take nothing. It would take absolutely nothing for me to get all of the regime's media to come and interview me. I could do it like this. And horribly damaging white well-being by doing so. All I would have to do is pick up the phone and call these networks. I know exactly what to say because I know exactly what's motivating them, exactly what they're looking for. I could say it in the exact way. This is no, do you think getting on CBS or NBC or Fox, or do you think any of that, or CNN, surely, or getting into the biggest newspapers, do you think that requires some sort of legitimacy? Do you think that requires some sort of talent or some sort of potential for white well-being to do good for our people? Christ almighty. They're not going to come out to talk to anybody that's actually doing good for white well-being. They're only going to talk to people that are going to do harm. Everybody you've seen that they put up, and mind you, the ones like, for example, James Edwards was invited by someone. Was it on CNN? And they fired her for it. She had him on, 3 times or whatever, put him up in a nice hotel and everything. I'm sure her producer thought, oh, look, his head is shaved. Meanwhile, this guy he shaved his head because he didn't want to have less hair than a full head of hair. So he didn't want to deal with it. He just cut it off. It was the right thing to do. He's not a skinhead. I'm sure they thought, wow, here we got a guy that looks like a skinhead. We're going to have him on. And they brought him on. And then the guy was loving. He was articulate. He was beautiful. His soul was beautiful. He was a handsome man. And then I'm sure she was like, no, have this guy back. I mean, he's creating a good conversation. There was probably some disagreement about, well, can we catch him out somewhere? They probably tried. Then they finally said, shit, we've had him on several times. It's not working out. He's making us look bad. He's never coming back, and you're fired. The people that they have over and over, the Matthew Heimbachs, the Richard Spencers, they have over and over because they're damaging our well-being, not because they do something good for us. Do you really think for a minute, it's a litmus test for Christ's sake, do you really think for a minute that your victimizers are going to put people up in front of you that are going to do you any good? Have you ever heard of well, maybe I shouldn't say the name of the goat, but have you ever heard of the use of an animal? We'll just say any animal, herd animal, to lead the others to slaughter? Have you ever heard of that? They are not going to put anybody in front of you. But I can tell you right now, I know exactly what they want to hear. They want to hear like what this idiot here who's trying to defame me and turn you all off to me, and the people in his circles, they want to hear what this person wants to say. And then they would be wherever I wanted to meet them. I could drive out to the middle of the desert, and they would drive out to meet me there happy. Can we get you more water? Can we get you a fan with more mist on you? What can we do for you, Mr. Köhne? Now just get in front of the camera and just legitimize and make true the anti-white narrative for us. You need some travel expenses, Mr. Köhne? You want a per diem? You want our producer here to maybe take you to some untoward places? All on us? They would do everything. I would be on every channel overnight. You know it. As articulate as I am. I can clean up, get into a suit. They would love it. Come on. It means nothing to have the anti-white regime come and do an interview of you. And people are realizing that. Christ, talk about how stupid folks have been. All right, we had Richard Wagner is here. Great to see you, brother. Asking about Dr. Duke and did he do some good work? Yeah, like James Edwards. They came out. They wanted to do their very best to trap him, and he outwitted them on numerous occasions in conversations. Without question, you're right about that. Some of them were really funny, too. You know, they line up against somebody, and they really don't know. Folks, you have to understand that to be a reporter in the regime's media, you don't have to have an above average IQ. And you're going to put somebody up against some of the higher than average IQ folks on our side, and it's just not going to go well for them. Then Nathan Lentini says, hey, my brother, thanks for your support and adulation. The time for boldness is definitely now. I'm going to tell you, you can learn from Nathan Lentini and all these other heroes that are making it happen. Jerome, I can see right now on the screen as well. I talked earlier about his video. I got to pull it up. Got to help me remember to pull it up to play it for folks. Jerome made a video that's going to reach people. It's going to change minds. And let's see, Lady Mjoyner is here. Wonderful to see you, dear lady. We have the best women. Ursa Major is here. Splendid to see you. We have the best women in service to white well-being throughout the white positive sphere. Kim Bear is here. Hello to you. Okay, so I think it was Muppet Like. I don't see the name right now. Will is saying he didn't seem to be too far gone to me or a middleman. Ooh, what were you? Who was not too far gone? The guy who's demonizing me? No, that guy's too far gone. All right. Dan says, good night to Bartleby. Is Bartleby leaving or you? Good night to either of you or both of you. And I swivel back around here. And thank you for the Christmas trees. Art Acrobat says, no white guilt could earn 7 figures in network TV easily. if I gave them their anti-white narrative, they would pay for that without question. Now, if I was just a white guy showing up to report for them or something, like, they're going to say, get out of here, white guy. Get out of here. Get out of here, white guy. We're not going to have any more of you people. All right, over here. Proud to be Greek. Hello, great brother. You need a rebel flag back there. Well, you know, my heart, of course, I'm a Southerner, but to too much of the population, that the flag of the South doesn't mean what it means to me. It is, you know, I take my own, I give out medicine and I take it myself. So my love for my, well, how can I phrase it? The fact that I am a Southerner, my Virginia, my southern states of America, and the cultural hue of the South is deep as the sea. And but at the same time, I know that if I were to run out on a street corner and start talking about the South all day, people are going to say, hold on, I saw an episode of whatever TV show they have out. What TV show? I don't even know the names of the TV shows anymore. CSI, is that one of them? I saw an episode of CSI. There was a guy who had a Confederate flag, and he's talking about the South, and he was decapitating people and drinking blood out of their heads. That's probably what that Jason guy. So I'm not gonna try to dig out of that hole. Let's see. Oh, so Muppet-like is over here. Says, what is your opinion on people who call themselves secessionists and want to secede from the U.S.? Alex Jones said to do that recently, to secede. Okay. This person who messaged you on Entropy is the people I refer to on my name. They are complete. Ah, I see. So he named himself so Muppet-like because he's mocking this person, calling himself. I mean, yeah, it's like totally a Muppet. Hand right up the ass, working his mouth. I'm a goyim. But I'm watching them. They're not going to trick me. The problem is you can't see the hand up your ass. But surprised that they, well, I won't go any further. So the first part of it is, so Muppet-like says, what is your opinion on those who call themselves secessionists? Nobody's going to be able to secede. Now, for the longest time, you had people who called themselves secessionists, and it was not a literal seceding, which is not to say that if they were presented the opportunity of seceding, that they would then suddenly object. To see the nuance there. So there is a legitimate group of people who are who they call themselves secessionists because they believe in the concept and the philosophy of being able to secede to control one's own destiny, sociopolitically, politically. And so that is their like philosophical position. But they don't believe simultaneously that secession is possible, and they're not working toward secession because they know it's impossible. So Alex Jones, having, I don't know, eaten lots of paint chips, and maybe still does, it's not surprising. Now, granted, I know he's done a lot of good things for a lot of people, so I get it. But at the same time, I mean, it's not surprising that he would say that, or advocate secession, because he's got no sense. And he might have great other attributes. I don't know what they might be, but he's probably, a lot of people love him, and it must be for some reason. But otherwise, this is just another one of his stupid statements, like you have to increase the population by, or the globalists are increasing the population by millions fold so that they can exterminate them, instead of just killing off the tiny population that was there. So it's just stupid. And there is no oppositional poll. So there can't be a secession. There can't be a civil war. It doesn't matter how bad it gets, because without an oppositional pole, you would have individuals resisting, and individuals resisting get hanged for treason, get shot, get jailed. I mean, this is throughout. First of all, I'm just using initially logic and understanding of human nature, but it is the case throughout human history. There's no spontaneous resistance. Now there are scenarios where it can develop in a way that would be quicker than other scenarios, but not quick in the sense of, well, this year there's no such thing as an oppositional pole, and next year there will be. Not at that speed, but there is a way, and there is a means by which somebody like T-Rex could engender it, if need be. But it wouldn't be a movement. I mean, if you're listening, T-Rex, and you have those 6 or 7 figures you want to hand out, you know where to find me. I live right down the road from you. You Christ almighty, you ought to be able to find me. Just keep driving concentric circles until you get here, and I'll help you out. Now, there's a way that he can corner in a chess-like move the anti-whites and make that happen. But if that sort of thing needed to be done, so but otherwise, no, there's no possibility of it. It's just for adult children. This is neoteny, childhood following a grown animal into its adulthood, and you see it a lot when these adults who they're really fantasists, and they can, their mind, it's no different. If you can take yourself back to your childhood, we all were like that, but some of us grow up and can think rationally and logically. Some of us remain fantasists, and they can't put steps together. They can't see how things can work in the real world. Jones is a great phenomenon of, in capitalist systems, you can, and most of the time, the vast majority of the time in a capitalist system, especially what one might refer to as laissez-faire or crony capitalism or what have you, is where they back their ass into the door of success. They don't have a grand scheme that says, I'm going to go from here to here to here to here, and I need all of these different things to be met along the way, and work their way all the way up to success. They find themselves successful at some level with enough to make it to the next level, and then enough to make it to the next level. And then they go back and they write the history of achieving success to credit themselves with having planned it from the very beginning. He was in the right place at the right time to be yelling on the radio about wild things going on, and some of it true, some of it absolutely fake, to get interest. And you have so many people doing that, and one of them is going to end up being the one that gets the most attention. And at that time, it was going to work, and it worked for him. And he rides off that ever since, which is not to say that he hasn't made intelligent moves along the way that has perpetuated himself, and especially with all of the headwind that he's had by anti-whites. Of course, he's not going to be calling them. He's not going to be acknowledging exactly what they are. But more power to him for his success, both where he backed in and where he was able to make it happen with his own intelligence. Good on him. I would definitely not take anything away from anybody who has worked for it, either achieving it by chance or industry or intelligence. For the idiot over on discipline, on the Discipline channel, no, I'm not. All right. What we're going to do, and this holds true in all cases where we face headwind. We're just talking about Alex Jones facing headwind. What we're going to do in all cases where we face headwind, whether it's from people who are openly anti-white, or those who are anti-white and pretending to be white positive, which we see a lot of, or those who are just demented misfits who are in the white positive sphere, and they're here because they don't fit in anywhere, and so they're going to land here, and then they're going to want to undermine, because they're misfits, they want to undermine success. If somebody cared about the well-being of our people, even if they disagreed with the lexicon and dialectics, this approach to the salvation of our people, seeing this success, you wouldn't try to undermine it. I mean, it's prima facie evidence that you are anti-white by endeavoring to undermine success, something that is successful for us, doing a lot of success in ways that has never been seen before. So it's prima facie evidence that you're anti-white. What we do in response to that, especially in a universe where you have you have a virtual reality, and then you have an actual reality, and where people can hide, and they've always been able to hide in actual reality and strike from shadows and the like, because they're cowards and losers. And then even more so in a virtual reality where people can hide in their mother's basements and have no shame for her, hearing them doing disgusting things while staring deeply into their monitors. The thing that we do is we move forward for white well-being. We continue doing the right thing. Unhappy, misguided, broken, whatever they are, individuals out there are going to do unhappy, misguided, and broken things. And we're not going to bother ourselves with them. We're not going to give them any attention. We're just going to continue marching forward to doing good things for our people. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, the fruit that the tree bears, the fruit that the message bears, is how we're going to be known. And as we continue to promulgate, with now many thousands of you now around the planet, promulgating the message of service to white well-being, and we do these streams 8 hours every Sunday, sometimes 10, and we stream elsewhere. We're going to continue promulgating this message. We will be known for who and what we are, and our service to white well-being, and the good that it does for all of our brothers and sisters. That's how we respond to all of the unwell folks out there. Let's go to, and let's see if I can do this. I got so many tabs open now. I don't know if we're going to be able to do it, but we're going to go ahead and give it the old college try. And I think what we'll do is, I'll just go ahead and click over, and I'll find it, and it might take a couple tries. We'll listen to a song, and then we'll come back, and we're going to talk about the great success of this weekend, and we'll listen to that. Actually, let's do that. We'll start with that. We'll start with James Edwards, and we'll go right into that. We'll go right into that story about the weekend and how absolutely magnificent it was. Do I have it up on this? Let's see. No, it's not that. It's not that. Ah, there it is. Okay, it's up. All right. And we will listen to that. Enjoy, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Political Cesspool, Hour 3, yesterday. And James Edwards, I guess the party called in at the request of James Edwards, and to the Political Cesspool. It's a radio program. We just had him on a couple of days ago, right before I gathered my stuff up and took off with no sleep. It's a radio program, but it's also simulcast around planet Earth, and you can listen to him actually on your phone. You can listen to him on the internet, on any mobile device as well. It's a fantastic show. He's been around for a great many years. You all know him. Most of you know him very well. So he calls on, and you can hear in the background the lively party that's happening at this wonderful individual's home. He and his wife, magnificent people, Johnny Reb and Mrs. Johnny Reb. You can hear the party going on in the background during this phone call. Please enjoy. And when we come back, I will share some more wonderful information and messaging with you all. Be right back.
Guide you through the murky waters of the political cesspool is your host, James Edwards.
We had to sneak in another Phil Spector arrangement before we got into the traditional hymns of the season. And let me tell you something. We're going to go down to Dallas, Texas for this Christmas party. There at this Christmas party, or
bigger than a Joe Biden election rally.
That's for sure. Well, we'll get the exact count on that. But let me tell you, I was supposed to be there tonight. Let me make an admission and tell you straight. I was supposed to be there. I was planning to be there tonight. Let me tell you what happened with all this COVID craziness. My daughter had a voice recital that was supposed to have taken place last week, and then it got canceled, and then it got put back together for today. And that knocked me out of going down and being with my friends in Dallas and being with our supporters in Dallas. But of all the Christmas songs that her voice coach could have picked for her, she picked I Saw Mommy Kissing Santa Claus, and not just any version of it, but the Phil Spector arrangement. Now, that is, I think, one of the goals that any father could strive for, is to have his daughter sing a Phil Spector arrangement on stage with a live band, as I saw today. And it would take something that serious, folks.
Just don't marry Phil.
Dude, yeah, right. To knock me out of this incredible. I am sure I am about to get increasingly jealous as this segment goes on. But Jason Köhne is there, the one and only Jason Köhne. Jason, who I was with on the after party just 48 hours ago. Now he's all the way in Dallas. He's a man of the world. He's a man around the world. He's there, and he's going to tell us. And I'm sure what I'm about to hear is going to make me a little bit upset that I didn't make the trip. I couldn't miss my daughter's recital, but boy, I wish I was there too. Jason, take it away. Thanks for being with us. What have you experienced this weekend, brother?
Oh my gosh, I can't even tell you how much you missed. The lights are strung, the garland is swag, the party is live. I'm loving it here. Everybody, the fellowship is so warm. It is Christmas. We can look out the windows and we can see the houses, a whole valley of beautiful homes right now. I'm looking out. We have Christmas lights around a fence running along the back here. Houses are lit up like one of those tiny Christmas villages. You'll have to tell me.
Lit up like the people at the party.
I'm sorry, what's that, Keith?
I said lit up like the people at that party.
Yeah, precisely. Lit up like the people at the party. But I said, before we even got here, with all of the wonderful fellowship, the food is amazing. We have ham. We've got a couple of different types of beverages, of course, as you might imagine. There's some pasta, some desserts, and there's several types of wine. It looks like, and just absolutely mashed potatoes make your mouth water, and you come back for more. I've already gone back for triple serving, but really wonderful people from all over. And of course, I coming down all the way from Virginia for this get together, and first time actually down in Texas. Loving it down here. And Johnny Webb down here in Dallas took me out with one of his good friends today. And in fact, I'm looking at the good gentleman right now, and we went off-roading. And I'm going to tell you what, James, you missed some of the most exciting and heart-thumping, thrilling off-roading that you could even imagine. We were laughing the entire time, mud flying. We were trying to dodge the mud.
If you think that's thrilling, Jason, go off-roading with us on our patented ghetto tour of Memphis.
Hey, no. I tell you, that's a different kind of off-roading. That's a different kind of terror. But I actually saw Johnny Reb, Jason, actually sent me a picture of you in action today, and I said, John, make me jealous, and he did. He didn't have any problem doing that. I wish I was there. It's amazing. I kept thinking that my daughter's recital would be canceled and I would still be able to make it down to Dallas. I waited all the way up until the very last day to see, and then I was still trying to find a way to get down there. As a father, I just couldn't justify missing it, but I called John on Thursday, and I said, John, it just doesn't look, this situation's come up. Here's the situation. And he said, well, Jason's right here with me. And I said, Jason's right there with you. I was just doing a live stream with him about 10 hours ago. So, I mean, hey, the world moves fast.
They put you in a rocket ship and sent you to Dallas.
Life moves fast when you're in the fast lane like Jason Köhne. But, hey, listen, I want to tell you, I hate that I'm not there with you tonight. Nothing would please me more than to be there and to share in that fellowship. It makes me green with envy. But I'll tell you, we had a pretty good fellowship ourselves with Jared George on the after party a couple of nights ago.
Indeed, we did, and we reached a lot of hearts. A lot of people reached out after that show, talking about how much they feel the love that we are building here. Movement that's humanly. It isn't superficial at all. That this is a movement focused on us, our people, our children, our most vulnerable members. That's how people are getting together like this today. The exact opposite of what you would see in the anti-white narrative. When you turn on the TV, when you go to the movie theater, when you turn on the radio, open a book, you hear about those who stand out against anti-whiteism and the anti-white. And they depict a monster, this troglodyte that crawls from out from under the bridge, the ugly people who want ugly things. And nothing could be further from the truth. I'm looking around the room, and there are people here, bright people, educated people, happy people, loving people, dressed nicely, not an angry word for anybody else in the world. It's just a quest for ourselves, a quest of love, to take this message of love, hope, and redemption to as many of our brothers and sisters out there as possible on this time of year, this Christmas time of year that means so very much to a great many, or to all of our people, even those who don't consider themselves Christians. It's time to come together, and it's a time to rejoice. It's a time to think about those who don't have families with which to do that, and to reach out to folks and bring them in to service to White Wellbeing so that they too can receive the gift of that service and the fellowship of coming together, and ultimately to create that community we need so that we can survive, protect our most vulnerable members, our women, our children, our seniors, and recapture that destiny that has been stolen from us. This is where it begins, brother. In places like this, we miss you every step of the way. As we were flying along the surface of those rocks, up and down those mountainside at top speed. I mean, we were up to 70 miles an hour when I was driving. And they actually let me get behind the wheel, if you can believe it. I never drove anything like that. And but it was an absolute blast with mud balls the size of softballs, dodging them on the inside of the thing. We were thinking about you the whole time. And you were there with us in spirit, and we were there with you in spirit with your little daughter. But we didn't have done anything else in the world than to be there with your family and all those you care about this time of year.
Well, thank you for saying that, Jason. Thank you for the leadership you provide, the incredibly positive and enthusiastically encouraging example you provide with your work. And with only there's the music. I guess we'll go to the rest of the people at the party. Please do me this favor, my friend. Give everyone there my very best regards. Let everyone there assembled. Let them know that I'm there with them in spirit and wished I could be there with them in the flesh, and that we're thinking about them and that we're thankful for them. Let them know that. And we'll be back with the party in Dallas with the next guest next.
Gotta love that song. Is the audio coming through okay? We made some changes. I want to make sure it's still working properly, or that it's working properly. Let's get to Nathan Lentini, just financially gifted over on Cash App, $5. Thank you, my dear brother. And he writes here, for Western kind. God bless you, Nathan Lentini, all the work you're doing. You'll have to watch that video, ladies and gentlemen, when he gets out there and he says, thank you for the feedback, John, and about the slots, about the audio. Thank you very much. You'll have to see that when he gets out there at ASU and he just disarmingly approaches people. What do you think about no white guilt? And amazing, amazing. Let's see. I took off after we had the after party, and I quickly packed up, leapt on a plane, or headed out to no sleep, headed out to Dulles. And then flew on down to, which is the big international airport, along with Reagan, that is outside of Washington, D.C. Went to Dulles, flew down to Dallas, and I was picked up by Johnny Reb, and he just definitely deserves the name. I mean, this guy is, as I said, I was trying to relate to you what he is like. He's hilarious. He's all man. He's bright, and he's a good old boy. And of course, instantly being a good old boy, we resonated, and we've known each other for a little while from other conferences, but we've never spent time like this together. And I went back to his home and met with his lovely wife again, and I had met her before as well at other events in the past, and just truly the most loving and hospitable couple. They were the best hosts you could ever imagine having. It was laid back and welcoming in every way. They were concerned about every little thing that a host could be concerned about for a guest. Mrs. Johnny Rebel made sure that where I was staying in the house, I mean, it was set up she tried to set it up like a 5-star hotel, but smelling better than the aroma was magnificent in the house. We walked in, and I was just like, wow, something's aromatic in this house. And he was like, yeah, she likes things to smell good. I said, yeah, she really does. Beautiful home, and had a glorious time with him, and spent a lot of time with him and spoke with a lot of folks. We had roaring bonfire out in the back of the house, and this is what happens with white positive people, at least those who are going free. When we get together, it's about fellowship, it's about family, it's about love, it's about children, it's about, as I said in the phone call with James, protecting our most vulnerable members. And as a consequence of being that kind of people, we are bringing the attention of a lot of others, not only those of our same economic or educational strata, but of all economic and educational strata so far. So folks are looking in, folks who have power. They're seeing what's happening here. They're seeing that it's something very different. I mean, I've been in the white positive sphere, and I really want to take a moment to speak to the real difference in the white positive sphere, and in the white positive from then to what we're doing now. And not every single one of these people are going free, by no means. This was not a going free or white well-being conference or anything. It wasn't billed that way, or parties, but a great many of the people. And this is what's happening, exactly as I expected and planned and hoped that it would happen, and have been working for so many years for it to happen this way. And it's rolling out exactly as it's supposed to, exactly as it was planned. I was talking earlier about in society, capitalist society, laissez-faire capitalism, crony capitalism, most of the time people, almost all of the time, back there, very rarely do they draw up a plan and it succeed. So it's almost foolish to do that. And yet I really had no alternative I was bright enough to know that the plan is, if you could imagine, maybe like drawing crudely, because if I'm drawing it, it's not going to look good, but drawing a tree, and you're going to have different points, or maybe a railroad route maybe is better. And you're going to have different points along the way where you have, we go back to the branches, so maybe we should stick with the tree. I don't know, I've had very little sleep over the last couple of days, and I bounced around the inside of a UTV. Just imagine like a Baja race car, and bounced around the inside of that thing. Man, we had some fun, but we'll get to that in a minute. I mean, those out there are country people, Southerners and country people, wherever you are around planet Earth. These are, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. But I was bright enough to realize that, as I've talked about before, every moment for a person is your infinite moment. And so I knew that any plan that went that far out into the future, the lines would have to be, I want to say, almost like broad and nebulous, so that the further it went away, it became less of any particular element. So you can mention branching out any particular element. The further it was away, the less it was a concrete step that I could take, and the more it was a general direction that would make use of the opportunities that were available to that direction at that time. A direction still motivated by an original dogmatic objective that it was serving, a purpose that it was serving. So one of those things that I knew would happen, or that I anticipated, speculated would happen, would be that good people would come to this, while ugly, damaging, corrupting people would dislike it. They would hate it. They would smear it, and they would move away from it. And I had to remain on that path. That was very important. So in the process, over the years in the white positive sphere, you had like little pockets of people who were like that and wanted what we have here, and wanted more of what we're doing now. They said, well, we need to be more like this. But they were outnumbered big time by individuals who were playing the villain in the anti-white narrative, or individuals who were just there for their own aggrandizement, or just there because they're dumb enough to think that they're going to be able to make money out of the white positive sphere and enrich themselves. So it was like selfish motivations. And so we were always having to fight with those sorts of elements. So even though, any individual, the measure of the individual, it might be mostly good, but a little bit of poison ruins the product. And it's the same thing with people. And so we'd have get-togethers, and whether it be conferences or meetings, what have you, and or parties like these, and we would try to highlight, those of us who are of this mind, try to highlight and encourage and thereby engender more of that productivity and less of what was harmful. And it was always an uphill fight. But now, finally, there is light in the tunnel. When we got together, first of all, the anti-white narrative would have you believe that, if somebody who cares about white people, travels from DC to Dallas, he's going to be met by someone maybe with like a deer carcass dragging on the ground on the side of the truck from having hit the deer and just left it stuck on the side of the truck, and horrible things maybe all over the truck, stickers and the like, and it's just going to be this really ugly scene. And they're going to get back to the house, and it's going to be like this filthy, wretched den of debauchery and ugliness and foul language, and it is the antithesis of that. It is the antithesis. We don't, there was no like gratuitous cussing. I don't think, I mean, maybe like where we are telling a story or something, and maybe say Sierra or something in the story, or to add a little bit more of a punchline or something like this. But it's much more like, and these are not like holy rollers or and which is not to say that being a holy roller is necessarily bad. We want everybody to be going free, but these are folks who are just normal white Westmen, men and women, who are good people with normal sensibilities, who work for a living and who clean their yard and keep their house clean and make things as nice as they can with what they have, and take care of themselves as best they can with what they have and wherever their health is. Just good, normal folks getting together. And this, I tell you, is the anti-whites hate more than anything, because they look at that and they know that the rest of white America and white Germany, but of course I'm being redundant here, the white UK, they know that they're going to see it and say, that's exactly what we want. That's the kind, nobody was like dragging some like giant beer keg around the side of the house or something like this. And and we're not saying, by no means, I'm not saying that this was like some pinky in the air type of get together. No, just red-blooded, normal, law-abiding, tax-paying, honorable Westmen. And so the house was nice and clean, and they made a wonderful little space for me to stay and to sleep. Their hospitality was just beyond imagination, and we had such a good time. Me and Johnny Reb and his wife. What a wonderful little woman she is! Just a wonderful little girl, and I tell you, she'd have to be wonderful to be married to Johnny Reb. I mean, some of the things that this guy has done, I could not stop laughing. The stories and just the kind of guy he is. So we spent a lot of time together and got to know each other a lot better, and really a wonderful human being. And he, like me, like everybody's made mistakes in life. And then the mistake is not the problem. The problem is continuing to make the mistakes. So once you figure out, whoa, that's not right, or either somebody tells you, figure it out on your own, then you go right, and you have the agency to correct that. That's how you know a good person. And so we broke bread together. I mean, we had dinner and ate breakfast. We had bacon and eggs. And I tell you what, waking up at dawn with the smell of just the most succulent bacon wafting into the room was, I'm pretty sure that I was certainly later I was wondering if I was in good old boy heaven. But that was definitely the prelude. We went down, and it was bacon and eggs. It was delicious. And then we did some other things. We had some stuff I can't talk about, because productive things were happening on this trip. This wasn't just, I mean, the fellowship alone is productive, but it wasn't just for the fellowship. Some other really productive things were taking place. Conversations were taking place, several conversations that are going to be bearing fruit for service to white well-being, which is really the purpose of anything that I do, or I should say everything I do. But then we had the first night, so Friday night, we had a get together, and I think there were about, I'm going to say 70 people that were there, roughly. I think there was expected to be a lower number than that, but then I think it ended up being 70. And I'm not counting the children that were the beautiful children running around. I was actually sitting beside my date, if you will, was this beautiful little girl. And she had little red bows in her hair, and she was beautiful little dress, and she was drawing these on the table. She had paper that her parents had brought, and I just by chance ended up getting sat beside her, and it was a real blessing to have her turn to me, again and again with these little pictures, and show me, and to be able to laud her for the drawings. It was really wonderful. Big bright eyes and big smile on her. Lovely little girl, wonderful parents, father and mother that were there. And I was meeting them for the first time. And it was just, as soon as I turned the corner at this place, I'm going to tell you folks, I want you all to feel this. If you have been active in service to White Wellbeing, I want you all to feel what I felt, what I'm trying to convey to you, because it is our work here that is making this happen. I mean, I came around the corner with Johnny Reb, and all these people were all sitting in there, and they looking up and like doing these like double takes, like, oh my gosh, the White Wellbeing guy is here. And, so you had folks there who are going free. You had folks there who have seen our work. They're not sure yet. They might want to go free, and immediately coming up, and I got my pictures taken with people, and folks were coming up, and they're like, I want to convey this, because these testimonials are your testimonials if you're going free. They are all a consequence of the work that we are investing. Raymond Foster in Australia, it is a consequence of the work that brilliant man, that industrious man, that tireless man is he and his colleagues in Australia, that they're investing for White Wellbeing, going free, using the lexicon, using the dialectics, making it happen. This is their reward too. When these folks are coming up and they're saying, can I get the picture with you? Can I thank you so much for going free? Well, it's happening because people like Raymond Foster over in Australia are making it happen. People like Nathan Lentini, people like Slots, people like Raymond and Heidi Van Buskirk, and all of these others, all these folks, I can't name you all. No White Gill Clips. So many heroic people. Final Blossom, For Null. You know I could go on forever and ever. Jared George. I could go on forever and ever. You all are, I'm naming you all there. This is all, these folks coming up. I had a guy come up right away. He's like, my God, I started going free. And then listen to this. I still got to contact Laura. Maybe, I don't know if she's listening, she'll listen in replay. The guy comes up, he's like, I started going free. My entire life turned around by going free. Listen to this testimonial. And I'm just sure, of course, it's anecdote, but I read them. You read them on the threads. You see them written in the live chats. We have these. Jerome just made a magnificent one. Fantastic work he did for White Wellbeing by doing that. And so this isn't, I'm not just pulling your leg on this. And so, and he says, my life turned around by going free, and I got on, and then he said, and I got on Nat Connect. And because we talk about Nat Connect, and of course Laura is a member of this community, or participant, practicing. There's no membership, but she's practicing White Wellbeing, practicing going free, and that is her big service. This Nat Connect, it's beautiful. But now remember, when you use Nat Connect, she does her level best to make sure that people aren't undercover, anti-white, subversives, or whatever, but it ultimately falls on you. It's the same way with Liv, our dear sister over there in Germany with whitedate.net. They do their very best to make sure that anti-whites are not sneaking in, but ultimately the burden falls to you. You are responsible for you. You have to remember that, because you have to take the responsibility if something goes wrong. If you get there and you say, well, I've talked to this person twice, and so I decided to give them my social security number and a photograph of my passport, and then they ended up not being genuine. Well, that's your damn fault. So don't blame these people. So this guy, he comes back over near the end of the night, and he's got this lovely woman with him. And so he's like, I got to come by again, and I've got to tell you, thank you again. Wonderful man, wonderful person. And he says, and I see the woman. I say, well, who's this fine young lady with me? He says, well, this is my girlfriend. She's going free. And so I got to talking with her, and he said, we met on Nat Connect. We both started going free. We went to Nat Connect, and then we got connected through Nat Connect, and now they found each other. Now they got a relationship with each other. They're living down wherever, I'm not going to say where they live, but now they've got a wonderful relationship with. I could not tell you, my heart was just bursting with joy for that. Are they going to have babies now? Who knows? Are they both going to continue to improve themselves, go free of these mean pathogens, take it to the next level, access more of their innate abilities and talents? I expect so. I hope so. We're going to be there for them. This community will be there for them. It'd be a wonderful thing. And you see them together in the future, even happier by themselves, or see them together in the future, happier with little ones or little one or little ones. Who knows? But it was fantastic. And I met some other people. I met another leader. I don't know if I'm at organizational leader. I don't know if I'm quite at liberty to say who that was. But I met that individual. Seemed like a good guy to me. But when I find out if I'm at liberty to say who that is, I'll say so. Met with some other folks who I've known for a time, going free, proud, happy, productive members of society. I couldn't even buy my own drink at the bar. I went up to the bar, and this heroic gentleman didn't even know who he was. Ended up getting in a talk with him, and then talking with him the subsequent night over at Johnny Reb's house for the more little private soiree, and a little smaller number than the 70 that was that night. And I walked up, and he said, and whatever this guy wants, I'll pay for that too. So we got into a conversation, and he knows about going free. The man is educated. He was well-dressed. And by well-dressed, I don't mean, remember this, that he got the richest clothes. Just his Sunday best, guy's looking good. He's clean cut. Guy's looking like he's got it together, and has a ton of children. And he's not an old guy by any means. And he's got nothing on you all. I mean, I'm sure he's got his talents, but I mean, he doesn't have some kind of a hidden something that you can't do. You can be a success in the world. You got to put your mind to it. And that's where you start when it comes to going free. You start with these mean pathogens that have burdened you and are clogging up the pores to your success. It's like if you're in automotives, and we'll be talking about that in a moment, it's like the air cleaner. It can't get any oxygen. You're not going to have fire in the combustion chamber if you can't get any oxygen. You've got these mean pathogens that are in the way of that blower breathing properly. And so you need to get in there. You need to treat yourself for those. It's a lifelong process. It's not a trivial thing. You can't just read it once, put it down, and say, well, that was it. That's what you do with everybody else's books. Or that's what you could do with Crucible. You read it and you put it down. That's what it is. But with Go Free, it's a practice. You've got to keep going back right all throughout that thing. Send me the pictures of where it's all marked up with your writing. I get those pictures, and I'll be sharing those in the future. But I'm going to tell you right now, wonderful people, families, happy faces, and I got to address the 70 or so that were there, and everybody was finally. I mean, we're getting there, folks. We're reaching that level. It wasn't like of old. It wasn't another idea in the mix that nobody can quite understand, and they come away from it thinking, well, that guy he can give us good speech. But let's go back to acting like the villain. It wasn't just that like automatic knee jerk. And you all, if you're in the white positive sphere for a long time, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Right now, you're doing this with your head. You're like the bobble guy in the back of the car. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Like here's that you could walk in there, and you could somehow magically, if you could convey somehow magically in this theoretical experiment, you could be like, hey, look, A, B, C, D, and we have our destiny back. And they would still say, wow, that's amazing. Let's go back to playing the villain. Let's go back to looking at that guy that CNN or MSNBC likes to put on all the time. Looks really sharp in a vest and a suit on TV, doesn't he? And then back just to the losing, back to the complaining, back to the doom documenting and dissecting. There wasn't that. The folks were wrapped. And it's not by me. It's not by whatever the speaking ability was, that hasn't changed. It's the message now that has finally breaking through, and they're seeing, and they look up and they're hearing the message, and it's the same message that you're going to share in all of your circles of influence. They're seeing now what that person is talking about is working. This is really going to work. This is really going to happen. We can really recapture our destiny. There really is something here. So they were entranced. I kid you not. Even the little girl sitting beside me drawing the pictures was listening. All of the little boys running around, they were listening. So listen, folks, I want you to get as excited as you have ever been, because I know that COVID and all in the election stuff has all been getting people down. They've felt like, boy, we're really embroiled in it now. We're really in the mire now, aren't we? This is the quagmire from the sewage plant that you just can't escape from. I realize that, but things are happening. Don't look for the glitz of the regime's media to come forward and interview somebody who is just later on they're going to tell you to vote for what's worse for you, or later on in a Matthew Heimbach style they're going to come out and say, well, everybody in that sphere, they're all a bunch of XYZ evil individuals, when really you were the evil SOB, if we're going to be using letters. Pardon me, and thank God that you're no longer in the sphere. Whatever his, I know that some people really like that guy, but whatever his, irrespective of whatever his honest intention may or may not have been, that is all past. Continue to look for the yeoman's work. Continue to look for building of the families. Continue to work for spreading this message of love, hope, and redemption, because it is working. It won't have been in any of the movies you watched. It won't have been in any of the TV series you have watched. But I tell you what, we went out the very next morning. So we got back from that event. And if something else hits me from that, I'll share it, because there were so many wonderful moments from that night. People coming up who have their, like 1 foot kind of in one sphere, 1 foot in kind of the other, but they're more over here, and they're saying, tell me more about what because I'm going to take it back to where I'm going, Jason. So a lot of exciting things. We get up the next morning, very little sleep, wake up, that beautiful little lady, she gets up, Johnny Reb gets up, and he was out before dawn getting these guys. As I said, we had a roaring, I'll tell you all this. We had a roaring bonfire in the backyard overlooking this gorgeous valley. And I'm not kidding. When night fell, all of these homes, these beautiful homes, these nice homes, covered in Christmas lights in this valley, it looked seriously like one of those little fake Christmas villages that are just so picturesque it can't be real. That's what it looked like. And Johnny Reb had lights strung around the backyard. We went out back that first day, and we had very realistic, perfect to a T, airsoft weapons and tools, I should say, airsoft. And we used those. We were shooting tin can lids hung out on a tree at, I don't know what it was about, maybe 12 to 15 yards or so. So to hit those out there with airsoft handguns and airsoft AR-15 and some other, I won't mention everything. We also had the coolest crossbow I had ever shot in my life. And we were both, believe it or not, this is rare in and of itself to get two of those weirdos together at once. But I'm surprised we didn't tear a hole in the cosmos. Both of us are ambidextrous. So we both shot the crossbow left-handed, and it was a hell of a lot of fun. It was a magnificent tool, and so we did that. We set up a big bonfire in the backyard. It was beautiful. throwing off some good heat, especially in the cool weather. Oh, I didn't even tell you, on the way there, on the airplane on the way to Dallas, I got into a conversation with a group of professional group of men. How many were there? 5, 6, 5. And they were professionals. And I won't say much more about them, but they were clearly, I talk about sociopolitical issues from the perspective of white well-being, and as you all know, always. And these were healthy people. That's what I'll say. And we have a nice relationship started with them. And these are good folks. Good folks. They're gonna, and we are very lucky that there are folks like that around. So more an unexpected connection there that was glorious. And so then the very next morning, got up on very little sleep, but I had more even than Johnny Reb down. Nothing gets him down. And the stories this guy. Anyhow, I can't tell those stories. Maybe I'll have him on. I should have him on. And we could talk a little bit. We got to be careful though. Maybe not on YouTube. And anyhow, so we got up the next morning. We had our eggs and bacon, and we took off to meet up with a friend, another friend of Johnny Reb's. Obviously, I won't be saying his name. This guy's a great guy as well. Good old boy. Knew everything there is to know about automotives, of anything that has an engine, I think. And just an amazing guy. And we went out, and it was this big, I don't know, I guess it was a park made out of this place where they have the shale rock and they have the oil, the drilling, actual, they're working drills. And so we were in, just think Baja race car essentially. And, but not quite, but just picture it that way. And it was I'm a good old boy, and we used to ride dirt bikes and four wheelers, and it's so much fun back in the day. It's been so long since I've been able to do anything like that. And we got inside this thing, and my God, it was hilarious because all these people, I told you all earlier in the conversation today, the gathering, that when people heard that I was going to be going out on the go-kart, they were like, oh. And I learned that people that actually went out with Johnny Reb in the go-kart, some men or many men scream from the shock, the horror, the fright, whatever it might be. But it brought the good old boy out of me, something fierce. We were covered in dirt and mud, and I could not believe that a vehicle could go that fast over rocks that bigger than my desk and varying. So you'd have one bigger than my desk, and then right beside it, one that's, so I think it was 27 maybe inches of play in the independent suspension, racing. And bouncing around the inside of this thing, bleeding from little spots here and there. That's part of it. You got to get the blood flowing with the mud. And I said on the radio, I don't know if you all heard, but we were trying to dodge the mud as best as possible. But we ended up going, it was my fault. I was going like 70 miles an hour, and over this sort of a long flat area. I can't believe, shows you how crazy Johnny Reb is. He let me get behind the wheel of this thing. And so I was racing around, and it was flat-ish. And there were like little moguls in it. So you couldn't quite see across this broad landscape. And so there would be these sudden puddles, mud puddles. And I was dodging them as best I can. I tried when he was driving across this rock. One of the issues was his buddy could crawl in a way that I just can't even describe. I've got pictures. I got a picture of me in it, and I'll share what I can. I'll find out. But I got a picture of me in it, and we're going, and the thing is just the axles are doing this, and you can't imagine if you're a good old boy, good old girl, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. But in Johnny Reb's vehicle, because the magnetic coupler had broke for the all-wheel drive, the only way for us to cross a lot of that material was at speed. So not only did I, as we drove up to these things, I thought, oh, a vehicle, because I'm thinking four-wheeler, I'm thinking dirt bike. I'm thinking that's not really gonna, well, he said, we can do it. We just have to do it at speed. Stomp on the pedal, and the thing goes racing along, weighs nothing, and all kind of horsepower, and bouncing over these things. But I was shooting along this flattish area. Puddle came into view, and I got most out of the way of it. Just nicked it and gunned it a little bit, maybe too early as I was coming out the other side, and it threw mud balls the size of softballs up in the air and through the inside, under the roll cage. And I was driving, and I'm like dodging these. I couldn't believe. And he told me afterward, he's like, it's because of the, these giant knobbies is really grabbing and picking it up and hurling it. He was getting hit as I got hit as well, but he got hit and he's laughing his ass off. It was, I mean, this is, do you want a life like that? Do you want to have family and loyal friends? This guy give you the shirt off his back. He's lived his life that way. Give you the shirt right off his back. That's the kind of people we need to be. We need to be good folk. We need to be good to each other. We need to be taking care of each other when we can. You don't take advantage of somebody. Somebody can't help you out. You don't guilt them for that. But where you can help out somebody to whatever it is, you do what you can. And this guy, he's always done what he could. And if you treat him right, he'll treat you right. And great guy. We just had and his buddy, as I say, great guy too. We came back later that we got home, and the machine all covered in mud. I got great pictures of that and got cleaned up. Then we had the little bit soiree at his home, had folks over, and folks I hadn't seen in a long time, and some other really good people, and some people from some really other areas, sort of in the sort of like the general white positive sphere, some on the periphery, and they fit right in. It resonated with what we're sharing. Would they fit in? Would people who are on the periphery fit in anywhere else in the white positive sphere? No, they wouldn't. Could you imagine? Could you even imagine how fast? We spun a lot of wheels, but they would really be throwing down some rubber if they found themselves in a party with other vehicles from the white positive sphere, other lexicons, other approaches. It. But these people fit right in. And one of them came right up and said, I'm gonna get born guilty ASAP. People were bringing up their copies of my books and having me sign. These are good people, good folks. I'm going to tell you, one gentleman who can't, the woman, both families that just came to mind that brought books up for me to sign. Both big families, productive, classy members of society. I love it. And I love them. They're magnificent people. And they were, and the one gentleman was telling me, handsome gentleman, and beautiful wife, pregnant wife, beautiful. I don't want to say more about like their looks or anything, because we know we're not in charge. The anti-whites are in charge, and they want to hunt people down who care about white well-being. If you're not anti-white, if you're white, you can't be anti-white enough. If you're not, they want to hunt you down. They want to ruin you. These people have families. They got children. They got productive households, and they're living in virtue, not in sin. And both the man and they're both couples actually, a beautiful husbands and wives. And I think a lot of that beauty comes from having that noble purpose in your heart. Because when you have that noble purpose, when you're really driven by a love and concern for your people and the destiny of your people, it comes through. It's like an aura that you can feel and you can see. You can tap into that. You can have that too. These are decisions you make. You can live in anti-white sin, and you can be a gross individual. That's a decision you make. You could have been there, and you can come away from that, and you can live like these people now. These are decisions you make. People are going to give you opportunity. Like Johnny Reb has given people opportunities, and they haven't always. Not everyone has taken the opportunity offered by this guy and made the most of it. When somebody gives you an opportunity, it's a decision you got to make. And I know a lot of you know this, but it's worth saying because these are important fundamental things that a lot of our folk have gotten away from because we're guilted, we're white guilted, we're infected with mean pathogens. Our thoughts are muddled. We hate ourselves, even though we would proudly assert we're drunk enough that we don't have any white guilt when you damn well know you do. And then your son and daughter are going to be turning against you because you don't know how to talk to them. You haven't inoculated them against anti-whiteism. And then what are you going to do then? You're going to be just more braggadocious over it? Or are you actually going to go after the problem? Your failings, the things you have stumbled at, you can trace almost every single one of those things back to anti-whites and anti-whiteism. Almost every single one, to one degree or another, either totally responsible for it or somewhere in between. Get back at those SOBs. Make the decision to be the right kind of person you need to be. You can be like these folks. They're better than me. They're living good lives, happy lives, productive lives. And I love every one of them. So we had a great night and talked with some. We came at the end of the night. You know, food was magnificent, and people brought. I can't say. I wish I could tell you. I didn't even have an opportunity to ask some of these people, but there are names that you would recognize about people who were there, and they brought some of them desserts, and they brought wonderful folks. And at the end of the night, I try to help this Mr. Johnny Reb and Mrs. Johnny Reb as much as I can. Try to be a good guest, and they just practically wouldn't have it. They were just going to they were going to do it all. They made it wonderful, and I cleaned up I cleaned up my space as best as it could be done, as best as it could be cleaned, and I tried to be the best guest I could be. And we got up the next morning and hopped in the, we had a wonderful night out too. What am I doing? I forget. We went out with they invited me to go out with their children. I'm not going to tell you how many they have, or little boys or little girls or whatever it is, because we know the anti-whites are always hunting, and they want to ruin their lives. But they said, come on out with our family, and we're gonna go out and look at lights, Christmas lights. I mean, think about that. And it was so humbling. It was just amazing. We went out and they showed me some historical places, and the place where I can't tell. I don't want to mention the exact locations of things. I don't want to narrow it, but you just went out and had a great time with their family. And then today had almost no sleep, got up, and then Johnny Reb and I, we rode out to have breakfast with another hero, a very important guy to potentially to White Wellbeing, a great guy, a very smart guy, a successful guy, and had a great breakfast with him. And to make matters even better, I mean, the whole time was filled with sort of these, if you were a superstitious person, or if you were looking for signs of, is there something right about this? Did you make the right decision by coming down to Dallas and meeting these people? The signs were everywhere to be read. I'm a scientific person, but I'm open to seeing, I guess, signs as well. That's some sort of like a blessing on events. And there was just like one positive sign after the other. And it was topped off with a dawn rainbow, right the direction that Johnny Reb and I were traveling. It could not have been just more beautiful way to end a trip. And then me and this guy that could be really important to White Wellbeing in the future. Very smart guy, successful guy. He took me on to the airport. I like him a lot. I've known him for a while. He's a good guy. Took me on to the airport, and of course had the flight back. But that's probably, I mean, there are a lot of other little details that I could share with you, and but That'd be something if maybe I had him on. We could talk about some of those things. But it was a grand time, and we made a lot of strides forward for White Wellbeing. And it buoyed my heart to know that you all would appreciate that, and that you all would be happy with the decision to go out there. And so it is a joy to me to be able to share it with you all. And thank you for listening. Thank you for appreciating all that we do in service to White Wellbeing, as I appreciate every single one of you. So I think what I'll do now, if you all have any questions, I'll take a look at those. I'm going to take a look at Entropy and Cash App to make sure I'm not missing anybody. And we have a couple things we could do. A couple things that we could talk about. We have the community comments, and let's see, do we have any? No, I don't think I think I have another piece of mail. I'm pretty sure I do, but I don't have it with me up here, so I'll have to wait till the next time. But let's see what you all are saying, and then we're going to keep rolling, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look over at at the comments on D Live, and we see here that where did I stop off? If you have any questions or comments about anything we've addressed over the course of the gathering today so far, please share them. Now's the time. I'm looking at the live chat, and I'll speak directly to your issue. Tag me as No White Guilt on that channel, Discipline with NWG on that channel, or the question widget on Entropy. And looks like we've had quite a little bit of movement over here on D Live. So thank you all for the points. Let's see, where did we leave off? Okay, it is Diamond Points from McLeafin. Writes, good evening, Jason. Formerly Spencer the First. Wow. Now you're really going to muddle my... Your name has changed at least 3 times for me, I think. But thank you so much for the Diamond Points. So that's who you are on D Live now. So thank you so much for the Diamond Points. Try to remember who you are. We have Nordic Prince. Gave a Ninja Guinea's worth of points. Thank you so much for that. And he writes, hail NWG. Thanks for reading that, Jason. Respect from Scotland. Well, much respect back to Scotland from the once great state of Virginia. You know, I can't wait to visit Scotland one of these days. It's every picture I see is magnificent. The people are beautiful. The countryside is beautiful. Let's see. Doomed Boomer gives a diamond points and writes here, I used to rub shoe polish on myself until I found, and then let's see, does he come back again? Shoe polish. Shoe polish? Nordic Prince. I walked by. I almost, if I would have had the money, and there would have been another change there, I might have gotten my boots shined. I had one opportunity years ago in DC, and it was this really, down and out looking white guy, and I went and I got a few bucks for a shine, and talked to him and picked him up a little bit while he shined my shoes. But those were nice shoes too, but those were my good pair. And I wore those little ugly rubber things over them every time it rained or snowed, because God's sakes, how many times I've kept those things going for years and years and years and years by taking care of them. All right. Nordic Prince. This is gifting a Ninja Guinea points. Thank you so much. Hail all the Nordic friends on chat. What is this? Zeitland? Hail us all. Is that, I don't know, how do you pronounce that? Is that like there's probably a pronunciation for this that I would butcher. But a big hail to you. Promethean hails. Thank you for being here. And who is next? Joe Heesif. Diamond points. Thank you so much. How important is the Georgia election? The runoff election, extremely important. And thank you for asking it. We need both of those senators to be Republicans. Now, again, it's not because the Republicans are going to be white positive. It is because if you have Republicans dominating, controlling the Senate, it makes it harder for defector Republicans to join with the Democrats. So the more Republicans, the better. The more Republicans, the more people that are going to be victimized by Democrat bills like the one we are reading tonight and the ones we were reading from other nights. A big thank you to everybody who's gifting points of any type. We also have Philosopher. All right. Not saying anything, but gifting diamond points. And let's see, White Wolf. Diamond points from White Wolf. Thank you. Promethean hails from Korea. Well, big Promethean hails to you as well. I wonder if I can change the colors on D Live to make it a little easier to read. What's this? Vzor58 gifting diamond points. And he writes here, been pro-white. We prefer white positive. Been white positive since 2009. We are getting stronger. Well, amen to that. Thank you so very much for the diamond points. And mentioning that we are indeed growing stronger as a people and be able to recapture that destiny. Vzor58 again, diamond points. Keep up the great work. I absolutely will. Thank you so very much. Nordic Prince, diamond points again. Thank you so very much. Hail your chat, Jason. Well, thank you so very much, Nordic Prince. This is the real Fash Gordon. Diamond points. Thank you so much. And writes, we will win. I am not going to say their word. I'm not going to say the language, use other people's languages, but I get what you're getting at. Thank you. Nordic Prince, diamond points. You have good mates here on D Live. Remember us. Well, thank you so much. Of course I will. Please spread the No White Guilt channel far and wide. Let's see. Michael says with diamond points, hail to the gods. Hail to our folk. Amen to that. Promethean hails to you. Bigot Smalls is over there. How are you doing, buddy? Diamond points, writes, happy Sunday. Well, big happy Sunday to Bigot Smalls. Let's see. Annie is there. Hello, Annie. Diamond points. Thanks for articulating what I've been thinking for years. Well, that's a wonderful testimonial, dear sister. That's so very important. Thank you so much for that. Very kind. Thanks for articulating what I've been thinking for years. You're most welcome. She comes back again with some more diamond points and back again with some more diamond points. Thank you so much, Annie. I appreciate it. And let's try to help me remember, folks, to give these back by opening the chest at the end of the show or near the end of the show. Nordic Prince, a Ninja Guinea points. Hail NWG from Scotland. Was here a while back. Watch your D Live chat. They are your buddies. All right. Thank you so much. And thank you for being here, brother. Philosopher Ninja Guinea points. Thank you. Annie back with diamond points. Thank you, sister. Isn't it white Christmas? Isn't white Christian Europe who they hate? No, not Christian. I know it seems that way. If you were to, if Christianity were not the white man's religion, which we've made it, if it weren't the white man's religion, then anti-whites wouldn't care at all about it. They would shove it down your throat, in fact. They would make you look at all of the manger scenes all day long. They would put that little baby Jesus out in your face. Every sliding glass door you had to walk through, automatic sliding glass door, there would be a baby Jesus there, and they would say, make sure you say, Merry Christmas. They would just put it in your face. No, it's because it's white. And as you see, fewer and fewer white people practicing Christianity or caring, the hatred for it, the broad hatred for it, diminishes because they don't see it as a way to victimize. Where it provides structure for white well-being, even indirect, like accidental structure that serves white well-being, anti-whites want to destroy it, but they do that with everything. So anything that inhibits their ability to inflict harm, and definitely anything that is going to work the opposite of the infliction of harm, they're going to attack. So it's us as a people, and it's all of our creations. And pardon me, you can talk about Christianity coming from someplace else, but it has been remade in our image, just as Christianity is remade in the images of other races of people, where they don't have the influence of white people in their face all of the time, telling them this is what Christianity is. So if you merely look across the totality of society, you'll see everything that we produce that provides structure and buoys our families, our well-being, etc. The anti-whites attack all of that. So they'll, if that became some Martian religion, or if that became some pagan religion, suddenly created a structure that was going to be very conducive to the reproducing of white families, the happiness of white families, they would come after that as hard as they've come after Christianity. Now, it doesn't, as a Christian, for Christians, people who are really dedicated, they go to church all the time, that doesn't make it, I guess, any less painful that they are coming after Christianity. But it's something that you need to understand to see the world clearly and to understand what the anti-whites are really after. I had a good friend, very religious Christian, and I remember, and he was, in one of the ideas that has been infused into Christianity by anti-whites is quietism, is this position where they have taken something in the text of Christianity. And as you know, you can go through the Bible and you can find all of these conflicting verses. And so, and of course, some Christians will say, well, if you're reading them properly, they're not conflicting. Maybe that's the case. But nonetheless, you can find passages that say you should just surrender to the state, or be interpreted that way. And remember, it's the power of interpretation that really matters, not what's written down. And so if the televangelists and the churches, leadership from the top down, are under the influence of anti-whites, and they've all been defeated by anti-whites, then you're going to end up with an interpretation that is going to engender ideas, sentiments, actions that are going to undermine our well-being. And so this good friend of mine, bright guy, was essentially taking kind of a quietist position, like, well, we can't change it, let God do it. And I told him, and in a way that was forceful, he's a bit of an academic, so he wasn't quite ready for it. But I said, whose God do you want to win? And he paused and he was like, well, my God. And I told him then you're going to have to fight, because no God comes to the aid of any complaining child, of any begging baby. You get down on your knees and you just beg, and God, there's no God going to listen to you. God, the Creator, will only come to those who help themselves. He will only aid those who help themselves. And this guy decided to take a different path as a consequence. So if you're going to wait on something, you're just going to pray for something, then the God of anti-whiteism will win, or maybe the God of some other religion will end up winning. Nordic Prince, wait, I think I'm missing something. No, Ninja Genie points and then he names another group of human beings. He says, in his opinion, historically are criminals, essentially, is what he says here. Research, then he doesn't ask me to research the history, tells me to, and then says that he believes that we owe them nothing. I don't believe that we owe anybody anything. We have done incalculable good for the other races of man, including that one. So we don't owe anybody anything. I don't know Did you think that I was at any point saying that we owed them something? Or maybe you were telling somebody who's living as a villain in their story. Trust me, I don't know how old you are, but I might have learned all about a lot of different groups before you were even out of your diapers. I don't know. So you definitely are not going to be able to teach me anything on any of these groups. I've been there and back, and I know that the problem in the world is anti-whites and anti-whiteism, a decision that a human being makes and that we acknowledge. If you put your focus in the wrong place, Nordic Prince, you're never going to succeed. And that's fact. You're never going to succeed by being a character in their story. And trust me, you think that you're affronting them by making a statement like this publicly, but you're actually doing exactly what they want you to do. What they don't want done is what I'm doing. The ones who are anti-white, at least. Everybody who's anti-white does not want me doing what I'm doing. But you know what would happen if somebody with my ability to clean up, I've written all of these books, they could very easily say, wow, look at this guy. He's really the telling people what to think in the white positive sphere. And they would say that if I started talking like you did here. So what does that tell you? Shouldn't that click something in your head for you? The media empires that I'm sure you would point out that a lot of this group of people work in those media empires that may be even owned by some of these people. I'm sure you would point out that, hey, those people are in those media empires, they dominate or whatever. So doesn't it tell you something that if I were to start talking like that they would show up with all their mics and cameras and videotape me? But they're nowhere to be seen when I'm spreading white well-being? Think about it. Lord Aragorn, Diamond Point, says, hey, all. Hey, back. Renunciate, Diamond Point, says, hello, Jason, with a smiley face. Thank you. Renunciate again, Diamond Points, formerly known as DF. Really? Well, welcome back. Now I got all these people with new names, and you're essentially all going to become brand new people to me. I hope you know that. Some of you won't. Some of you I'll be able to remember, but Lord have mercy. Nordic Prince is back with a Ninjagini points. Says, sorry, Sightland is Sightland before it was handed over to the Scottish, my friend, Hail NWG. Well, thank you for that. I know that these have pronunciations from wherever they come from that sound completely different than I just spoke, but so be it. And Harad Celtic is over here too. Hello, dear sister. How are you? Best women in the white positive sphere. The most women by far in the white positive sphere. I'm going to tell you, folks, there was always just a trickle of ladies that would come out. We have by far the most ladies, and the reasons why can be found throughout our motivations, throughout the entirety of what we share here, throughout the entirety of the text in Go Free. That's why we have so many wonderful women in service to white well-being. Engharad Celtic Diamond Points writes, hello, my dear fellow. Glad you had a fun weekend. Oh, it was beyond fun. My gosh. Johnny Reb and Mrs. Johnny Reb. They were glorious. All right, we're going to pop back over here and see if we missed anything. Tall Kevin is with us, ladies and gentlemen. $5 financial gift. Thank you so much. Hey, trolls, don't steal my question widget and fill it with your nonsense, he writes. Use it for its intended purpose, which is to spread positivity and advance white well-being. Do not ruin it with your phrases in the anti-white narrative. The question widget is something we enjoy. Amen. Well said, Tall Kevin. I agree completely. Yeah, this the poor souls trying to burn down the good that we're doing for white people, and then try to claim that they're doing good for white people. Ah, gosh. This has never happened for the anti-whites before, folks. They've never had an opposition that was intelligent and not effete, strong and not ignorant, bold and not reckless. They've never had that before. And 41 BMC is here. Great to see you. I think I mentioned you earlier. So yeah, times have changed, and it's great to see everybody. Ash is here, and so is the one and only Raymond Foster. Great to see you, brother. We're talking about you a little earlier. All right. Let's see if I missed anybody over here. I hate to miss folks when they financially gift, because I know what it's like. We were sharing stories, me and Johnny Reb, about different jobs over the years. And boy, there have been some miserable jobs. At the same time, how'd you like to have more than, some of you have, more than one job that was miserable? So I really want to appreciate those who are financially gift. $100, ladies and gentlemen. $100 more from Quebec. Is that right? Wow. $100 more from Quebec. Let's get a big round of applause for this champion. And he writes here, it's been a rough month. How about some white pills? Amen. That's some. Thank you so much, brother. Well, we got so many good things going on. You're going to be white pilled out of your mind with all these salubrious things going on. I'm going to have some coffee, some of this. When you don't eat because you don't have time, and you don't sleep because when you're sleeping, you're not serving white well-being. And don't do that. Get appropriate sleep and eat properly and everything. I'm trying to get this together. So, it's been a little over 2 decades. I'm trying to get this rolling so that we can have like a perpetual motion machine, and it just is happening for white well-being. And then we can ride and steer a little bit better instead of having to pedal so hard. But we'll make it happen one way or the other. We'll do it together. White Healing is here, and that's exactly what we need. So, Escape X is here. Great to see you. Quebec, ladies and gentlemen, $100 more. That's what happens, folks, when you show up and you think that you're going to smear us. You think that you're going to start a little group or a forum or whatever it might be, and try to say ugly things or try to associate us with ugly things or me with ugly things. You just end up causing people to financially gift more. So how does that feel? That's really got to be wretched. I mean, in your vernacular, that's really got to suck. It sucks. Doesn't it suck? I know that's what you all day long. Everything sucks. Like, man, this sucks. Sucks. Guy gave him another $100 after I threatened XYZ. All right. Be a good person. Don't do that anymore. And then you'll have a good life. You won't have to just stand on the outside and say, sucks. Stand in the road and look at the house, and it's cold out here, and the fire's roaring in the beautiful kitchen and living room, and the people are gathered and smiling and hugging, and it was glorious. Nobody wearing a mask. $20 more, ladies and gentlemen, from Bobby Fisher. $20 more from this hero down in Texas, and we're gonna meet him one of these days. Thank you, brother. $20. He writes, "Hail King Köhne and the whites of the round table." I love that. I love that. The whites of the round table. That's what we are. Big Promethean hails back to you, brother. All right, we'll round that out and we'll come back around here. What should we do? What's up next? I think we have only 2 people who have gotten packs of cards, and we have one more pack. If anybody should want one, now remember, we'll go back up here. Fraulein Dresden made these by hand. There were 3 sets, 4 cards in each pack that she made by hand. They're lovely. She said each one for a donation of $50 or more. There are 3 regular Christmas cards and 1 Christmas NWG card. She says, show the samples, and it's her gift, her Christmas gift to our folk. And they're all a little different. Like the one other one has the flowers moved over here, and it goes this direction. This is the NWG. You see, these are glorious. And then you have the little Santa one that she made by hand. And you see these are 3D. And I'll show you quickly. That's the inside looks like for you to write your message to your loved one. So there's a little reindeer one. And what was the other one? It was like a little snowman. No, it was a nutcracker one, which is what some of these fools are trying to crack my nuts. They're using the wrong tools. But beautiful cards, and there's one packet left for someone who is going to financially get $50 or more, and we'll hold on to it to next week if that's going to be someone next week. So thank you so much for doing that, dear lady. Let's go ahead. I mean, since we're rolling, we might as well just keep, what are we at, 5-hour mark? And let's jump into some of these. KMG 501, and we'll get back to this bill in a moment. The Peace Department, the Department of Peace, the Department of Antiwhiteism, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get back to that. We've got some of these stories. You tell me what you want to talk about. KMG 501, I hope this fraudulent, he writes, he's saying it's a fraudulent election, is certified. Why? Because I've come to believe that accelerationism is really the only path forward. Once the bulk of the states realize that they are being circumvented through fraud, there is no longer reason to be part of the union. I'm afraid, my friend, stick around here, go free, start treating yourself for the mean pathogens. This is a misunderstanding. Oh, I missed Wagner, I think, financial gift. I'll get to that in just 1 second. Your observation here is wildly incorrect. If you want to see the consequence of accelerationism without a psychological defense for the psychological warfare waged against us by anti-whites, look at South Africa. If you want accelerationism now, move to South Africa. Then you can have all the accelerationism you want. Move to Rhodesia, Zimbabwe. You can have all the accelerationism you want. Move to some of the no-go zones, which don't exist. You just ask CNN. And Le Pen, you just ask them, and they'll tell you that they don't exist. But move to one of those zones, and you'll have all the accelerationism you want. So if you do not have a psychological defense for the psychological warfare that is waged against us, accelerationism is only more harm. And there's no coming back from it without that defense. We have that defense in Go Free. There's no states. I mean, do you not see? I guess you obviously don't see, because you're probably an intelligent person. You're probably at work all the time, and you don't get an opportunity to see these things. So start going free with us. You can listen to an hour a day or an hour and 15 a day. You'll be able to get through it over the course of the week while you're working or during your drive, whatever it might be. And you'll find out that you need an oppositional pole. If you're going to have any sort of resistance, you need a psychological defense for the psychological warfare waged against us. There isn't going to be any states leaving any union. It is illegal. And now, whereas it was not illegal when the South actually seceded, it was legal to do so then. It was only 100 years after they had said that we're only going to join if we can leave the populations of the states. So the parents of the people that had and the grandparents that had made that agreement with the United States were either just dead or still alive when they seceded. And the United States invaded. So now it's illegal. So nobody's, and not only that, but you don't have, my gosh, there are not these, I'm seeing these glitches on the screen. Everybody still hearing me? Okay. Things are happening. I don't know why. But if you let me know, if you give me some feedback, everything's okay. I don't mind talking to myself. I've had many meetings. Nobody showed up. That's fine. That's fine because they're showing up now, aren't they? We've talked about this a lot. We'll go back to it again, but please, KMG 501, accelerationism is not the path to success. What we are doing is the path to success. You can see the failure of accelerationism all over the world. You don't have a homogeneous states anymore. You have multiracial states with the majority of the nodes of power, both elected and appointed, in the hands of anti-whites. What do you mean the states are going to secede? Are you joking? I mean, you really see, you just don't know. In the truest sense of the word ignorant, and that word's often used wrong. You don't know yet. So now what I've just said to you, you should say, oh, really? If that's the case, then I abandon that position. That's what an adult would do at this point. Because as soon as I said what I said, you're going to think about, well, geez, actually, that's right. Anti-whites are, the entire system across every state is rife, is fraught, more properly, with anti-whites. And so there is no homogeneity. There isn't a oppositional pole in a state to say, well, we're gonna pull out because we have this other authority structure that we believe in. The South seceded because Southerners were more loyal to their states than they were to the federal government of the United States. That was their oppositional pole. Robert E. Lee said it best. He was offered the command of the United States, the entire United States Army. And he told Lincoln, I will not go to war against my mother, Virginia, the state of Virginia. And instead, he opted for like a little militia in Virginia. Robert E. Lee, the record setter of every institution that he was in. So there isn't anything like that. Thank you, though. Do the adult thing and abandon that position and start going free. You'll be able to be productive. This sort of thing, you're not going to accomplish anything. There's not going to be this sort of this idea, and I've seen it for a long time, forever in the white positisphere, this idea that, well, that's bad enough and everybody's going to wake up now. Everybody's going to start doing the right thing now. That has never happened. You need something for them. There are going to be moments when people are really shaken to their core. And when they are, that's when you say, let's go free. Here's the remedy to this problem. If there's no remedy, then they're not going to do anything. They're not going to go anywhere. Okay, Inclination, 1972. It is obvious Trump, and then he writes the number ONE, but also obvious that he is not going to be the president next term. This is openly fraudulent, says this author, not this individual reading it. The media has set it up so that there will be much pain and anger in both sides. They will want their non-white, anti-white in power. Please, Inclination, don't use the anti-white government structure called communism. Just call them anti-white, which they get by making sure the puppet is so, I won't say that word, we'll just say in his dotage, that he won't last longer than a few months before she takes over. Here in Australia, the masses, in all caps, believe Biden has won. They don't even realize it is not yet over. The media has a lot, all caps, to answer for. Well, they, as you say, they believe Biden has won. And this is a great demonstration. And what you saw when the president gave a speech to the nation the other day, not a single major network covered it. And that was a raw demonstration of power by the anti-white oligarchs. A raw demonstration of power. Now, T-Rex we don't like Trump, and nothing about him that we can see that is white positive. But I'll tell you this, the anti-white oligarchs, they don't like that guy. They don't like him at all. And you saw them exercise their raw power by denying him access, the president of the United States, denying him access by way of their media empires to the American people. That's how you end up with this concept that I was referring to as, fait accompli as a strategy. The idea is to convince everybody that this is already done. And I think I know that as this continues to unfold, people in Australia will find out soon enough what ends up happening. Here's the great Irish ice. White well-being is the way forward for the entire world. Even Non-white people agree. Western kind must recapture their destiny. Amen to that. You're absolutely right. Irish Ice, let me know, will you please, in the question widget, how much of what you shared with me in that video I can tell to others, because I want to make sure first. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you so much for your service to white well-being. Buddy Duddy writes, anti-whites known as Democrats. Well done. Well done. The anti-whites known as Democrats, or who call themselves Democrats, no longer have a guiding philosophy as a party or deep abiding principles and values capable of keeping their anti-white elements in check and preventing those elements from taking over the party. Any political party not governed by reason, logic, and ethical considerations will be ruled by ambition and acquiring power for the sake of power. Disgustingly, the anti-white Democrats seek their power through the victimization of Western kind. Very well written. Thank you for that. Teresa writes, really? Well, people out here tweeting, saying, texting, hearing, and spreading all these opinionated conspiracy theories. A lot of folks going without, starving for anything hopeful to cling to. Geez, America has lost its real values of humanity. One race, she writes, the human race. God bless this great big world. And happy Thanksgiving to all today. You are definitely blessed if you really got to celebrate. And then I guess she writes again here, I ain't spoiled, but this Thanksgiving 2020, I'm hungry, jobless, and probably soon to be homeless, and I want my family and my life. Well, Teresa, I hope you get what you're looking for. I doubt you're going to find the happiness that you want if you continue on an anti-white path and an anti-white narrative. There is a human species, and we are divided into peoples or breeds, races, and it's very evident. It's in all things. It's in all of our creations, and you need to acknowledge that. And we here serve white well-being, and we welcome everyone of every immutable characteristic to serve white well-being as well, because anti-whiteism is going to destroy their lives. It's going to destroy the natural environment as well if it fully completes its victory over Western kind. And so we invite you to do the right thing, to start going free, and we hope to see you again in the comments doing so. Let's see. Somebody writes here. He writes, oh, this is somebody that I think it was somebody that was a problem earlier. For some reason, my folks seem to thin this and enlighten channel. It's not. No matter how many hours of BS is churned out, I cannot understand or tolerate the guy with zero dirt under his fingernails spewing his rubbish. So damned ridiculous. Babble on and on. Don't be so jealous. I started working blue collar at, what was it, 8, 9, going out in the middle of the night with my father on side jobs, construction jobs. You twit. Can't stand somebody that doesn't have dirt under his fingernails. Sure. This is just a person who is anti-white and just trying to drive people off from the great work that we're doing. So glad to know him for what he is. Sophia writes, thank you for your channel. Well, Sophia Rodriguez, you are most welcome, and thank you for your appreciation. Let me stop there before I read from Ruination Media and say that Richard Wagner has financially gifted $5. Thank you, dear brother. And he writes, a piano piece I composed. I would like to dedicate it to your cause and white well-being. Well, that's magnificent. And he has a link here. Let's see. Will we be able to play this? I wonder. How long is it? Maybe if I just hit, it'll show me. Let's see. Let's run this all the way. Oh, it's only 3 minutes and 11 seconds. We can absolutely play that. Let's make sure we play that. Let's play it right now, I think. And then we'll come back to Ruination Media. How does that sound? And we'll listen. I think I can play it. Let's have a look. And this is Richard Wagner How beautiful is this? God, thank you so much, brother. Financially gives $5, and he writes, a piano piece I composed, and I would like to dedicate it to your cause and white well-being. Well, thank you so very much, dear brother. That is magnificent. Richard Wagner has been with us for quite a little while, a great champion. He read Crucible and then gifted me a little video and of him playing the piano. He had Crucible up on the piano. It was absolutely splendid. And so let's see if we can't take a listen here. My God, I had chills. My God, brother, that is fantastic. Let's get a really break out the emojis, wild round of applause for Richard. Is he still with us or did he go to sleep already? Damn, I hope he's with us. That truly was. I'm seeing words here. Magnificent, fantastic. I mean, it was absolutely splendid. It was professional. It absolutely professional. It was truly beautiful. A beautiful piece of music, an inspiring piece of music. How glorious. God, thank you so very much. My gosh. I absolutely had chills at several pieces or several portions of that music, several parts of that music. I wish I had the proper vocabulary to explain, to speak to all of the different segments. I'm gonna drag somebody on here, or I'm gonna ask somebody as soon as we're done here to listen to that, to be able to give me the proper verbiage. That was beautiful. That was genuinely, it really stirred my emotions. And I will tell you folks, I've been to symphonies where over the years where they have these wildly acclaimed musicians, and they do a fantastic job playing the music of our great composers of yore. And when they play, they'll always play something of their own making. And every time, I don't think I've really heard anything that has been very good. In fact, the majority of times it's been really awful, really wretched what they have created on their own. But this was really magnificent. This was really beautiful. In fact, I'm gonna show you all. I'm gonna play for you all a video that I made from before going in to hear a symphony. Let's see if I can play this really quickly and just to demonstrate. I'm not just like, I have no knowledge at all. I do lack the vocabulary to be able to speak to the different segments of the music and how it flowed. Wasn't that inspiring though? The way it just sort of, the way it was, it had a momentum and a growth, and you could feel the energy sort of grabbing your spirit by the lapels almost, and pulling you out of your body to someplace higher. That's how you know you have art. God bless you, Richard Wagner. If you're not with us right now, then when you do listen to this in replay, God bless you. But that is beautiful. I don't even want to play the other one. I just want to have his music in my ears for a little while. That was so beautiful. I'll play the other video later. Thank you so very much for that. Another beautiful gift. The other gift was a piece from Chopin that he had played, really capturing the work and bringing it directly from the quill to the practice and the creation of the piece through time and space to our ears with that piece by Chopin. Really beautiful. And that's what we are. That's the kind of folks we bring together. God bless you, brother. That really, talk about a white pill. Quebec, looking for white pills, giving white pills. We just found one. The day is going to come sooner than you all could imagine when we will fill a concert hall, and it will be all white positive people in tuxedos and the women in beautiful gowns. And we'll be listening to people with magical abilities like Richard Wagner perform before us, and grabbing all of us with this music in the only way that the spirit of the West can be reached, and elevating it to that higher plane, and together then giving us a power we can't even imagine at present. God bless you. That day is coming sooner than you think, ladies and gentlemen. How beautiful is that? Smoking Monkey is here. Justin Lee, great to see you, brother. So Stace is here. It says, Jason, white America and the West in general is lucky to have someone like you. Seriously, keep fighting. Thank you so much for that, brother. I appreciate you here. It was great we met, right? Great to meet you, and thank you for being here with us. God bless you. We're lucky to have you. It says better than gangster rap. Yeah, by a few million orders of magnitude. Thank you so very much. And thank you all for applauding him. I just suddenly having that vision of filling a hall with white positive people. Boy, that's inspiring, isn't it? Just the thought of that. Imagine that. Imagine white positive people. What kind of message would that send the world? White positive people in tuxedos, in nice gowns, showing up to a symphony performed by white positive people, or even a person, and playing music that absolutely angelic, that ethereal, and no exaggeration, no hyperbole whatsoever, a work of his own creation. Absolutely stunning, brother. Could you imagine that visual and that videotaped? We could even going through and blurring the people's faces out because the anti-whites are actually in charge. But even going through and blurring everybody's faces out so that nobody ends up being attacked or ruined by the anti-whites, and having a video of that, couple hundred white positive people dressed like that, listening to music that ethereal, that angelic, that godly, that would be the kind of thing that would do for us. The kind of thing I never even contemplated something like that until just now. And the kind of effect that would have on Western kind, our brothers and sisters, the vagues out there around the world. I mean, we might be onto something. And all because of what Richard Wagner just did. I wish I had some way as controlling the channel to give like super emoji applause, set fireworks off. And I'm sure if they came up with that, they would deny it to me anyhow. But just imagine it, folks. Imagine fireworks going off in the live chat. Alex says, Wagner's brilliant. He absolutely is. Beautiful piano composition. There is yet more obvious proof that we can go free. We can create brilliant works of art again. We absolutely can. You're right, Alex. And achieve greatness in other spheres, as did our ancestors. He's like Chopin resurrected. Just incredible. I absolutely love it. You're 100%. For Null's here. For Null, maybe you can better articulate how wonderful that was than if you can articulate it at all. I mean, I'm just stumped because I don't know the language of music, and I don't know how to. I can just tell you how it's moving my spirit, and I'm actually a bit. It's a bit ineffable because it was so wonderful. Alex is right. Think about what we just witnessed here, ladies and gentlemen. Think about the possibility of that being videotaped. I'm sure that could be something we could pull off. When has that been done? My God. I am excited. I would be much louder than I am right now if it weren't for my respect for people who need to be able to get some sleep. We'll play that again before the end. Yes, Bobby, that was an original composition by Wagner in our live chat, Going Free. Fernol says, and Fernol is a great musician and a very smart guy, does a lot of different things. He's almost polymathic. Says, I can feel it and be in wonder, but not good at putting words to it. Well, I mean, I'm with you. Just truly phenomenal. The chat leapt on me. So we'll find the let's see if I'm missing anything over here. Okay, we're good. We'll get back to, we'll find where we were there in a moment. Proud to be Greek says he made it from scratch. Wow, he did make it from scratch. I know, I'm stunned as well. Think of the possibility of that. Boy, that would have an impact, especially in this time of peril. Especially in this time when things are as thin, as tenuous as they can be. Our future seems so much in peril right now. Something like that, we might have a big project to work on. Grayman Van Buskirk says, sent chills down my spine. Truly a masterpiece. You are absolutely right. Me as well. I thought as it was progressing, I was like, is this really original? I was feeling like I was listening to the classical music station. It's like one of the rare pieces from one of our greats from the past. My Lord. Wow. Now would be a perfect time for this. Over the next few months would be a perfect time for something like that, with everything in such a state. Well, we'll think about that, and we got a lot of projects to work on, and a lot of people would have to be brought together, but that was truly magical. Bless you. Promethean blessings to you, Richard Wagner. Promethean blessings. That was beautiful. I actually did not see that financial gift earlier. He sent it earlier. Probably went to bed thinking, oh, I'll see it later. Okay, we got to keep rolling. We got a lot to do. Ruination Media. Always, if you're not following Ruination Media, if you're not subscribed, please subscribe to him. And because he's a brilliant individual, he's sagacious. He always disembroils things in a way that is accessible. Pardon me. Let's see what he writes here. Great stream. Your message is simple. We are for white well-being. We are against anti-whiteism. This message appeals to everyday people, but this does not appeal to thought leaders because there isn't much to analyze and dissect. It wasn't created by an 18th century French philosopher. It isn't a rabbit hole of alternate worldviews and abstract thinking. If a humble trucker and shelf stacker can learn your method and put them into practice, that makes the thought leaders redundant. That's why they create intricate webs of abstract ideas which foster endless pontification and deeper rabbit holes. Spencer and his yes men believe that the problem is neoliberalism, which absorbs all structures like capitalism, religion, and culture and transforms them to meet its ends. And because neoliberalism wishes to transform the Middle East, China, and Palestine, we share a mutual struggle with these non-whites. Therefore, anti-whiteism is merely a side effect of neoliberalism. Imagine thinking this rubbish would ever work on vagues, let alone change anything. When these thought leaders tell you the system is only incidentally anti-white, they are admitting that they are only incidentally for white well-being. It's not their main focus. It's just a side effect of hating the, quote, international puppies or some abstract construct. My mistake was thinking they are even in our sphere. We will have much better luck convincing vagues than content creating thought leaders. Absolutely. God bless you. Ruination Media on YouTube. Lovely Porridge. If we can find his YouTube channel and put that URL in the live chat, I would really appreciate it. My magnificent moderators, thank you so much. He's absolutely right. They're not even in the white positive sphere. They're here for self-aggrandizement. They baffle gab. And this idea that it's neoliberalism, I looked up. I'm trying to find out exactly what they mean by neoliberalism, because you always have these vague interpretations so that they can slither out from underneath of whatever corner you put them into when talking about it. But it is not neoliberalism. That just sounds intelligent, and they know that you'll be baffle-gabbed by it and then want to hear more. What is this neoliberalism and how does it function? And no, that's not what's happening. It is not. It is anti-whiteism, period. If it were neoliberalism, it would as easily serve white people as it targets us. It's preposterous. And then you had a claim, maybe I'll make a roll-in video about it and properly address this. You have this claim that President Biden is not going to do any of the none of the radical anti-white stuff will happen. He's just going to bring back in more neoliberalism. Okay. Let's see. Ehrlich writes here, I almost wonder if they aren't trying to start something prematurely before the white positive contagion takes hold of the true U.S. citizens. Well, it's entirely possible. They know the anti-whites have known for a long time. They've been writing white papers about it, what we refer to as the event horizon. when the different anti-white groups and so-called victim groups begin to turn on each other because they don't see the white race as the main source of their enrichment and empowerment anymore. Doesn't mean that they won't want to continue victimizing us, but it does mean that their coalition will begin to break. And that'll be, if we haven't already recaptured our destiny, the last opportunity to recapture it. Let's see. Boris Saname, 13. That farm bill boils my blood. I don't have 160 acres of my own, so why would I want to pay out the A for someone else to be handed it on a platter? The banks raised the price on my great aunt's land home after my great uncle died. They did that to steal the land from under her. Now they want us to pay for someone else to own more than we were ever able to afford? Not a chance. Very well written. Catherine writes here, they are trying to pump farming communities full of anti-white non-whites with every advantage to force us out. Not able to compete with their federal help. Farming and rural communities are the last bastions of white America. There are well-trained non-white, anti-white YouTube presenters explaining how to apply to these programs. So it's going to be, I mean, we had Boris Anime 13 talking about 160 acres. No, there's, but I mean, you know what he's meaning by that. But just so everybody knows, there's no limit on the amount of acres that can be either purchased at a loss by willing white farmers or landowners, or forced to sell at a loss. I should have said sell the first time as well. Forced to sell at a loss. It could be any size, and these people don't actually have to farm, as they can, according to the bill we read, you can go back and read it, they can get loans that can be infinitely refinanced from their black-owned bank that would be created with the bill to pay for their employees. So all they need to do is run the business of the farm, and not even run it, because the employees will be paid by taxpayers through these loans that will turn into grants, you know, I'm sure. But look to CNN to see their interpretation, because I'm probably wrong. But they'll just get to have the money. Champion of Ithaca writes, Jason is the real deal. Damn right. You know who else is the real deal? Is Richard Wagner, who came out here with this magnificent piece as a gift to, he says, to your cause and white well-being. Beautiful. Thank you so much, Champion of Ithaca. This is we'll call Mr. American writes, Richard Spencer, another white nationalist, fooled me that Joe Biden will do what's best for us, white Americans, until I found out what Biden's policies are. Joe will legalize millions of non-white people that will always vote Democrat. We white Americans are doomed soon. It will be illegal to be a white nationalist. Well, don't ever call yourself a white nationalist. You are serving white well-being. White nationalist is a term that is on the federal watch list, and we covered that last year. It's like calling yourself a member of MS-13, and the government then gets the right to put you on lists. That's the verbiage they can use to justify putting you on the lists. That eventually targeted violence list is where it begins, as someone who could potentially commit targeted violence. And then that moves on to the no self-defense, no travel lists, the terrorist watch list. So saying here that Richard Spencer and other white nationalists fooled him into believing that Joe Biden will do what's best for us. So how does that sound? How does that sound? Now this individual who was a supporter of these shitbags, these anti-white shitbags, telling our people to vote for Biden, vote for Democrats down all the way down the ticket, because it's going to be good for us by some sort of contorted, what is that in that story? I almost just had the name of it. One of you will be able to come up with it. Oh, I almost just said it again. The not. This is what happens when you travel and have too little sleep and too little to eat. I am starving too. I'm hungry. The Gordian knot. The Gordian knot is what it's called. Like they have this like Gordian knot, and this is all of it. If you just follow this lack of this illogic, you just follow it back on top of itself so many times, you'll get good and confused. I'll baffle gab you, and then at the end I'll tell you in this very sophisticated way that I speak that don't you understand that this will be good for us? And then you say, well, wait, no, I lost you somewhere at like the 15th fold back on the logic. But if you say so, I mean, you dress nice and you got nice hair and you have a lot of money, so you've been well educated, so it must be true. And now he finds out, well, I've been fooled. You know how many times I've been told that by folks following these shit bags? You know how many times I've been told that? Absolutely wasting your time, absolutely leading you to perdition in every case. It's really sorry to hear that, but thank God you've seen the light, and now it's time to go free, brother. Don't call yourself a white nationalist. You're in service to white well-being, and we're not doomed. We have the remedy. We have the key that works here. You better yourself. You better those around you, and we'll take back our destiny. The great evil Charles writes, all you were saying thus far made me spontaneously peel onions. So at, I guess it's 2 hours and 40 minutes, and I think this was maybe 3 weeks ago. So all you were, no, I think it might have been last week. All you were saying thus far made me spontaneously peel onions. That's a very creative way to say that, brother. You particularly had me at the mention of King Leonidas. It was 2 weeks ago. I just had to mention that I see a lot of good people, highly motivated and ready to get into action, gathering in defense of our race. Money is being earned, lives are being saved, and the reach out continues among vagues, while anti-white grunts are sent packing. One race, many countries. It's an unspoken motto at this point in several groups that I engage with. That's awesome. That is fantastic. None of this chewed up crap anymore, where you need a scientific phenotype to be considered white or have specific uniforms. The clowns who demand that are thrown out of these groups. And the doomed dissectors get one conversation to change their attitude or are also tossed out. I really recommend this approach. You'd be surprised how many wholesome people show up. And let's say some fools want to amend their ways. Then they not only have to stop their nonsense, but display proof they have already turned around with effectiveness. Screw this hand-holding and humoring the weirdos for the sake of numbers. Quality before quantity any day of the week. I'll always be there for our people in whichever way I can. Also, Mr. Köhne, just to let you know, I'm collecting a series of pictures where I'm laying smackdowns on anti-whites online. Perhaps I could make a nice collage and send it to you or someone else. Send it to me, brother, just as a display for newcomers that the lexicon does in fact work. Magnificent testimonial by the great evil Charles. Thank you so very much for that. In all of the groups that he's participating in, he's seeing Going Free, showing up the lexicon and the dialectics. He's seeing it work for himself. He's seeing it work for others. He's seeing people getting fed up with these idiots playing the villain in the anti-white narrative and the doomed dissectors and the doomed documenters. Well said. Thank you very much, brother. What a fantastic, what a splendid testimonial. The last Boy Scout writes, except for turning in our own people, it's hard to disagree. Well, he's talking about, I guess this was actually maybe 3 weeks ago, actually, I talked about that. He liked everything I had to say. He was a little uncomfortable, clearly, about the point where I was saying, if people are talking about violence, turn them in. You'll come around on that. You'll see. You don't want to be getting questioned by the FBI because some idiot in your midst was talking about doing violence and you said nothing about it. Remember Matt Hale, which I'll mention here. I won't say a lot about this, but he reached out to me, and we're going to be starting a conversation. So just for those out there who think that, well, these were the only real guys or whatever. Well, Matt Hale reached out to me, and I'm going to ask him if I can share how humbling his email was to me and about the good work that we're doing and how impressed he is with what we're doing. So I would say that, if you're pointing to him as your one of your like hardcore, whatever you want to call it, then you're probably ready to be really upset. Aaron Frederick writes, Jason gets straight to the point. No snarky irony, bro. BS. Just straight up brutal truth. Amen to that, and thank you. Ithaca writes, another magnificent stream. I look forward to these streams every Sunday. Love everything from the way you interact with all the commenters, the fiery rants, the small jokes, the brutal criticism, and the educational lectures you give us all. Have a fantastic week, Jason. Well, I have been having a fantastic week. You too, brother, and thank you for those great words. Hey, here's another great one. Hungarian Spectator. We'll do one more page of this, and then I think we have more, but we'll just keep rolling along here. Hungarian Spectator writes, Ed Dutton may say relevant things, but he's not a practical man. We now need practical and applicable advice on how to save ourselves more than ever! Exclamation point. On the ground level at present, Jason's work is the best to reach and galvanize millions of our people! Exclamation point. Thank you so much for that, Hungarian Spectator. That was a magnificent testimonial as well. Folks, take these things, clip them out. If you don't know how to clip out segments of videos, if you don't know how to download them, ask in the live chat, ask in the threads afterwards. Say, hey, I'd like to clip some of this out. I'd like to participate. How do I do that? Does anybody know? And somebody's going to step up and say, this is how you do it. It's easy. You can get this software. You could do that. Pardon me. And download it. You clip it right out. It doesn't take long. Once you get the steps in order, you can do it relatively quickly. And then you can post these things for your friends and family. So if that's something you want to do, you want to be effective that way, please do, because these people are bringing grand testimonials. We need to make sure that they reach the masses, and they're only going to reach the masses of our brothers and sisters if we promulgate them. I mean, I will sit here and share Going Free with every single one of you for 8 hours every Sunday, and for 2 hours on PWR, and for up to 2 hours even more on Tap, and then several other hours on other shows and interviews that I give. And that's all that I can do. And I'm writing and I'm doing all the other stuff in the background. So I can't also do the thing that you could potentially do. So step up and write your name into that storybook. It's, as I say, Prometheus Rising is our story. The last few pages are blank. That is where, in a very real way, not a literal way, but in a very real way, you pick up the pen and you write into that story your heroic life that you will live from here moving forward. Dak writes, welcome to South Aframerica. Yeah, that's what we're going to have here, the South Africanization of the United States, and it'll happen a lot faster than it happened and is happening to our brothers and sisters in South Africa with these anti-white bills that anti-whites who call themselves Democrats will bring through and make into law if there aren't enough Republicans to hold it back from happening. And the great Bonnie Blue Lass has written here, what a wonderful woman. She writes, do the Tap episodes just keep getting better and better? Or do I just appreciate them more and more the freer I go? The answer is yes. Don't you love when you have the, is it this or that? Yes. She goes on to write here, I too have a direct ancestor who was on the Mayflower. How about that? Bonnie Blue Lass, a wonderful participant in service to White Wellbeing. How many people are going to be in one of these small little groups that hate themselves and hate each other and hate everybody else and focus on every other group of mankind and being a bad guy in somebody else's story? How many of those groups have participants, practitioners who have ancestors on the Mayflower? And I know of some others in service to White Wellbeing who also have ancestors that go back to these ships. I am his 12th great granddaughter, she writes. I would love to know who else in this community does as well. Perhaps we are cousins. Fantastic song, Jared. Congratulations on your debut. I so look forward to a new song every month. So do I. What a wonderful woman. And a big thank you to her for all that she does in service to white well-being. And we're going to be seeing more from that lovely lady. And I think we will put a pause on that, ladies and gentlemen. Let me take a quick look here and make sure I didn't miss anybody. Remember, if I ever miss any of your financial gifts, reach out to me, reach out to the moderators, and shake them around. Say, Jason missed what I wanted to ask or say with my financial gift. Could you let him know? So we have here, proud to be Greek. What is your opinion on those who keep certain whites on low levels of power in their organization? Matt Heimbach did this. He obviously had, I'll just speak on his level, shit for brains, and he was there to aggrandize himself. That's why he played the villain in the anti-white narrative. That's how he got on TV. That's why they came out to interview him, because they want you to act that way. They want you to talk that way. And it makes perfect sense that he would pick out people and bifurcate and do everything he can to sectarianize, create these fissures in the white positive sphere. So my opinion is that they are fools and they are anti-white. Also says who he had to do his dirty work in Charlottesville and no promotion for him from what I know. What a surprise, right? The orange asks, are you union or right to work? I am in more than one state. And you're just asking about Virginia. It's union where it is required to be union, and in Virginia it is right to work. We have somebody who claims to be go by the name, or maybe actually does go by the name, but who claims to be a supporter of white well-being, saying here that he can't support someone who will not sectarianize, who will not create a schism, who will not divide our people up into smaller and smaller groups until we are very easily conquered by the anti-whites. He cannot support somebody who doesn't want to do that. Well, then you're definitely in the wrong place. So at least you know, and I invite you to go do well for white people someplace else. And I wish you the best of success. We're not going to be dividing. There's one spirit of the West. And usually people who feel this way, who have this, you have to divide these different groups. They have this irrational fear that certain physical traits of our people are going to disappear in some sort of melting of all of Western kind or something. And I spoke to that earlier. In service to white well-being, put simply, it presupposes that everyone of every manifestation that the spirit of the West brings Western kind into fruition, every single one of those people are going to work for the preservation of that variety. Nobody from Scotland who serves white well-being, for example, and who has a quintessentially Scottish look, is going to want somebody from, I don't know, Sicily maybe, to cease to look the way they do. They're going to want to preserve that look. And similarly, somebody in Sicily who is in service to white well-being, who quintessentially looks Sicilian, and we're talking about white people, quintessentially looks Sicilian, is going to want the way a Scot quintessentially looks to cease to look that way. No, in both cases, they're going to say, this is a product of the great spirit of the West, and we want that to be preserved no matter what. And as I said earlier, we're going to tease out what else is there inside of that spirit of the West and bring it forward in all its grandeur. White people love nothing more than variety. That's one of the ways that anti-whites undermine us. They keep saying, don't you want more variety? Well, yeah, we kind of do. Well, here's some more non-white people. Quick, white erase yourselves biologically with them. Well, we would like the variety, but we don't want to cease to exist. So we don't want to white erase ourselves. So let's have the variety that our great spirit of the West brings forth. None of those people who are white and look slightly this way or slightly that, they're not going to be able to escape the victimization by anti-whites. They're not going to be. They might not be first. I mean, if you find a white person or a group of white people with the darkest tone of skin that white people can have, and with black hair and very dark brown eyes, they're not going to be the first that are taken out, if you will. Obviously, the anti-whites will go for what is most, what they believe to be most significantly different from many of themselves, and that's going to be that's why one of the reasons why we so often you see the bad guys in their movies are the fair-skinned, the blue-eyed. Sometimes they have brown hair. A lot of the time they have blonde hair. Those who are serving white well-being, they could have the black hair and the dark brown eyes, and they're going to step up in front of those individuals, and they're going to say, you are not going to demonize my brother. This is somebody I'm related to. You're not going to harm them. You're not going to continue to demonize them, because they're going to know very well, for one thing, it's part of our greater family. And for another thing, eventually it's going to reach them in the end. So nobody's going to be disappearing, no particular, and you don't have to, whatever your name was, you don't have to reproduce with somebody you don't want to reproduce with. If you want to make sure that a very specific look for a specific part of our greater family produced by the spirit of the West, we want that to last, whatever that is. So please go ahead and have those babies. We want more of them. Let's keep rolling. Let's see. Well, actually, look here. I spoke directly to what Nordic Workman was saying when he says we will disappear because of this coming together. No, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Coming together in service to white well-being presupposes that we want to maintain our beautiful tapestry of Western kind. You don't have to worry about that. He says, what if they don't listen to you on losing Nordic eye colors? What do you mean don't listen to me? It is about, and it's the thing that white people, it's not about listening to me. It is about embracing the totality of the spirit of the West. It brings us forward in all this variety. If you don't embrace it, you won't be here. It's that simple. If you do embrace it, then you're going to want the whole variety, because it's something that's natural for Western kind. We love that variety. We will want to preserve every bit of it. And I guarantee you, we'll tease out some that you didn't even think could exist. So, Nordic Workmen, stick around. You definitely don't have that to worry about. I guarantee you don't have that to worry about. You'll see the strongest proponents of the preservation of whatever your particular way that the spirit of the West brought you forward. I'm assuming it's a Nordic look. I guarantee you, those who serve white well-being from Southern Europe, or wherever they are, they have more of that lineage, wherever they are around the world, they'll be the first to come out and say, we want to make sure that there are plenty of people with the Nordic phenotype. He asked again, essentially the same question. What if millions of them all? But that is the antithesis of white well-being. So you're asking a question of a hypothetical in a fictional world that doesn't exist. There's in service to white well-being, Greece will be more Greek. The Nordic countries will be more Nordic. All of your concerns are ameliorated by the practice itself. Don't you see it makes no sense to say that we embrace the spirit of the West and the manifestations that it brings us forth, but we're going to get rid of them? So it just can't happen. But I've seen your concern before, and I can tell you, you don't have anything to be worried about. It's like non-white people coming in to the white positive sphere. They're not going to, non-white people coming into the white positive sphere are not going to say, I'm going to go into the white positive sphere, but I'm going to practice biological white erasure. I'm going to make sure to have a bunch of half-white children, because it makes no sense to come into it doesn't comport with your previous decision. If you jump into the pool, then if you jump toward the water, then wanting to not get wet does not comport with the previous decision. So once you've made the decision to go this direction, then you have decided that you're going to go for a swim. If you change your mind, once you're in the water, then you've got to get out. And you'll be able to see people if they've changed their minds, if they've come into service to white well-being and they suddenly decide, well, I don't like white well-being anymore. I want to erase a whole group of my brothers and sisters. Because I'm going to white erase all my brothers. They then become anti-white. They've self-identified as anti-white. So this is a system correcting situation that, as I say, corrects itself. You don't have to be concerned about it. Sloth says, a song you had requested be done. Safer stream. Oh, we have that from earlier. Yes, we got to listen to Sloth's song as well. And actually, before we go to it, we have Richard Wagner is here, ladies and gentlemen. Financially gifted $5 more. The great Richard Wagner that we were bragging on so much. Probably his ears, what are they supposed to do? How does it go? They ring or they burn? Do they itch? I don't know. What do they do when people are talking about you? I can't remember. I think they ring. He writes here, Go Free changed my life. It stopped me from playing the villain and brought my anti-white sister to white well-being. The least I could do was put some of my natural faculties to writing something for this great cause for white well-being. The best method! ! Wow, what a testimonial. What a glorious testimonial by Richard Wagner. God bless you, brother. I love you. I love you. I love your sister. Thank you so much for your service to white well-being. Listen to this testimonial. Will somebody clip this out? Go Free changed my life. It stopped me from playing the villain and brought my anti-white sister to white well-being. The least I could do was put some of my natural faculties to writing something for this great cause for white well-being. The best method! ! God bless you, brother, on every level. And I'm sure if you've gone back and you listened to what we were saying about you, we started having wild fantasies about our white positive people dressed in tux and the women's tuxedos and the women in beautiful gowns, and yourself or others or other people who can play beautiful classical music with some of their own people like you did there. That was so angelic and beautiful. And getting that on video, but blurring out our faces so the anti-whites can't burn us, and then putting that out on the internet, the anti-whites would lose it. They would absolutely lose it. You know what they like? They like when a bunch of guys get together in a small room and then somebody gets up at the front and shouts at them from a lectern, and then the guys in the room, they all shout back in agreement. That's what they like, because then they can show that everywhere and they can say, look at what doesn't this look like something else? Well, they love that. But this the anti-whites would hate. They know that it would attract every single white woman that has any sense left between her two ears, and there are plenty left. to white well-being. Pieces like that, upstanding citizens of their communities. I'm going to continue to fantasize that for a while. We're talking about white pills over here with Quebec. This is a white pill. You talk, and you want to have a fantasy. This is the kind of fantasy to have, is because it's the kind of thing that we can make real in the future. God bless you, brother. Thank you for that. We'll play that again, and I'm afraid that's going to become a kind of a regular piece here on Going Free. With a great sound killer is with us, ladies and gentlemen. As my voice gets thinner after speaking with so many people, I don't know how many words I've said. I should get like a word counter. Are there word counters like there are step counters? See how many words I say over a weekend like this past, and then coming here to Going Free. $5 from the great sound killer. Thank you, brother. Did you see the Indian woman at the hearing in Michigan that was talking about how Republican white male poll workers were being targeted and harassed? Yes, I did. God bless that lady. If anybody knows her who can get to her, let's get her serving white well-being. She is honest enough to say, hey, look at all this discrimination against the white males. And I'm not positive, but wasn't she asked by the committee head what could be changed about the system? And didn't she end up saying something like, well, she sees that there's a lot of discrimination against white males or something like this? If somebody knows her or can reach her, I'm sure she's receiving just a colossal amount of death threats and et cetera from these wonderful anti-white bastards. And so she might be difficult to access now, but maybe in the coming months it'll be easier to access her. We can get her serving white well-being. Every person, irrespective of their immutable characteristics, that wants to serve white well-being with us, and I think this woman would probably happily serve with us. By God, she could stand right beside me. I'll be fine with it. She can wear whatever garment from her country she wants to wear. That's fine with me. Yeah, I absolutely did see that. God bless her for pointing that out. It doesn't make our position legitimate because she pointed it out. No, I'm appreciating her for standing up for white well-being, even though she doesn't even know what it is yet. She sees the people being discriminated against, and she was brave enough to tell it like it is. And down home, we appreciate that, no matter who it is. So thank you so much for bringing that to our attention. Proud to be Greek writes here. He says, I stand with Nordic workmen and all Nordics! ! So there you have it. I feel pretty confident that anybody serving white, we might know for certain, if you're going to jump in the pool, your intention is to get wet. So no worries. No worries, Nordic workmen. All right, what else do we have? Let me swivel around here. Too many amazing things happening today, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we're looking good over here. I didn't miss anybody. Now, what did I want to go to next? I want to go to something exciting. I got to find out from Irish Ice. If you're still around, brother, question widget on entropy. What can I say about the video clip that you sent me? Great hero, Irish Ice, doing amazing things for white well-being. I'd like to share that. You know who else I did want to mention earlier is Elaine Sabatino. Now, we have people making flyers. We have people making stickers and posting them, promulgating them where it's lawful to do so. This is the kind of thing we want to do because we need to be reaching out to our brothers and sisters, the vagues out there. And Elaine Sabatino, she makes these beautiful stickers and leaflets, and she'll add like a little design. If you're going to be putting some verbiage, make it simple. And again, we're going to be putting together some leaflets that'll be accessible on the website as well. If you're going to be making some of these, add a little touch, add something pretty to it, add something blissful to it. You know, a picture of a sprig of holly. I think she had a sticker that said "No White Guilt," kind of big, and then dot and org smaller, and had it looked like a sprig of holly with the berries on it. something that you can add to it that's going to catch people's eye, and that's going to be saying to them, hey, we're three-dimensional beings. We're not from the anti-white narrative. We're not that two-dimensional flat thing that you see out there where these people, they want to play the villain in these other stories, this anti-white narrative. No, we are three-dimensional. We're human beings just like you. And we find this sprig of holly with the bears. We think that is beautiful. You probably will think it's beautiful too. You're going to be handing out leaflets around Daytona, Florida. Well, put on your leaflet the verbiage, something very simple. Go free, whatever it might be, the verbiage, nowhiteguilt.org. Join us and go free of anti-whiteism. And then you're going to put a little picture of a NASCAR. If you're going to print these things out anyhow, you're going to make leaflets. Reach out to the people in a way that they will understand you, in a way that they will identify with you. So if you're trying to reach out to your average people, find out, our brothers and sisters out there, find out and find out where you are, what they're interested in, technically this would be called like the psychographics. Find out what they're into in that area, and then give them what they identify with. Is it a boating community? Is it a farming community? No white guilt. Go free of anti-whiteism. And then you have the picture of maybe the, I don't know, hay bale or something lovely and the sun setting. You could, I mean, if you're going to mass produce, color is going to be too expensive, but black and white will work. The imagery, Elaine Sabatino is brilliant. They should turn these things out like you wouldn't believe. I'm going to tell you what, she is shaming a lot of people with how industrious, assiduous and creative she is. She is at it. And so good on her. God bless her. Let's celebrate Elaine Sabatino by imitating her and the work that she's doing. Emulate her. Do like her, strive to do better. Let's all make the biggest splash that we can. And let's set this apart so that when people see something that says no white guilt, go free of anti-whiteism and these sorts of things, when it's from us, then let's have that immediately identifiable. We're outside of, NASA. And then a lot of people here work for NASA, and it has something that they would identify with. Maybe the new rocket or the new whatever that maybe they have in their logos. They see on the signs, probably something with the new rocket with a palm tree, or who knows. Put that, don't use their exact logos or anything, but put that sort of imagery on the leaflet that you pass out where it's lawful to do so. Let's make sure that they know us as three-dimensional people. And clip this segment out and share it if it's something you're new to doing, downloading and clipping it out, and you want to make a difference. Clip that segment out and then share that. Share it on Twitter, share it on Gab, share it on Parler, whatever it might be. Thank you very much, Elaine Sabatino. We talked about the great Christmas party, and if anything else comes to mind, I will share it. We've got these stories. We got more from H.R.1111. And we won't finish today, and we can get back to it, and maybe I'll address a little bit more of it on a roll-in for folks. And we've got these couple of news stories. How about we read this one? Or just some of it. The FBI, quote, "The FBI is nowhere to be found." I wish I could do. I have to watch more of Rudy Giuliani, and then I would be able, I don't know if I should do impersonations. I mean, it's just, the YouTube is the anti-whites are going to keep the sub numbers low no matter what I do. I could dance around this room naked, as they say further down south, and then douse myself with gasoline and set it on fire and then put it out in time before I'm hurt. And we'd still be stuck at 20,000 subs. So it won't matter. Rudy Giuliani reveals undeniable, according to this author, voter fraud in 2020 election. Now has 1,000 signed witness affidavits. Wow. That's pretty significant. I'm sure it's all fake, though. Make sure you check with CNN. Former New York City mayor and Trump attorney Rudy Giuliani joined Maria Bartiromo on Sunday. I think it's funny every morning when she's on. I think she has some injections done, and I wonder if her lips are ever going to pop. On Morning Futures this weekend, Rudy told Maria that the Trump campaign now has 1,000 legal signed affidavits by election officials and observers, both Republican and Democrat, willing to speak out on the massive voter fraud in this year's election. Well, I'm sure it's all fake. Snopes will tell you the truth. So will MSNBC. During his appearance this morning, Rudy, so he planned about coordinated criminal fraud. I'm just kind of running through to see if there's any other information other than what they just wrote, because I noticed they do a lot of repeating of the same information here. Okay, so they're just showing the graphs about the voting and how at one point you all of a sudden have this giant spike, and they say that they have people that say that that's statistically impossible. I guess the Democrats will say, oh no, it's perfectly natural. Maybe it is natural, maybe it's normal, and I guess we're going to find out. The courts will let us know, or whatever mechanism will let us know. And I think everybody saw this surveillance video of them dragging the boxes or suitcases or whatever it was after they sent other poll workers out of the building, or at least this is what ostensibly you're seeing. I don't know what's actually happening there. I'm going to wait until President Biden tells me what's happening there, and then I'm going to believe whatever he says, especially when he says that he's introducing the husband of Joe Biden. So that was one of the stories. Let me check over here really quick and see if I missed anybody. I guess we'll just work up from the bottom. Maybe it's easier. Horatius writes with diamond points, how do we discuss anti-white revisionism history? By calling it white erasure. The moment you call it white erasure, there are premises sewn into the conversation. And you are automatically on a thought chain that will lead you in the direction of your own making, coming up with responses that has put the other person from those premises on a thought chain that will lead them to defeat in every case. So you call it white erasure, and you could do that with everything you see in history, you see in the movies of history, and because they're making many movies where they are changing the races. So do that and get back to me. Let me know how it works for you. I guarantee you're going to be like, holy God, that worked easily. Nordic Prince with Ninjagini points says, remember, well, how should I phrase this for the AI who is listening? There was maybe not even say it like that. I'll just say it this way. Liberty, a boat that went by this name. Thank you so much, Nordic Prince, for making that entertaining. Mr. Magnusson, Ninjagini, Ninjagini points. Thank you. Hey, Jason, my son wrote a song for Sarah. I sent it to your Gmail account. Was that a good place? When did you send it? Sarah, as in Sarah Die? Are you on someplace other than DLive? Or write to me right now on my email, and then I'll be able to say, hey, I'm the guy with the son who wrote a song for Sarah. That's magnificent. Thank you so much for that. And we'll play that too. This is beautiful, folks. A wonderful family under fire by the anti-whites, just relentlessly, and wanting to come after her and her family with renewed force. Because of her reaching out for help. Screw those anti-white SOBs. We will come to her aid, and maybe even surprise their family by, I don't know, maybe 1,000 people showing up at the mayor's house. Make some real loud noise. Like those home alarm. You ever had the home alarm go off? That hurts. That hurts like hell, doesn't it? I don't know. I mean, if that were to happen outside the mayor's house, I don't know. He probably wouldn't like it. Might decide to be fair with Sarah, actually honor the law. I don't know. Not saying that we will do that. Just a thought. We have diamond points coming from John. And he writes, God bless NWG and the chat. Well, thank you, John. Higgs Boson is with us. Haven't seen you in a while, but great to see you. Nordic Prince Diamond Point says, nobody is broken. We are good, kind folks. While the broken people are broken, and their ideas are broken, Nordic Prince writes, with diamond points again, thank you so much. You're very generous with these diamond points. Writes, Marxism, down with that sort of thing. Well, that's a subset of Antiwhiteism. And that's what I would recommend. You call things Marxist and Marxism, and the general public vagues is going to look at you like you are an alien driving a Buick. And they're going to say, just go away, please. Call it anti-whiteism, and you're creating a people. There are a great number of premises that automatically work in our benefit. That's my suggestion. Try it out, and you'll see. Mr. Magnuson back with another diamond's worth of points over there. And let's jump over to, on D Live, let's jump to, how about a passage? Did we do a passage out of... I don't think we did. Out of Go Free last week. What shall we look at? Okay. Here's an MP and an MC out of Go Free, second edition, iteration 1. The MP is, and this is page 190, the MP is, slavery made white people wealthy. MC, if slavery made a people wealthy, and MC means meme curative. If slavery made a people wealthy, every race would be wealthy because every race practiced slavery until white people put an end to slavery around the world. You wouldn't claim that any other race's success was due to an evil institution, which proves that you are anti-white. So do you see how you handle this? You have refielded it with that meme curative, and you can try it out in the conversations online before you try it out in person. One more time, the meme pathogen, anti-white concept that poisons your thinking, slavery made white people wealthy. And the meme curative, the way you handle it, or one of the ways that you can handle it, is this. If slavery made a people wealthy, every race would be wealthy because every race practiced slavery until white people put an end to slavery around the world. You wouldn't claim that any other race's success was due to an evil institution, which proves that you are anti-white. You handle them that way, and then they will say, well, no, I'm not anti-white. And then you will say, oh, yes? Well, let me count the ways. Prove to me that you're not anti-white. Let's jump on over to, let's see, Slots. It's called the Community NWG. Slots made this song, and we're going to listen to that now, ladies and gentlemen. Let me take a quick look first. Okay, it's 3 minutes, right at 3 minutes as well. And look at all this magnificent artistic creation that happened over this past week. Magnificent things coming together today, and in such a glorious way. We have a song written by the gentleman's son for Sarah. We got Slots writing a song. And of course, Richard Wagner just wrote a beautiful classical piece from scratch. Magnificent music. Let's listen to what Slots has here, and we'll be right back.
She wrote at the very bottom, thank you for being my friend. Sweet lady.
How often do you read something like that. That's lovely. Big thank you to you. If you're out there, you're a wallflower, you don't know whether you're ready to be a part of it, jump right on in, go free with us. You'll become a better you, and you'll be embraced, you'll grow, and you'll see how powerful you can actually be.
Isabel writes, "Thank you for saving my life. I had been with a non-white boyfriend for 2 years. He had been physically abusing me. I planned to kill myself on the 4th of this month and wrote a suicide letter to an old friend. He gave me, go free.
I am going free, broke up with my boyfriend, and I feel better." Isabel, you are most welcome. And we love you, dear sister. Come to us, pick yourself back up, be here with us. This is your family now. We recognize that we're fallible. You're going to have times when you're going to trip, and you're going to have to pick yourself back up. All that matters is that you pick yourself up and you keep going toward that western sunrise. And Heidi writes here, "Thank you all for being the community you are." We're really seeing a theme here that there's great gratitude for the actual family and community that we are building.
This is a vanguard of beautiful people.
If you're out there, you're a wallflower, you don't know whether you're ready to be a part of it, jump right on in, go free with us. You'll become a better you, and you'll be embraced, you'll grow. And to every single person, named and unnamed, if you're part of this effort, then you're part of this family, and we are making the world a better place as a consequence. You are part of that, and that is something truly to feel good about. If anything, in this world of all of these ups and downs, you can be very proud. I love you all, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go free. Wow. That was very moving. That was really moving, brother. Yeah, thank you for putting that together. We're not all going to be able to, be the bosses of companies or the CEOs and make the giant salaries and have everything that we'd like to have in life. But we can help each other. And in an age when helping each other, when you're a Westman, is considered the consummate absolute evil, it is to truly be a wonderful person, non-pareil. And so to everyone who is serving White Wellbeing and who is making that difference, people like Jack, who reached out to Isabel and so many others. And I love every single one of you. This is what is really going to make the difference in the world. And thank you so much, Slots. That was really a beautiful piece. And we'll be sharing that a lot more. Well done. Really well done to you. Please, folks, share that video. I'll grab if you don't follow, I'll grab the URL and I'll share it. If you don't follow Slots, let's get you following him on YouTube, and as soon as we can. Let me just do this, and we'll YouTube to reach out to someone and to touch them in such a way that you can make a real difference in their life. Anti-whites are going to tell the world, this person is just some monster. Forget about everybody that you thought were noble in your past. the preacher, whatever, the nun you knew, the priest you knew, or what. They were doing it without any headwind. They were kind and good when there was no price to pay for being kind and good. That's really inspirational. Looking for white pills. Looking for white pills. Quebec was looking for some white pills, giving some white pills with financial gifts. There's some white pills, brother. All right. Well done. Thank you for that. I'm definitely gonna be saving that, and then we'll be sharing that. Everybody will be sharing that. Let's all sub to Slots, and let's get his piece, and let's get Richard Wagner's piece, and let's find out who this song that was written by the son for Sarah. Let's find out what that is, and let's be sharing these things. We're going to play these all. What a magnificent, what a glorious weekend we're having here. So let's see. I found my way back, I think, to where the chat leapt on me. I missed a comment by Nordic Iron about Richard Wagner's piece. He wrote the arpeggios in the middle were absolutely brilliant. The arpeggios, I think, of his original piece that he played, classical piece on the piano, absolutely stunning. They were the I don't exactly know what that is, but it was an absolutely stunning piece. The Tangerine says, I sent to you Discipline, brother. So okay, so on the Discipline channel, I'll check it out in 1 minute. We're gonna really I need to maybe play a song and shove something and maybe some ham down my throat. Heidi says, you're the best. Well, thank you so much. You and your husband are amazing. Thank you for being here and for everything you do in service to White Wellbeing. Grayman says he's watched over 30 hours of hearings and he's convinced. Elaine says, thanks again for your support to Art Acrobats and myself. Thanks so much, Jason. You're most welcome. Art Acrobat says, I interviewed Elaine yesterday and will upload the sound file soon. Fantastic. Yeah, please get that to me. And I hope you can get my attention. And I realize it's you so that I can listen to that. That's fantastic. Kim Bear says, what do you know about stakeholder capitalism? Are you talking about venture? Are you knowledgeable of it, or would you like to share, or are you just asking me in general because you don't know much about it? Tag me again and I will. Thank you for the question. Heidi says, or when she switched the bipartisan tag, I don't know what I was speaking about then. Soundkiller says, she did say something like that. Yeah. Yeah, all of this is fantastic. All right. Jesse says, go eat. Go eat something, brother. We can wait. Press 1 to agree. No. We're going to keep marching forward. I'll play a song and I'll chew something quickly. Shove some slices of ham down my gullet. Nordic Iron says, yeah, you got it right. Arpeggios are just a broken chord played in a ascending or descending order. Richard Wagner's piece did it very well, especially in the middle. Well, splendid. Thank you for sounding in with that knowledge of musical vocabulary and being able to parse that and note where the creator has done something really, because when you're outside of the art, whatever it might be, you don't know all of those pieces. You don't, and therefore you don't know the names to them. You don't know all the work that actually, you just end up seeing the completed package. And it's not even always an art. It's the same. You see the same thing all the time with our magnificent construction workers. How about our magnificent road workers? You love the way that road allows your vehicle to fly over top of it. You love how that finished house looks and provides you with shelter and warmth or cooling, protection from the elements. And you have no idea all of the different pieces that go into it. This is the kind of thing that in service to white well-being, we appreciate our brothers and sisters for, the work that goes into it. So thank you very much for that. New Ideas says NWG should do a sleep stream. Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Like where somebody sets up a camera to videotape themselves sleeping? I don't know that would be appropriate on YouTube. I sleep naked. So that probably would not be appropriate. Vigil says, I love the harmonic resonance. See, there's some language. What exactly, speak to what that is. Speak to if you can, educate me. It was truly wonderful, yes. What two magnificent pieces, two completely different approaches, two, Slots doing one thing, Richard Wagner doing both of them absolutely beautiful, and one bringing forward with this perfectly chosen music, the verbiage from these streams, testimonials of the grandest type, getting off the path to the ultimate white flight, and the other, this ethereal, angelic creation of piano music that literally grabbed my soul and was elevating it just the same way that our magnificent masters have done. Truly magical, ladies and gentlemen. Tangerine says, me and my family watched you during our dinner. Oh boy, I hope I didn't cuss during that time. I need to try to rein in when I start getting really vexed. Sometimes it just happens. And I'll do my best though. First last is right. I really have to try to rein that in. Try to be funnier. If I do any of the ribald humor, your children shouldn't get it though. Just tell them it means nothing. It means something other. As you and the missus bust out laughing and the kids all look around like, what the hell is that? What was so funny? I don't understand what he just said. You just say, oh, it means nothing. It means nothing. Don't worry about that. John is saying Bravo Sierra to something. Pardon me. All right. Machiavellius is here. We're having a hell of a lot of fun, aren't we? We're going to get the 18th wind, get behind the steering wheel. Obviously, Johnny Reb had no idea what he was doing or demonstrating how crazy he is by letting yours truly get behind the wheel of that go-kart, as he calls it, with all that horsepower and those giant wheels and independent suspension with 27 inches of play, flying over top of boulders bigger than my desks at speed, bouncing around the inside of that thing. Thank God we were strapped down. Beat the hell out of me. Loving every minute of it. Tangerine says, whole family is white positive. That's fantastic. All right, let's keep rolling. You know what I want to do next is I want to bring your attention. Hey, wait a second. I ordered the folk book, and others have received the folk book, but I don't think I've received the folk book yet. I'm going to have to go see what the folk is up. I didn't even mean to do that joke. It just hit me right at the moment. So if you thought, nah, it was a little lame, then take it with a grain of salt. But I've got to get my folk book because I'm told people are writing me and they're saying the folk book is amazing. Thanking me on my art. You're most welcome for the article that I put in the folk book. This is a great example of a wonderful collaboration. As soon as I have it, you all are going to see it. We're going to read from it. We're going to read in a moment here from White People's Quarterly, just a brief segment. Tony Vermont. The folk book was started by a guy who's no longer actively participating in the white positive sphere. He was the originator of the idea. He came to me. He sent me a bunch of business cards. He said, hey, I made these for you. Please pass them out. And wonderful design. And a lot of them, I've been passing them out. He said, I got this great idea. Let's get a bunch of people together. We'll write this book. Don't know what we'll call. I don't know how the name ended up being, folk, but maybe that was his idea. Anyhow, it was really incipient, just starting to breathe and deep in its chrysalis. And he's had an issue and in life, and that happens. Couldn't stick around. And so suddenly we had this great idea and nobody that was going to be the engine for it. And Tony Vermont and Jared George stepped up, and I said, hey, I will contribute an article to it. And Jared George says he'll contribute one. So we'll say, well, let's ask who all will contribute articles to this thing and make this beautiful work of art. And by God, we brought it to fruition. Everybody should own one. And I hope that I don't have to wait too much longer for the folk. Let's see. We did have the Tangerine over here that was writing that I'm supposed to look for. I see it now. I think I see something now. I don't think it's so much my vision today. I think it's more like allergies making. One time I went to the doctor for just a basic exam. I don't think it was maybe it was a full physical. Yeah, maybe it was. And they took me out to the eye chart. I think everybody knows what that is. And I thought, this isn't going to go good. I was having some pretty good allergies. And they said, okay, cover your left eye, whatever, whichever one they said first. And what do you see on the whatever line? And I said, I don't see anything on that whole chart. My eyes are just streaming with something. The whole thing is blurry. They were like, oh my gosh. But I, of course, was just having a day of allergies. Okay, the Tangerine says here, what happens when some Northern Europeans... Oh, Lord. Come on, fellas. Where is this? I've already spoken to this. People are going to be wondering, like, what is so hard to get here? Tangerine, what happens when some Northern Europeans and Southern Europeans still mix, even if they are white positive? So what happens in an environment that's impossible to do on a large scale and still be serving white well-being? In my hypothetical, that's impossible. What then? That is the kind, in all, Tangerine, you know this, that in all seriousness, that is the kind of question that a child asks an adult. What if the house is on fire and the firefighters come and they spray water on it, but the fire keeps reigniting? What then, Dad? They keep putting it out. But what if it keeps reigniting? They keep putting it out. And what if it keeps reigniting? They throw you in it so you'll shut up. Tangerine goes on, I am part German and part Greek. Many people would say that I am product of erasing those only northern features, ? He's asking. You kind of phrase that like a statement, but or maybe I read it. Maybe it's my fault. Maybe I just read it wrong. Can someone still be white positive if they are with a Northern or Southern European spouse and they are Northern or Southern European? Of course. Just like you can be white positive if you have a non-white spouse. So you can, in your past, have married a non-white person, and then you both realize, my God, anti-whiteism, this, you don't have a name for it, but you see what's destroying the world, and you realize, well, I don't want, and we have people like this, well, I don't want white people to be biologically white erased. I don't want Western civilization to disappear. I don't want any of that. And then they show up in the white positive sphere, and we're the only people who embrace them and celebrate them and thank them. They are absolutely allowed to serve white well-being. And of course, two white people, even if they have different features, two white people who are married and they want to come to the white positive sphere and want to serve white well-being, of course. Why wouldn't they be allowed? This is who has been telling you all, who has been misleading you. The Tangerine says, he says that his eyes are brown. He says he has brown eyes. My German grandma had blue eyes. So our fair features do change sometimes. No, listen, Tangerine. You can marry another white person, or yeah, okay, we'll go with you. You can marry another white person from, let's say, because we have to specify, you can go to Italy, you can go to Greece, and you can find white people, you must know this, with light-colored eyes and with light-colored hair and fairer skin. But let's say you pick one of the ones out, one of the white brothers or sisters down there that have they have darker olive skin, they have dark hair, and they have darker eyes. If they have in their lineage any of those genes that you have, then it's still possible to manifest. It's our genes are recessive only where they are not present in the other side of the biological equation. So it can still happen. And there's no harm anyhow in a person here and a person there, whatever they find, they fall in love. And that's going to happen. It's a beautiful thing no matter who it is. But clearly, the recapturing of our destiny presupposes that everyone is going to want to preserve every manifestation. And people will then make decisions based on that love of our variety. And will there still be people who are going to make a decision to fall in love with and marry and have children with folks from different than themselves in their hair, eye color, or skin color, or what have you, darker, lighter, whatever it is? Of course. But it's not going to be on this, but what happens if the fire reignites? And what happens if the fire reignites? And what happens if the fire reignites? It's just not going to be that way. Let's see. Proud to be Greek says his mom, dad, and him all have some allergies. I'm not alone there. Also says I have Greek and German ancestry, but none of this stuff ever occurred to me. People need to get over that. But it's interesting. But I want to keep both ethnic groups in my family dominant, so I hope to, it says, refill, I think, some of the German in my family gene pool. And then the Tangerine says, yes, there are different eyes and types of hair everywhere. Yes. Thank you, brother. Yeah, well, yep, absolutely there are. So whoever has been telling you, there are plenty of these weird groups that they're small, but anybody that's trying to sectarianize or try to divide the spirit of the West by our manifestation is just leading you to perdition. It's going to lead to ruin. Nothing good will come of it. We need to come together as a single people with many nations, or a single nation with many countries, rather. Or we are going to all, as they say, hang together. He says that Varg made me believe that. Well, he's an asshole then. I don't know a lot about this guy. I saw this video of him. He had a colossal sub count, I think. I don't know what he was doing good or bad for white people. Maybe he was doing some good for white people. I didn't have time to watch this guy. He was an eccentric guy, and he had this colossal sub count, and then I think they stole it all from him, which is sickening, the anti-white bastards, to do that to this guy. I know he's got a wife, and I don't know how many. I think he's got a child or maybe more. You all can tell me. And he's got to support himself. I Everything I have about him, though, is secondhand. So I haven't got it right from the Varg's mouth, if you will. But if he's telling you that we need to divide on the basis of our eye color, that is an idiotic thing to say and do. We need to come together and accept the beautiful reality that the Spirit of the West brings us forth in a great variety of skin and eye and hair color. It's a beautiful thing. And how do we know? How do we know it's the same Spirit of the West? Because we see the same Western civilization as the projection of that biospirit, the instinct. Everywhere we go, that those same groups of people are projecting this Western civilization on everything they do. That's how we know it's the same Spirit of the West. We do not see that isolated for eye color. We do not see it isolated for hair color. And he also says here that some Christian identity folks told him that Greeks are non-white. Well, Jesus. I know some Christian identity people, and the ones I know would never say anything that would, something like that. So whoever you met were fools. Don't listen to them anymore. I guess we should track these folks down, shouldn't we? Find out who is, because these people, folks show up like the Tangerine, and not his fault. In listening to somebody else, thought they were right, thought they knew what they were talking about. They're not going anywhere. They're not saving lives. You could do the math. Break us down into smaller groups and see what happens. You think, I don't know if Varg says this, but let's say Varg is let's say a Varg-like person. I don't want to give him any beliefs that he doesn't have. Let's say a Varg-like person says, just hide out and we'll protect just this eye color. We're just going to hide out in the wilderness or something. You're not hiding anywhere. They're coming for you. The anti-whites are coming for you. There's no hiding. There's not going to be some collapse and then you're going to sit on the skirts and everything's going to be okay. It's Camp of the Saints. They're coming to your houses for your women. They're coming to your houses for your children. They're coming to kill you. So there's no hiding. And he says, oh, I didn't get to see the next one. You deleted it. But I don't know exactly what this Varg guy, I knew somebody told me about, didn't he have a colossal, I knew he had a colossal sub count, and then the anti-whites at YouTube stole it from him. I think, I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. But there's this whole thing about him murdering someone. This was years back, that not just the murder, but when I went and looked at this, his explanation of that. And I'm kind of surprised that people still believe his take ultimately on it being, I think he said self-defense, which is tough, really tough to. Okay, so the Tangerine says, yes, Varg was deleted by YT. That's wretched that they did that to him. That's a big investment of a person's life. And to do that to you is, to do that to him is absolutely despicable. And I endorse and stand with him everywhere that he served white well-being in a way that comports with my morality. If he was breaking things down into, well, protect just this type or that type, then he's just wrong. And it'll lead to the biological white erasure, not only of our brothers and I have biological family members with all eye colors. I have biological family members with all hair colors. I have biological family. We don't have any that are, the skin are dark like it can get with some like the Southern Italians or some Greeks, but all the way from maybe mid-ranged up to very fair. So This is not going anywhere unless we sectarianize and the anti-whites can pick us off. They'd love for us to do that. What was the other thing I wanted to mention? Oh, Proud to be Greek was talking about wants to make sure that whatever contribution to his lineage is continued. The reality is he might be able to find, and this goes to Tangerine's question, he might be able to find that exact kind of person in Greece. They're there. There are people who look just like Jared George in Greece. So, okay, so he says that Varg is on I almost called it. I dislike BitChute so often. I almost called it dipshit. I'm not kidding. That's what happens. You go without sleep for so many days. You go out on the Baja style go-kart and no eating or eating too little today. And somebody, he says on Professor Dutton's chat, yeah, we're taking calls tonight. How long have we been going? Oh, yep. All right. We're on the last hour. So we got to roll. We got to keep going, folks, because we're going to get to the phone calls. Let's get this out and show you all WPQ, White People's Quarterly. If you don't have it, you got to get it. And I've got all of the editions so far. And it's going to be like I'm going to be like one of those child comic book collectors with these things. They're so magnificent. You're going to want to preserve these. So let's grab and probably, of course, you have to see the wonderful piece by, where'd it go? Or maybe I'll read this. Who shall I? Okay, well, is that Anne? Should I even try this? The people we must be. Look at that. The people we must be. The sculpture of the bondaged, severed head of St. John the Baptist in Rome. She writes, from the independence, I might not be able to do this. From the independence of Ionia against their Persian tyrants, the Greek triumph, and the golden age of Athens, birthing our beloved Western civilization, to the conquests of Alexander the Great, ending with the world stage of Rome. So, just a sample. I'm not going to read more of her work. Make sure the people we must be is something that you end up reading by acquiring the White People's Quarterly, a absolutely splendid magazine that you're going to want to have out on your coffee table. It's going to augment the beautiful decor of your home, and folks are coming in, family members and the like. They're going to see this and they're going to say, well, I'm going to want to leaf through this. Who is this? Who makes this magazine? Where can I get this magazine? Well, you're not going to be able to get it at the local bookstore, the Barnes and Noble or whatever they might be. Are they still in business? You're going to have to get it from Tony Vermont, White People's Quarterly. And we will find a new segment to read maybe for a couple of weeks in a row. And my allergies won't be rocking me so hard in the future, and we'll be able to see things a little bit more clearly. Let me turn back around here and see what you all are talking about. And then we will be getting onto the calls very soon. We'll see what's left here. And looks like everything's rolling okay. We have a Western Sunrise financially gifted 10 Canadian bacon dollars. So thank you so much, Western Sunrise. How much of the MC's power is in novelty? I've considered presenting some of the more verbose anti-whites, presenting some of the MCs to the more verbose anti-whites in hopes that they'll spread them by accident, but I fear it will give them a chance to twist it to their ends. Well, you can begin with, it's not going to be able to be twisted to their ends because we keep it in our story. But you will see that we've shared, in fact, I might still have the pictures up here. Go ahead and give the verbose anti-whites, I will refer to them as suffering from logorrhea. Give them anti-white and anti-whiteism to talk about, because when you give them those words, they see the power and they immediately begin using it in error. So it looks like I don't have the pictures still up. I guess I took them down. So non-white women who were holding up signs that say, we're not anti-white. And one non-white woman who had tattooed on her back that black, what did it say? No, pro-black is not anti-white. She had that tattooed on her back. Good. Thank you. Let's talk about how anti-white it is or not, young lady or young woman. I don't know if she's a lady or not. Might be mean as all hell. But yeah, give that to them at first, and then sit back and watch them come unglued over anti-white and anti-whiteism. And then come back, let us know what happened with those verbal bombs and metaphorical bombs. And then we'll think about some more for you to drop into their midst. And we want to give a big thank you, ladies and gentlemen, to Carlisle, who took the notes on this atrocious bill that we were reading to you. She took time out of her life to do that for us, and we want to give a big thanks to that. We're going to be talking not more about it on this show, but or this gathering, I should say, but on, I guess maybe in a roll-in this week, and maybe next weekend we'll return to it. But a big thank you to the dear, sweet lady Carlisle for that hard work that she invested for our benefit, for my benefit, for your benefits. So thank you so much for that. And before we do the calls, I just want to make sure that we have not missed anything. Did I mention anything that we haven't missed? We haven't gotten to yet? You're like, this is how, maybe this will become entertaining. Maybe this will drive the viewership through the roof. They're like, the guy's been awake. Guy's been on not many hours of sleep for days, on the plane, not eating. And let's see what happens. Does he just collapse in the end? Does he just finally fall over? Bellatina writes, we need to be thankful for what we, and think about, look at me. I can be at like starvation level here, fasting. And we have all of these champions coming up. We're having a glorious going free. It's really going to set us right for the week, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be so enthusiastic to get underway. Bellatina writes, we need to be thankful for what we have and who we have. We may seem crazy to celebrate life at a time like this, and who knows what will happen as time goes on, but I know we will make it through. I'm trying to look at a bigger picture here. We are all experiencing a grand awakening, a grand white awakening. Thank you for that. Earth is evolving on a collective spiritual level. I think so. I think for us, certainly that's the case. And so we'll jump. Thank you very much for that, Bellatina, that comment. ES writes, how does one articulate against the opposition, or even the potentially curious for that matter, when they ask or pose that if you are concerned and pushing for white well-being, what about the well-being of blank? Insert any other group, IR, or any other group, I guess race or other group here. I always say, when they say, well, what about this other group of people? I always say, well, they're taking care of themselves, and white people are taking care of them, and millions of dollars, attention is given to them all the time. And good for them, more power to them that's happening for them. And so we're going to have some people who are going to be concerned about the well-being of Western kind. And so will you stand with me? And then put them right on the spot. It's a wonderful thing to watch them squirm then, because they know very well that there is an infinite amount being done for every other group, the well-being of every other group. And we genuinely want the well-being of every other group. I've been saying for my whole life, I want them to have wonderful lives and I genuinely want, I'll put that on the polygraph test. I want them to make wonderful memories with their children and have happy, well, if they're Christians, Christmases and whatever they do to have a glorious life. So there's no issue there. The only issue is, are you, my interlocutor, are you going to also want well-being for white people? And you saw, folks, what was it, 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago? I took that really violent anti-white, non-white woman and put her into a position where she had to say, and she did write, okay, I do support white well-being. You can do the same. You could do better. John writes here, just so you know, I'm letting folks know about your platform. We all need a paradigm shift in our thinking. Your ideas are that paradigm shift. There will be a fundamental change of the minds of white people. Their propaganda program will be ineffective. Well, thank you so much. That's John 100 writing that. Just so you know, I'm letting folks know about your platform. We all need a paradigm shift in our thinking. Your ideas are that paradigm shift. There will be a fundamental change of the minds of white people. The anti-white propaganda program will be ineffective. Thank you for that testimonial, brother, and thank you for sharing white well-being with as many people as you can. Walter writes here, I don't know what to do. I'm at my wit's end. Why do I feel so violent, he writes. I'm so sick of the entitled and their tantrums, watching shit burn. The election has Sierra burned. The election has spread me thin. Well, let me tell you what, Walter, you're in the right place. You need to start going free. You're not feeling violent. You're feeling anger. And the MC, we've said it many times, anger is a virtue when it protects the innocent. So you're feeling virtuous. The thing is, you don't want to sit around and just be angry about what's happening. Get into these start going free with yourself. Start working on yourself. Start working on your loved ones, cleansing them of the MPs, treating yourself for the mean pathogens. Get out into the world and distribute leaflets where it's lawful to do so. Post posters or stickers where it's lawful to do so. Let people know where you can let people know about going free. You act on that anger by pairing it with the love for our people. That's the reason why you're angry. And you let that motivate you to great feats of productivity. Sitting around and just being angry is going to eat you up. You're going to feel awful, and you're not going to accomplish anything. And if you are of the mind to do something that is illegal, and you're just going to end up harming almost assuredly some innocent person or people, and then you're just going to go to jail. You're going to have accomplished nothing, and you know that. I know you know that. Gizmo writes here, thank God for awakenings like Sarah's. What a beautiful person she seems to be today. Amen to that, and thank you for writing that. Cornelius writes, I know we can't escape anti-whiteism, but are there any jobs, careers out there where anti-whiteism is reduced to a minimum? A direct answer or any tips would be much appreciated. And I responded there, but I want to respond here as well, reading what I wrote. Do you mean that your likelihood of being fired is reduced, and or your likelihood of coming into contact with anti-whites is reduced? Generally, in case I do not understand your reply, trades that you perform while alone or with few others on a contractual basis are the best. A truck driver who contracts with a client or company to ship XYZ is a great example from which you should be able to think of many others. There are many lucrative jobs that you could perform for a company, but that with the proper licensure, you can do on your own. Trucking is one, construction of various types, software development, alternative healthcare, accountant, and many others. Thank you for that question, Cornelius. The last Boy Scout writes, I understand what you say, Jason, about becoming the monster in the anti-white narrative, but sometimes things are so upside down, it's frustrating that some of us are filled with righteous anger and want to be that monster. Thankfully, there are people like Jason who can turn that righteous anger into a positive force. Precisely. And thank you for saying that, the last Boy Scout. I really appreciate it. And that's exactly what we were talking to just a moment ago, about using your anger and your love for virtuous acts, productive virtuous acts, to put an end to the awful things that are happening to our people and to us as individuals. Simon writes, a wonderful gathering. We have great strength and it's tested relentlessly. I know this community is the way forward. Go free. Thank you so much for that testimonial, brother. Magnificent. And this is maybe from my email. I got to be careful about what I read here, I think. I don't want to read anything that reveals the person. Last one here. I hope you and your family are well. Hi, Jason. I hope you and your family are well. First of all, I want to thank you for all you do for our people. It really means a lot. I cannot even begin to express how much. You say a lot of what my husband and I have been feeling for years, and also passing down to our teenagers. Let's see. There's more. I just wrote here from note for myself. There's more here from this wonderful woman and her husband. She talks about the psychologically horrific anti-white abuse at her workplace. And no matter how assiduously and productively and successfully she performs at work, underperforming non-white colleagues of hers are the ones who receive the raises and promotions. And that is absolutely dreadful. So many of our people are experiencing the exact same in their lives. And that's one of the reasons why we have this cognitive dissonance, and it drives people nuts in the world. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a brief musical break, I think. What do we have up? And then we will come right back and we will take some calls and we will wrap up this another stellar gathering together. I can't believe it. I can't believe we have Slots made an amazing piece, and Richard Wagner made a magnificent classical work of art from scratch, as somebody said, made from scratch. Yes, indeed. And like a sumptuous feast, ambrosial for the gods. And that's exactly how I felt listening to it, and you should have too. Let's listen to a piece of music. We'll see who it's from in a moment. I'm not sure. And then we will see if there's anything left, if there are any financial gifts, and we'll take your calls. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back.
In the nations we call home, an illness has taken hold, a spiritual poison infecting us all.
White people, am I right?
Damn white people are pissy about racism.
A population taught to hate itself and assist in its own demise.
When we say we want to kill whitey, we don't really mean we want to kill whitey, we do.
Some white people may have to die. I'm confused on why that's so controversial.
A people lost in an electronic dream, bereft of meaning and enslaved by guilt.
The only way that you should ever actually be in front of a black king is on all fours, and that all black men should know that they are kings.
Yes, goddess.
You have to give all these brothers beats a kiss if you're really sorry. Go back down, come on. Do as you told, man. Go on, bow back down, man. This is a good white man, man. This is a man that understands.
What happens when we no longer care? When we allow ourselves to be dominated by our victimizers? Our most innocent pay the price. And what happens when they finally stand up? The most important story for the 21st century, in a time when we shall re-enter history, when we shall create a new world in our image, and when we shall finally reawaken and become heroes. Crucible, Child Patriot, American Victory by Jason Köhne.
Magnificent. Can everybody hear me okay? We are back, and we are going to go to some phone calls because we have 30 minutes left. So we're going to get some folks in, I think. All right. Spencer the First, if you are still there, still available, we will go to you and see what you have to say. And remember, keep in mind that we have 30 minutes and we have at least one other caller. The great Tall Kevin is on the docket as well. So, my brother, I will place the call now and we will have our conversation. There he is.
Hello, good sir.
Hey, brother, how are you doing?
Oh, it's been a little while. I've been good. How have you been?
Good, man. How's the new job?
Oh, it's going well. It's going well. You know, crazy busy. Can barely find time to sleep, but I'm pulling it off. So you know how it goes.
Yes. So, what do you want to talk about today?
Well, today, you know, I had an interesting thing to talk about. I was listening to this stream a little bit as I'm fading in and out, just getting ready for work tomorrow at 0500. But I wanted to discuss an interesting thing that I came across. Something I encounter in our spheres a little bit is individuals who talk about, or when they encounter the idea of anti-whiteism, they respond with, well, no, it's not about anti-whiteism specifically. It's about things being pro-puppy, if I'm using the right verbiage. But on the other hand, individuals say that, well, I've encountered a lot of our streamers who say that, well, we've got 100 guys talking about the puppies when 5 will do the trick. So how do you respond to somebody in a polite manner, I guess, who says that no, it's all about what the puppies want, as opposed to just saying no, they're anti-white first and foremost.
There are a lot of responses. Thank you for the question, brother. And this is Spencer the First. Jesse Link just asked. Asked if it was Tall Kevin. No, Spencer the First. The folks who want to talk about the puppies, so one of the approaches that I use is that their focus is in the wrong place. And by focusing on the activities of the puppies, and this is the old model, this is the old paradigm that we were just reading some testimonials that from folks who say, wow, we need this new paradigm. The old paradigm focuses on the outcomes that are deleterious in a general way to us, to the world, to society. They think they find some legitimacy and they don't build any legitimacy. It's the same way that, and these are the folks who will criticize the person who rides the fence, because the person who rides the fence is clearly demonstrating that they think their positions have some legitimacy by taking no position. They essentially do the same thing by saying, well, this is adversely, this group over here is adversely affecting everybody, and then they have the mindset that, well, if we tell everybody in the world, if we tell everybody we come across about this one group right here, and we point out the things that are being done, and then we name all of the people who are doing these things, and then we point out that many of these, and first of all, where there is truth, where individuals of a specific type are in power in many places that end up being anti-white, it's nowhere close to all of them. So it's just in objectively not the case that if this one particular group were not around, there would be no problems whatsoever. There you would have your utopia. That's Bravo Sierra. But this thinking is, well, then we'll tell everybody their names, we'll tell everybody where they come from. And then they have a God of the gaps moment. Then they say, well, then magic happens and those people are not a problem anymore. And then when those people are not a problem anymore, as an afterthought, we somehow are better off. Well, that is an asinine and backward way of looking. So this is a way you can share with these folks. It is a strategy that has proven utterly ineffectual everywhere it is applied in the modern world. And in the modern world is particularly egregiously incorrect. And it should be obvious to everyone who contemplates it that when you're dealing with populations that have been taught very specific things about periods in history and about certain peoples and what happened to them, that the moment you show up and you say, well, it's just all of this, well, first of all, that's not objectively true. It's just this group, I'm just going to focus all on how bad they are. You immediately elicit all of the things that your audience has learned about those kinds of people who say those kinds of things, whether you believe those kinds of things or not. And not only that, but a general aspect of Western kind is we don't want to revel in the ill doing or the bad doing or the evil deeds of other people. And so when you're just focused on, it's very easy then to say, well, these people, when you go to them and you say, well, I just want to tell you about how awful this other group is over here. It's very easy to folks to dismiss you as a bigot, as a hater. You're just preoccupied with it. It's very easy. So all set up by the anti-whites to defeat this line of argument. There's so much to this. Going into these conversations, and you're telling white people who don't have a people, they're a deracinated race. And when you go to them and you say, there is this omnipotent, virtually omniscient with technology now group of people that sit spread eagle on planet Earth, and they run all things, and this is how dreadful they are. Your average white person is not going to think, I've got to be white positive now. Your average white person thinks, how do I ameliorate their anger? How do I hide from them? How do I side with them? Because the average white person is an individualist. And this is a conversation that happens again and again, and it's not going to stop until more people see that when you focus on the well-being of our people and you allow someone else, and furthermore, like I was saying, what was it, a week ago, we don't want to be judged, and then I'll get back to that thought. We don't want to be judged on our immutable characteristics. That's what happens for us. And a white person is not going to be able to hold the position that we don't want to be judged on our immutable characteristics. That's why the cover of Born Guilty is so powerful for white people. That infant couldn't be guilty of anything. White people are not going to be able to say, don't guilt us, don't white guilt us for our immutable characteristics, and then guilt some other group for their immutable characteristics. They're not going to be able to hold both of those views in their head, because we have this desire for objectivity beyond ourselves. But back to this, white people are radically individualistic. When you focus on ourselves and you begin to create an actual people again out of this deracinated race, and we allow individuals of their own volition, irrespective of their immutable characteristic, to decide whether or not they're going to be anti-white, and we just acknowledge that, then we have established my well-being is under threat because my group of people that I'm focused on is under threat. Now we have premises that are inescapable for the individual's welfare, well-being is only then achievable by way of the welfare, well-being of the group. Furthermore, for all of those people out there who want to believe that every single person who is of this group or that group, that every single one of them is going to be anti-white, just the moment they get spat onto planet Earth, they are going to be anti-white. Well, guess what? They're going to be caught up in the net of being an anti-white. So there's nothing to worry about. And this is not you, Spencer, I'm so sick and tired of these people who want to just on and on about this one group while they're being chumped by them. They're outsmarting those people who just endlessly want to talk about them, because that's exactly what they want. They want you in their story being their bitch, being their bad guy in their story, these people calling themselves by the names in these other groups' stories. If you actually believe, and many of these people actually believe, that it's not possible for one of these people to be born and not anti-white. Well, if you think that's the case, then just as I said a moment ago, by defending the group against all anti-whites, all of those people that you think are going to be born just anti-white, well, they're going to be in that group as well. So it's very simple. 2 + 2 = 4 arithmetic. And if there are folks out there who just can't get it, people can go on, and there have been plenty of people who have studied this group, and you look at like Dr. Kevin McDonald and the rest, and their survival strategy or whatnot, or their, and I would say, look at this, and it looks like just by what I was saying, I answered Tall Kevin's question. But there are people who have focused on the success strategy, group success strategy. And if anything, rather than endlessly harping on the successes that some other group has by working together, we should work together. I made the joke at the conference in the UK about, not once have I ever gotten on the phone with a guy at work, and the guy on the other end of the call says, wait a second, are you a white guy? Because we're going to mess this up. We're going to really enrich ourselves since you're a white guy. That never happens. So we need to be focused on ourselves. We need to be, and that's what I would say quite simply for somebody who says, no, you just got to talk endlessly about how awful some other group of people are. I would just say, no, buddy, you got to focus on us. Because if you focus on us and the well-being of our people, then you're going to defend our people against every threat, rather than just focused on this one group, and you become like this monomaniacal, idée-fixe psychopath who just wants to. And by the way, people forget what they sound like to the general population when they start listing endlessly all of this. This crime, that crime, this, then all of these different things that this or that group has done. People look at you and they're like, whoa, this is an unstable person. They have spent an inordinate amount of time focused on some group of people, whoever group it is, And now they are just, and what are they going to be concluding about what you think needs to be done to that group of people? After you get done talking about how this group is just the most evil thing to walk the earth, what are they going to think that you want to do? And are you going to really be able to come back at the end of that conversation or the end of that relationship? Maybe you're talking to the person for weeks and you really think you're going to be able to come back and say, well, no, I would just like a peaceful separation. Forget about it. Nobody's going to believe that. They're going to say, oh, no, no, no. I've seen the movies and I've seen TV, and it's totally legitimate in my mind that you want to execute all of these people. So get the foxtrot away from me. I don't want to listen to anything else you have to say. And I'm going to tell you what, I have heard people come to me, and I've seen it in person as well, who have experienced that exact outcome, where the people that just get so fed up and they're like, get away from me with your psychopathic talk about just this endless on this. As I say, if you are in the white positive sphere and you want to dig into how we have been harmed this way or we've been harmed that way or whatever it is, there are a lot of ways that we've been harmed. If you look back, and there's another group of people that are talked about a little bit more in Europe, not so much in the Americas, but they're certainly not talked enough commensurate to the damage that they've done compared to this other group. So why are there not a bunch of people just focused on them and we know every name of their person who has ever, of that group that has ever done us harm? Just protect and this is the other thing. You want to run the women off. You do it like this the moment you start with this endless how evil the other group, this particular group is, and then they immediately get nervous about, whoa, everything they say about you in the movies and in TV and in the books is true. This must be what you really want. And then you have to try to overcome those objections and the whole we were talking about earlier. You just never get to the end of it. So there was a lot there, and we had a little bit of it tonight. I mean, maybe you saw people showing up and wanting to play the villain. Yeah, showing up and wanting to play the villain and wanting to undermine the work that we're doing here in service to white well-being, demonstrating that they're anti-white as all hell by doing that. But there's just, I had this conversation on JF's channel with Dr. Duke and Spencer. They both showed up. Spencer showed up. I was on with at the same time that Dr. Duke was. And they were saying, no, you've got to tell people just about this group. How long has this been going on? And then what do they want to do? They want to, and failing. How long, they want to point to another period in history and say, well, look at this period in history and look what happened in this period in history. Seriously? It was a completely different population. We are now deep into many generations of anti-whites teaching the population that anybody coming to you talking this way is an absolute reprobate. It is not even to compare apples and oranges. It's to compare apples and assholes. There's no similarity to the conversation whatsoever. It's taken completely out of context. And I would argue that even more than at that particular period in history, as though it's totally irrelevant, and I don't like to look in the rearview mirror at all. But what was more problematic to the vast majority of that population was not that one group of people, but it was the consequences. So if they had focused on the consequences and they had focused on it, maybe they would have said anti something else. Maybe they would have been great if they would have said, or if somebody long before us had started saying anti-white. But if they'd been focusing on that instead, think of all the good that could have been done so far instead of the way we are able to be portrayed today. So there's a lot to unpack there, and there are many ways that these folks have failed and continue to fail. And thankfully, this line of thinking is finally beginning. I mean, Spencer, I'm telling you, I used to have these debates after conferences, after meetings with people for hours. It's amazing how powerful movies and television can be to teach people that, hey, if you're going to care about white people, you need to hate on this little group. And you know what, that there can be, I'm not saying that there are anti-whites of every race. And there are some who are more effective at being anti-white, some who are less effective. All that matters is that they're anti-white. And if you want to win over our people to help them go free, it's just protecting us against all of them, the biggest, the smartest, the dumbest, the most. You know what? That particular group that these people want to talk about all the time, most of the time, they're not very physically adept. So there's another group out there who is powerfully physically adept, and they can,
but without mental acuity.
But they can stomp the piss out of the average white person, and they can do it in various ways, and they're bone or thicker and everything like that. You could focus on them. Why don't we just protect ourselves from everybody who wants to be anti-white, and we allow individuals in what we think is a moral framework to make the decision? If these people are certain, as I said a moment ago, if they're certain that everyone of this group or that group is always going to be anti-white, well then, okay, they'll be anti-white, and we're going to catch them in the net of anybody who would victimize us as anti-whites.
No, that makes very good sense, Brad. That's a lot of material there to go off on. I'll rewatch that and replay and figure out a way to distill it, because we need to. I think that's probably the last thing we have to clean up in our movement before things get better. And I mean, as you mentioned, it used to be just debate after debate after debate, and the movement has gotten a lot better lately, which is. It's nice to see our people finally kind of coalescing. Maybe it happened a little too late, but it's nice to see some kind of coalescence happening. I had one other question for you.
Go, brother.
Before I go, if you don't mind.
No, please.
This one is about the predictive capability of what we believe in, and I hear this from all kinds of different circles, various individuals on DLive, various individuals on YouTube, even watching individuals who are now dead, who talked about how, well, no, I called this, I called that, I predicted this, I predicted that. And for a while there, that used to be a turnoff for me. That used to just be something where I would turn off a stream like that, and I would go away for a few minutes, and it made my blood boil, and I couldn't figure out why. But upon reflection, I thought about it a little bit. I'm like, well, somebody asked me, like, well, Spence, why does that get you so upset? And then I thought about it, and I realized it's because the predictive capacity of anyone on our side, essentially, as far as I can tell, it comes down to the idea of anti-whites can be predicted to act in an anti-white manner. Fundamentally, that's what it is. And you can list the top 5 things they might possibly do in ascending order and assign probabilities to them, and they will do them. The issue is people on our side, white people, or nominally on our side, I'll say, I won't say specifically on our side, I won't say white positive people for a reason, can't be counted on to act the same way. For whatever reason, it seems that I can think of 5, 10, 20 things that white people or white positive people could do in response to any given situation. And if I placed a bet on any one of the 20, I wouldn't get my money back. So to me, that was always infuriating, watching somebody sit up there saying, oh yeah, well, I called it. I told you they're going to do this, because fundamentally we don't have the same. We don't have the counter. How do we address that? How do we get to a situation wherein, I can actually bet on white people? I can bet on white positive people or pro-white people. We don't use that term around here. We use white positive because various reasons. I use them alternatingly so I can get more people to understand the term white positive. But yeah, I understand what you're going for there. But the question still stands: how do we get our people to act in a manner wherein I can predict? I can look at an event, say, okay, here's what white people should be doing in this situation, and they actually act that way.
Part of what you're speaking to there is a consequence of the position in which those of us who are resisting anti-whiteism have found ourselves. And the nature of Westman is that we are naturally inclined to individualism. So it is a bit more difficult for us to come together on a single set of ideas than it appears to be for the other races of man. And when we are alone, it's a great strength. And when we are in their midst, it's a great weakness. Because in a world of collectives, individualism is suicide, as the MC goes. So What we ultimately need to be able to have that predictive capacity for our people is to have a final practice, if you will, for example, going free, to really come to the fore as the victor of the ideologies that have competed for the vehicle that would serve the recapture of our destiny. Once we have that vehicle in place, and we have engendered in the participants within that vehicle the knowledge of something like I was talking a minute ago, that individual well-being is only achievable by way of group well-being, then the predictive ability of our actions will become really sharp. You'll be able to see, well, when a person anti-white of any particular group shows up and they make an anti-white suggestion in their workplace, or they say we're going to do X, Y, or Z that's anti-white, you'll be able to predict that, well, in that circumstance, whether they're welders or accountants or whatever it might be, they're going to immediately sniff out the anti-whiteism and say, no, you won't be doing that. All of us are going to object to it, and any traitors in our midst will be ostracized. So that ultimately is going to have to happen before you'll be able to have a predictive capacity that's worth anything, that make you money in the long run.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's just, it gets frustrating after a time watching events play out where the anti-whites can always be counted on to act anti-white, but white people can't be counted on to act white positively. It's a very frustrating thing to observe. You know what I mean?
Oh, without question. Yeah, in fact, you can predict for most white people, because we haven't reached most white people yet, that they are going to act in a docile, submissive way toward the power of anti-whiteism. The reason for that is not just superficially an untrained eye or a baffled gabber might try to say, well, that's just the exercise of power, but in reality, it is the mean pathogens that are in their heads. They're self-policing. The fear is inside. That doesn't mean that there isn't the potential for the exercise of power out from an external source. There absolutely is. But the first and most powerful place that the anti-whites dominate us is in our subconscious minds. And that's why we have to go free to as many people as we can. And it's a long, hard slog, because getting out of the old paradigm, getting out of what you believe to be the real world and naming it as really a fiction called the anti-white narrative into our own story is a very challenging thing. And some folks will only be able to go because we become powerful enough to lead them. And that's just the nature of the human animal. They then will just go with it because it is what the group is doing. And some part of it has become powerful enough to lead them. Then things will really be able to be changed for our people, really capturing our destiny at that point. But these are great questions.
That's the Lemming principle, correct?
Actually, I'm not sure. That's a good question.
Yeah. Okay. The idea of lemmings will all run off a cliff unless you round them around, essentially.
Right. Mm-hmm.
It was I think that was Pierce's idea, if I remember correctly. But I could be wrong. I don't know. It's late.
It is late. It is late, brother. But we appreciate the call as always from you, and we know that you're not able to call in as often for your new job. So we're delighted you were able to make some time for us tonight. Those were poignant and productive questions.
Oh, my pleasure, sir. As always, it's great to be able to talk to you. One thing before I go, if you don't mind,
please, is
I saw the last stream you did. Great stream, by the way. The passion was off the charts, and in the D-Live circles, we call that going off. So yeah, keep it going. Do that again. Keep going with that. One thing I will say with that, though, is in my few short months doing this, I'm at about 5 months now, I've never met a content creator who doesn't watch your stuff and doesn't know it. The thing is, most people watch it in replay because you have to be able to pause and rewind and fast forward little bits in that. But I've never encountered a single creator so far who doesn't know what you do. Just they don't watch it live all the time. So don't get discouraged that you only have so many viewers in the live streams. A lot of people watch it later.
Well, I appreciate that, brother. But thank you so much for letting me know that. And thank you so much for calling in tonight.
All right. Have a great night, Jason.
You Promethean hails, and let's talk to you soon.
Promethean hails and God bless. We will talk soon. Message me on Telegram.
All right, man. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, that was fantastic. You can see, I think we're definitely running out of time. So I think that might be it. And yes, we are. And we did answer Tall Kevin's question that he had. So I'm glad we could do that. But before I definitely want to show you, let's see if I can do this while I am on the screen as well. Where is it? Is it that one? No. This one? Maybe. Let's see. Yes, it is. This is Mestizos. Let's see. I don't know. Is there sound to this or not? Oh my gosh, he's loud. I had it turned way up because Spencer was, I don't know. Do you curse in this? We'll keep it.
Gaze upon the faces of our...
Hold on, we're late enough in the stream, so maybe hopefully the children, if you have little ones, or don't let them watch this portion. And we're going to go ahead and play. This Mestizo made these great posters.
Our enemies, dear viewer.
Let's start over.
Behold, gaze upon the faces of our enemies, dear viewer. Yes, of course, these are not all of the evil rats that intend on bringing harm to Western kind and Western civilization, but I can assure you I grabbed a good enough handful to show you who your enemies are. It is not based on what characteristics they cannot change, but rather the ideas that they espouse, the disgustingly anti-white tripe. We must defeat them. It's time to go free, goddammit!
Hold on, let me fix the audio. That is fantastic. We'll have to show that again next week, Miss Tizo. That was great. We'll keep it toward the end, so we'll be able to let parents know, hey, chase the little ones off because we're gonna have a bird. Somebody's gonna be showing a bird on the screen. That was fantastic, though. Very well done. I didn't know there were words when I first watched. Of course, I guess I had the sound down, and I didn't hear anything. So that was fantastic. Behold, so you see, folks, Mestizo was making these, and he actually serendipitously, once again, we were talking about this very thing, and then we listened to Mestizo's video, and he says it's not about their characteristics, it's about the decisions that they're making. Without question. Beautifully done. I mean, that was perfect. Serendipitously, as always. And all right, folks, I think we're going to be, I want to listen to see if we can listen to, we're not going to be able to do it tonight. I want to download it, and I'm going to put it onto my reel here on the software so we can run. And I also have, and that is Richard Wagner's piece, and then we also have Sloth's piece, and I want to play that again. Maybe even when we do a roll-in, we could do that too. Take a quick look at D Live because we're really running out of time quickly. Higgs Boson is over there. Great to see you, dear brother. Nordic Prince, a Ninjagini, worth a point says, get bent. Nordic is in the house. Hail the white folks. Down with the trolls. I'm down with the trolls. I agree. Now, let's see. What else do you have? What else do we have over here? We have Horatius. Diamonds worth of points. Please explain why anti-non-whites is not an answer. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Anti-non-whites is not an answer? Angharad Celtic over here with 1 diamond's worth of points says, you sleep au naturel? Another diamond for you. Thank you, sweet lady. Horatius says, with 1 diamond's worth of points, thank you for your dedication to our people, Jason. You are most welcome. Mr. Magnuson, 1 diamond's worth of points, says, about 2 days ago. I don't know what that's about. Are you all talking to each other with your financial gifts? How does D-Live even... I don't know how it works. Maybe I've got this wrong. Okay, I did answer that question. All right. And I opened up the treasure chest. So you all have your... Hopefully, some of you, I guess, got your money, your points back, rather. Okay, and did I miss anybody? Promethean Promulgation over here with $10. Thank you so very much, dear brother. Writes, Clarion Wakefield, heretics lose their water and electricity. 640, what is this? Words pay non-whites to multiply POTUS. I don't understand what you're writing here. Clarion Wakefield, heretics lose their water and electricity. Are you talking to Clarion? Is she here? 6,000 or 64,000 words pay non-whites to multiply POTUS sick. Clarion Wakefield calls 58,652 words FBI targets, and then Remembrance Day NHS to deny care to heretics equivalence fallacy. Sorry, brother. Maybe it's the long day. I'm not able to put 2 and 2 together. We'll revisit it next week if you'd like, or you could jump on the Talk Kevin, which we're running out of time. Joe Cool writes, people, thank you very much because you're one of our best. And another $10 from Promethean Promulgation. Joe Cool writes here, people must know that you cannot be white positive and exclude white Christians. A supermajority of whites adhere to Christianity, and excluding them is backwards, right? I mean, we're not going to exclude anybody, any white positive people. I mean, it just makes no sense. To exclude any group of people from white well-being on the basis other than whether they are white positive or anti-white adhere to, yeah, precisely. No, we're not going to have a schism between any groups. All right. I think we had, let's see, Joe Cool is, oh, that was same thing. Somehow it moved around. Oh, Promethean Promulgation. Okay. Okay. Let's do it, brother. You wrote me on Twitter, DM? Oh, a word counter. That's what that is. Those are the word. Oh, wow. You made that happen? Oh my God. Can I hook it to my belt when I walk around and I'm talking and it'll pick up all the words I say? That's amazing. Oh, damn. I'm running out of time. That's amazing. Wow. I'm saying that many words. Okay, let's get to the copies. DM me again so you move up to the top of my list on Twitter, and we can. That's where we're talking, right? And we'll get you out those copies of Go Free. We'll make this happen ASAP, brother. And I believe. Well done to everyone. This was a magnificent talk about coming from having this wonderful. Oh, let me check over here really quickly. This wonderful weekend. We went from having a great show on tap with Mr. George, flew out of DC into Dallas. Every moment of it was made friends on the way. A magnificent professional gentleman. on the way. Made a lot of new friends down in Dallas, a lot of heartening things taking place in that part of the country, the whole central, southern part of the country, and some new people who could potentially be very powerful participants in service to white well-being. Flew back here after a couple of days of having a glorious time in service to white well-being, and jumped right on the stream, 8+ hours now with you all, and have had a magnificent stream. We talked about this H.R.1111 and the Department of Peace and what's happening there. We've gone over magnificent testimonials. We had Slaughts made a magnificent song, really a splendid testimonial, and we should all be sharing that. Richard Wagner, his own classical music piece that felt and sounded like, and more importantly, felt like it was one of our finest classical composers from the past. And we had Mestizo make a video with his wonderful posters that he's been making and sharing on Instagram. They've been magnificent in sharing them. We talked about Elaine Sabatino's great work. And next time, Irish Ice, get with me so we can send me a message. Let me know what I can say about your video, and we'll talk more about that next week. And I will share my video and photographs, if the video came out, with a Sierra driving on that dune buggy go-kart. We'll share that with you all next week as well. But it's just been one amazing thing after the other, and let this propel you forward through the rest of the week. Let's make some really magnificent things happen for white well-being. Let's get out to all of our brothers and sisters, and let's let them know about service to white well-being. Let's let them know that they can change their lives. Let's let them know that they can get onto the path of reclaiming our destiny and feel the power that wells in the hearts of these men as they sing this piece. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go free.
There's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs. I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my